bureaucrats, also labor leaders and faith leaders. That makes us a unique multi-cultural village in Davos. And these are historic numbers for our annual meeting. We are convening at such a consequential moment for the world. When geopolitical developments are fast moving, when long-standing trade and economic architectures are being redrawn, and when technological forces are reshaping our industries and societies. We are standing at the start of a new reality, the contours of which are still to be defined. But hopefully it is not the jungle growing back. That is why also the deliberations and dialogues we make here in Davos will shape what comes next. Countries and companies are finding new ways to work with one another, finding the way like water to advance common agendas even in more uncertain times. Last year when we met in Davos, there was a fear that we would be facing a decade of slow growth like we had in the 1970s. Even with the very difficult geopolitical backdrop, maybe the most difficult one since 1945, we are seeing sustained economic growth. The IMF numbers that came showed 3.3% expected economic growth this year. And we are also seeing that trade is growing. Not 5-6% as in the past, but still growing 3%. When you read the media, you feel that things are contracting. But even more important, why are we less concerned about a decade of slow growth moving forward? It is because of the new technologies. Last year, $1.5 trillion was invested in the new technologies. And if we get it right, the new technologies can be the new driver of growth for decades to come. So maybe we can see decades where we see increased growth, and we can deal then also with the debt level that is the highest since 1945. The foundation of moving forward has to build on cooperation and dialogue. It is the only way to identify shared interests and chart pathways forward together. This is why the theme of this year's annual meeting is the spirit of dialogue. It is really my hope that the week ahead and the year ahead will chart collaborative pathways forward for business and government and shape a more prosperous and secure era. I'm now pleased to introduce the co-chair of the World Economic Forum and chair and CEO of BlackRock, Larry Fink. Welcome, Larry.
Good morning, everyone. And it's a great welcome to be a part of this annual meeting at the World Economic Forum, which is the strongest session that we're going to be ever having in our 56-year history. This week, as Borga suggested, 850 CEOs and chairs are here. 65 heads of state representing governments, representing actually 40% of the world's population. And alongside, we have some of the world's most innovative entrepreneurs, some of the world's most innovative startups, and we have some of the most impactful civil society and NGO representatives. In fact, we believe that outside the United Nations, this is the largest gathering of global leadership of the post-COVID period of time. So thank you for being a part of that. But now we have a harder question to ask all of us. What do we do about it? And will anyone outside this room care what we're doing here? Because if we're honest, for many people, this meeting feels out of step with the moment. We hear all about the elites. And how does that play out in an age of populism? How does an established institution make a difference in an era of deep institutional mistrust? And there's some truth to the critique. I believe in this forum for a long time. I certainly wouldn't be leading this if I didn't believe that we can change and make the world better. But it's also obvious that the world now places far less trust in us to help shape what comes next. If the World Economic Forum is going to be useful going forward, it has to regain that trust. And there are some very obvious ways that we can improve for ourselves and hopefully for the world. We need to make sure that we widen who gets a voice in these conversations over the coming week. We have to be a lot more transparent and more engaged with people who don't feel represented in rooms like this. And because this is the World Economic Forum, to be more precise about what does it mean about economic success? Prosperity just isn't the growth in the aggregate. It's not just GDP. It can't be measured by GDP or market caps of companies. It has to be judged by many people who see it, who can touch it, can feel it, and can build their own future on it. That, in my view, is the strongest critique of the last economic era. Since the fall of the Berlin Wall, more wealth has been created than in any time prior in human history. But in advanced economies, that wealth has accrued to a far narrower share of people than any healthy society can ultimately sustain. Now we're in the era of AI, which we're going to talk about a lot in this week. And are we going to replay the same pattern? Early gains are flowing to the owners of models, owners of data, and owners of infrastructure. The open question, what happens to everyone else? If AI does to white-collar work that globalization did to blue-collar workers, we need to confront that today directly. It is not about the future. The future is now. Now with the abstractions about the jobs of tomorrow, but with a credible plan for broad participation in these gains. This is going to be the test. Capitalism can evolve to turn more people into owners of growth instead of spectators watching it happen. And that kind of change is truly hard, especially in a world of competing ideologies and assumptions about how the system should work. Which brings me to the second way Davos can change who gets invited to these conversations. This forum cannot be an echo chamber, and we should want panels where everyone doesn't always agree. We need panels where we can have true conversations, maybe some overt disagreements, but through that, we can have a deeper conversation. And then we can have maybe deeper understanding of each other's views. You can already see the shift in who is here this year. That doesn't mean the goal of everyone to leave having convince themselves that they're right. The objective over the week is not an agreement. It's understanding. It's sitting with people who disagree with you, taking their arguments seriously, their viewpoints seriously, and being willing to admit they might be right, or they might have something that'll help you evolve your opinions better. And there's a deeper challenge. Many of the people most affected by what we talk about here will never come to this conference. That's the central tension of this forum. Davos is an elite gathering trying to shape a world that belongs to everyone. That is why this year's theme is the spirit of dialogue, because dialogue is the only way a room like this can earn the legitimacy to shape ideas for people who aren't in the room. And besides, the world needs some more good faith conversations with people who don't typically talk to one another. I think that most people, at least intellectually, know that finding a common ground with a stranger is a hopeful thing. It restores your faith in humanity a bit. But how often does it actually happen? Hopefully a little more happens now. But how often can we make it happen? Because dialogue, especially the listening half of dialogue, is what the World Economic Forum needs in going forward. We need more of it. For 56 years, the World Economic Forum has been synonymous with Davos. And that's likely to remain true for a long while. But you should also see the World Economic Forum start doing something new, showing up and listening in places where the modern world is actually being built. Davos, yes, but also places like Detroit and Dublin, or cities like Jakarta or Buenos Aires. We need the mountain to visit everyone, to be a part of everyone's life. So in fact, that's why I agreed to take on this role after Klaus Schwab, whose more than a half-century of work, together with an extraordinary, dedicated group of men and women at the World Economic Forum, made this gathering possible. There was an opportunity to make this forum more transparent, and I thought this was the surest way to rebuild trust. When people can see in the room about the debates, about the participation, and about the conversations, and maybe a lot more understanding. That approach may fail in other gatherings. In this one, it's going to work. Because for all the caricatures of this forum, the people who come here, the people I know, aren't here to congratulate themselves, aren't here to pat themselves on the back. They're not here to protect their own comforts. The people I know are here for something bigger than themselves, bigger than their organizations that they represent. I believe in economic progress should be shared. All of us at the forum believe that economic success should be shared. And we believe institutions like the World Economic Forum still matters in making things happen. So let's remember this during the week about real conversations. Let us all commit to listen, to learn, to understand. And if we can all do that, we will all be better for that. Thank you. And now my co-chair.
Thank you, Larry, for that very powerful message at the opening of our annual meeting. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our other co-chair, Andrea Hoffmann, and I would also like to use this opportunity to thank both of the co-chairs for their leadership during the last three-quarters of a year. Andrea Hoffmann, you know Andrea, many of you, he's our co-chair, but also the vice chair of Roche. So, Andrea, the floor is yours.
Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished forum partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is now also my turn to welcome you here in this meeting placed under the the spirit of dialogue. At a time when science confirms that humanity has already transgressed 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries, as highlighted in a planetary health check in September 25 from the Potsdam Institute, the challenge before us is no longer one of just awareness, but of action, making the need for collective responsibility, decisive leadership, and meaningful dialogue more urgent than ever, as Larry just underlined. For over half a century, leaders from across the globe have regularly gathered here in Davos, in Switzerland, to confront the defining challenges of our time. This was done as a community bound by shared responsibility for our collective future. This tradition, born from conviction that the great questions facing humanity demand dialogue against their differences, has never been more vital than it is today. At a moment when the world confronts profound questions about growth, about innovation, about technological transformation, and about our planet's future. At a moment where we need spaces where diverse voices can be heard, where we need just and safe places where diverse voices can be heard. At a moment where complexity must be examined from multiple perspectives so that we gain the insights we desperately need. This is why the World Economic Forum exists. Since 56 years, it is the international organization for public-private cooperation. A space where government, businesses and civil society come together and generate the insights that emerge when different worldviews actively illuminate one another. And this matters because in a world that feels increasingly divided, progress depends on our ability to listen and engage across differences. Could I ask my wife to give me the third page, which I left there? As you can see, you can be prepared, but also a bit clumsy in delivery. Sorry about that. This is why our gathering... This is why our gathering takes place here, in Switzerland, a nation whose tradition and commitment to dialogue reflects the very spirit we seek to embody. Davos has over so many years almost become, as I said before, a synonym for the World Economic Forum. It is therefore a particular pleasure for me to welcome Monsieur Guy Parmelin, President of the Swiss Confederation, as the opening speaker here in Davos. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président de la Confédération. Je vais vous demander de venir sur scène. Merci beaucoup. Merci d'avoir accepté de partager vos réflexions avec nous. Federal Councillor Guy Parmelin has been a member of the Swiss Federal Council for over 20 years. He initially led the Federal Department of Defense, Civil Protection and Sport, and since 2019 has headed the Federal Department of Economic Affairs, Education and Research. Mr. President, when you were inaugurated as President by the Swiss Parliament last December, you chose to speak about dialogue. At a time of uncertainty and tension, you reminded Parliament that Switzerland's diversity is not something that sustains itself automatically. It only becomes a strength if we truly listen to one another, if we resist the temptation to dismiss different views, simply because they come from another political camp. You emphasized that societies do not move forward through value judgment on others, but through respect for those who think differently. Diverging opinions, you argued, are not an obstacle, but a driver of progress and a source of genuine innovation. This understanding of dialogue, rooted in listening, proximity, respect, and a shared sense of responsibility and humanity, is one that deeply resonates here in Davos. It also reflects the value of the World Economic Forum. Talk and listen to each other, embrace other options, and act in a collective interest. The spirit of dialogue. Before inviting the President to speak to us, Allow me also to express our deepest gratitude to the Swiss government, to the Swiss Parliament, to the canton of Graubünden, to the Swiss Army, and to the police. A special thank you goes to the community of Davos and Klosters for their decades of exceptional hospitality and partnership. And above all, our thanks go to the people of these communities whose openness and commitment truly embodies the spirit of Davos and the spirit of Switzerland. Your Majesties, Excellency, distinguished forum partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is a particular pleasure to invite now le président de la Confédération Suisse, Guy Parmelin, to address us. Thank you very much. Guy, the floor is yours.
Je vais parler français. Monsieur Hoffmann, Monsieur Fink, Monsieur Brende, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, en ma qualité de président de la Confédération suisse, je suis particulièrement heureux de pouvoir accueillir autant de chefs d'État à cette rencontre annuelle du Forum économique mondial. Une telle affluence prend un sens particulier en cette année qui a commencé tragiquement pour notre pays. Aussi, la Suisse tient à remercier tous les pays concernés du soutien et de la solidarité qu'ils nous ont témoigné lors du drame de Crans-Montana. Il est impressionnant de constater qu'une catastrophe peut mobiliser les énergies, renforcer la cohésion internationale et nous unir au-delà de l'adversité. Et cette unité doit cependant transcender les événements particuliers, aussi dramatiques soient-ils. Elle doit imprégner dans le temps les relations entre nos pays, car ce n'est qu'ensemble que nous pourrons trouver des solutions solides aux grands défis de notre époque. L'année 2025 en a révélé un certain nombre. Elle a éprouvé des secousses géopolitiques, économiques et numériques à l'échelle planétaire. Et ces changements sont perceptibles partout. Ils infusent dans notre quotidien, et cela jusqu'au Forum économique mondial, pour lequel l'année écoulée n'a pas été de tout repos. La présente édition et ses nombreux autres de marque attestent néanmoins l'importance de la résilience et du dialogue dans l'assise de nos institutions et de leur capacité à faire face. L'année 2026 esquissée laisse déjà entrevoir les bouleversements à venir et les foyers de crise aussi. Aux situations difficiles de l'Ukraine, de Gaza et du Soudan sont venues s'ajouter celles du Venezuela et de l'Iran, pour ne citer que celles-ci. En matière de politique économique, le protectionnisme s'est renforcé à l'échelle mondiale. De plus, les nombreuses questions en suspens concernant le rôle et le contrôle de l'intelligence artificielle demeurent sans réponse. Nous ne nous en étonnerons pas, pour l'homme, l'immobilisme n'est pas une option. Ou pour le dire avec Henry Bergson, exister consiste à changer. Et cette année sera ainsi marquée par des avancées technologiques aussi bien que par des interrogations à la fois économiques et sécuritaires. L'essor fulgurant de l'intelligence artificielle est ainsi appelé à transformer profondément le visage de notre société. Les changements qu'elle impose sont perceptibles à chaque instant dans tous les secteurs de la vie humaine, dans l'économie, dans l'administration, dans notre vie privée. Ils modifient notre façon de travailler, de communiquer, de prendre des décisions. Et à ce titre, ils sont à la fois des risques et des opportunités, la transformation numérique véhiculant aussi bien les dangers de la cybercriminalité, de la désinformation, que les perspectives enthousiasmantes, en particulier dans le domaine de la santé. La technologie n'est jamais bonne ou mauvaise en soi, elle est ce qu'on en fait. Et pour s'en faire une alliée positive, il faut que ses utilisateurs aient le sens des responsabilités. Mais les changements ne sont pas qu'affaires de fulgurance. En tant que ministre de l'économie, formé à l'école de la Terre, je suis bien placé pour expliquer que le succès durable dépend d'une planification précoce et prévoyante. Et cette règle, elle est valable dans de nombreux autres secteurs où les investissements ne génèrent pas des revenus immédiats. Et je pense notamment à la recherche dont je suis également le ministre de tutelle.
La réflexion à long terme, elle est nécessaire en toutes circonstances. Elle est aussi dans les tempêtes. Elle doit notamment nous aider à forger le progrès sur le feu de nos valeurs fondamentales sans oublier leur sens ni leur rôle. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la Suisse tire sa force notamment de la constance qui contribue à garantir la stabilité politique. La constance n'est pas source d'immobilisme, elle est au contraire le fondement de ce progrès. Notre pays a la chance de disposer d'un excellent système de formation et de recherche dont la capacité d'innovation est reconnue bien au-delà de nos frontières. Dotée au surplus d'une économie ouverte tournée vers l'exportation, la Suisse fait partie intégrante de l'économie mondiale. Et le Conseil fédéral s'engage avec vigueur pour que notre pays puisse continuer de participer avec succès à la vitalité de cette économie. L'une de nos priorités en ce moment est de pouvoir stabiliser et développer nos relations avec nos partenaires les plus fidèles et les plus significatifs. Et la Suisse souhaite par ailleurs poursuivre la diversification de ses relations internationales, notamment dans les domaines commerciaux et scientifiques. Même durant la période actuelle, encline au protectionnisme, nous croyons au succès du libre-échange et nous voulons développer notre réseau d'accords en la matière. Et pour y parvenir, il faut pouvoir mener des négociations d'égal à égal qui donnent de bons résultats pour le bien de toutes les parties. Les accords de ce type, réciproquement avantageux, ne tombent pas du ciel. Mais nous avons la capacité de les construire pas à pas. Pour ce faire, les contacts personnels et la volonté de dialogue sont indispensables. Nous en disposons. Le Forum économique mondial concourt à ce dialogue depuis toujours et je le remercie de nous offrir encore cette année en Suisse, de surcroît, cette extraordinaire plateforme internationale d'échange. La Suisse est au diapason. En tant que pays neutre, elle est en mesure et désireuse d'assumer ses responsabilités en faveur d'un ordre international fondé sur des règles, sur les droits de l'homme et la liberté du commerce. Ces valeurs nous caractérisent depuis toujours. Cette année, la Suisse assume une tâche particulièrement exigeante en présidant l'Organisation pour la sécurité et la coopération en Europe. Mais la force diplomatique de notre pays réside également dans sa pratique reconnue des bons offices à laquelle la Genève internationale offre une scène à la mesure des enjeux en présence. Il faut savoir la Suisse toujours disponible à cet égard. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nos différentes positions nous offrent des perspectives imprenables sur l'évolution de notre monde et sur les dangers qui le guettent. Elles nous offrent aussi la hauteur de vue et les liens nécessaires pour que ces changements puissent être abordés avec les moyens adéquats et de façon concertée. Société, sciences, économie et politique doivent en effet interagir dans une logique de partenariat, sans quoi les problèmes ne pourront être abordés que de façon partielle et imparfaite. J'ajoute qu'il faut savoir faire preuve de courage pour s'investir dans une tâche de cette ampleur avec l'ambition de la mener à bien. Le courage d'innover, le courage de rester fidèle à ses valeurs, le courage de demander assistance ou conseil si nécessaire, le courage enfin de s'engager dans la durée comme le fait le vigneron face au rythme lent et implacable de la nature. Nous verrons ce que l'intelligence artificielle a à nous offrir. Nous serons certainement encore stupéfaits, peut-être éblouis, mais ce qu'elle ne parviendra jamais à faire, c'est à fédérer les cœurs ou à attirer les mains secourables comme nous l'avons vécu au début de cette année en Valais. La solidarité et l'humanité ne font pas partie du vocabulaire digital. Je veux y voir un heureux présage pour l'avenir. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and also on behalf of the World Economic Forum, we send our warmest thoughts and condolences to the people affected by the tragic fire in Crown Montana. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really my great honor to welcome one of the most influential and respected leaders on the global stage today. President Ursula von der Leyen, a stateswoman whose leadership has helped define and shape Europe's direction in an era of historic uncertainty. Madam President, you have guided the European Union with clarity, resolve, and strong sense of purpose through some of the most demanding moments in history. Under your leadership, the European Commission has advanced a bold agenda for strengthening Europe's competitiveness with upholding its core values. As President of the European Commission, you have championed a Europe that is competitive yet fair, open yet resilient. On the global stage, you have been a clear and consistent voice for multilateral cooperation, support for Ukraine, and a rules-based international order. At a time when leadership is tested not only by crisis, but by choices made for the future, your voice offers both direction and reassurance. Please join me in welcoming President von der Leyen. Madam President, the floor is yours.
President Brende, dear Volker, thank you very much for the warm welcome. Your Majesties, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, it is now 56 years since the first meeting here in Davos. And the idea of the founder, Klaus Schwab, was to create a platform to discuss the issues and the ideas of the day. Of course, the world has transformed completely since 1971. But the original idea of Davos has remained, as we just have heard in the speeches. So I was delighted that you have gone back to your roots with this year's theme, a spirit of dialogue. Because this spirit is all the more important in a world that is more fractured and more fractious than ever. 1971 was the year of the so-called Nixon shock and the decision to delink the US dollar from gold. In an instant, the foundations of the Bretton Woods system and the entire global economic order set up after the war effectively collapsed. But it also had two major effects. It inadvertently created the conditions for what would become a truly global order, and it provided a sharp lesson for Europe and on the need to strengthen its economic and political power. It was a warning to reduce our dependencies, in this case, on a foreign currency. The world may be very different today, without any question, but I believe the lesson is very much the same. That geopolitical shocks can and must serve as an opportunity for Europe. And in my view, the seismic change we are going through today is an opportunity, in fact, a necessity, to build a new form of European independence. And this need is neither new nor a reaction to recent events. It has been a structural imperative for far longer. So when I used this term, European independence, around a year ago, I was surprised at the skeptical reactions. But less than 1 year on, there's now a real consensus around this. The sheer speed and almost unthinkable scale of the change have driven this, but the underlying imperative is still the same. The good news is we acted immediately, whether on energy or raw materials, defense or digital, we're moving fast. But the truth is also that we will only be able to capitalize on this opportunity if we recognize that this change is permanent. Of course, nostalgia is part of our human story, but nostalgia will not bring back the old order. And playing for time and hoping for things to revert soon will not fix the structural dependencies we have. So my point is, if this change is permanent, then Europe must change permanently too. It is time to seize this opportunity and build a new independent Europe. And ladies and gentlemen, this new Europe is already emerging. On Saturday, I was in Asunción, in Paraguay, to sign the EU-Mercosur trade agreement. It was a breakthrough after 25 years of negotiations. And with it, the European Union and Latin America have created the largest free trade zone in the world, a market worth over 20% of global GDP, 31 countries with over 700 million consumers, aligned with the Paris Agreement. So this agreement sends a powerful message to the world that we are choosing fair trade over tariffs, partnership over isolation, sustainability over exploitation, and that we are serious about de-risking our economies and diversifying our supply chains. And that will not stop in Latin America. Last year, we reached new agreements with Mexico, Indonesia, and Switzerland, our host country. We're working on a new free trade agreement with Australia. We are also advancing with the Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, the United Arab Emirates, and more. And right after Davos, the next weekend, I will travel to India. There's still work to do, but we are on the cusp of a historic trade agreement. Indeed, some call it the mother of all deals. One that would create a market of 2 billion people, accounting for almost a quarter of global GDP. And crucially, that would provide a first-mover advantage for Europe with one of the world's fastest growing and most dynamic continents. Europe wants to do business with the growth centers of today and the economic powerhouses of this century, from Latin America to the Indo-Pacific and far beyond. Europe will always choose the world, and the world is ready to choose Europe. And ladies and gentlemen, this reality also reflects the fact that Europe has all the assets it needs to attract investment. The savings, the skills, the innovation with our AI factories and gigafactories and the applications that are necessary, AI first. What we need now is to mobilize collectively these assets to their full potential and to focus on the essential. So focal point number one is to create a conducive and predictable regulatory environment. We live in an age where capital and data can cross Europe in a second. And business must be able to move just as freely. But as things stand, Too many companies have to look abroad to grow and scale up, partly because they face the new set of rules every time they expand into a new member state. So while on paper the market is of 450 million Europeans open to them, it is far more complicated in reality. And that acts as a handbrake on the growth and profit potential of companies. So this is why we need a new approach. We will soon put forward our 28th regime. The ultimate aim is to create a new, truly European company structure. We call it EU Inc., with a single and simple set of rules that will apply seamlessly over our union, so that businesses can operate across member states much more easily. Our entrepreneurs, the innovative companies, will be able to register a company in any member state within 48 hours, fully online. They will enjoy the same capital regime all across the European Union. And ultimately, we need a system where the companies can do business and raise financing seamlessly across Europe, just as easily as in uniform markets like the United States or China. If we get this right, and if we move fast enough, this will not only help EU companies grow, but it will attract investment from across the world. Which brings me to the second focus, investment and capital. We are now building the Savings and Investment Union. We need a large-scale, deep and liquid capital market that attracts a wide range of investors. And this will allow business to find the funding they need, including equity, at lower costs here in Europe. We have made proposals on market integration and supervision to ensure our financial market is more integrated. This covers trading, post-trading and asset management, as well as driving innovation and making our supervisory framework more efficient. This will help ensure that capital flows where it is needed, to scale-ups, to SMEs, to innovation, to industry. And the third priority is to build an interconnected and affordable energy market, a true energy union. Energy is a choke point for both companies and households. And just look at the dispersion of prices across European electricity hubs. Europe needs an energy blueprint that pulls together all the parts. This is our Affordable Energy Action Plan. We are, for example, massively investing in our energy security and independence with interconnectors and grids. This is for homegrown energies that we are trying to promote as much as possible, the nuclear and the renewables, to bring down prices and cut dependencies, to put an end to price volatility, manipulation and supply shocks. But now we have to speed up this transition, because homegrown, reliable, resilient and cheaper energy will drive our economic growth and deliver for Europeans and secure our independence. Ladies and gentlemen, whether on trade or business, capital or energy, Europe needs an urgency mindset. Our starting point is good. We are home to global champions in fields ranging from wind power to next generation batteries, from aerospace to the industrial machines that are essential to build the chips and advanced weapons. Our companies are taking up AI at the same pace as their US peers. Europe is in the race for the key technologies of tomorrow. But as global competition gets ruthless, we must show real ambition, especially in those sectors vital for our independence. Take defense, for example. We have done more on defense in the last year than in decades before. We have started a surge in defense spending up to 800 billion euros till 2030. Member states are stepping up their investment at record level, and this has helped to triple the market value of European defense industry companies since January 2022. We now have 3 leading European defense tech startups that have reached unicorn valuation. They are working on AI-powered software and systems for battlefield intelligence, or on advanced dual-use and surveillance drones. So they are also driving innovation and investment in Europe's defense tech industrial base. All of this would have been unthinkable even a few years ago. This now only shows how economy and national security are more linked than ever. But also what we can do when Europeans have the will to match the ambition. So, ladies and gentlemen, this need for ambition is most important when it comes to the security of our continent. In just over a month, we will mark the 4th anniversary of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. 4 years on, Russia shows no sign of abating, no sign of remorse, no sign of seeking peace. On the contrary, Russia is intensifying its attacks, killing civilians every day as we speak. Just last week, its bombing of Ukraine's energy infrastructure left millions facing darkness, cold, and water shortages. This must end. We all want peace for Ukraine. We recognize President Trump's role in pushing the peace process forward, and we will work very closely with the United States. And we all agree that, therefore, Ukraine must be in a position of strength to go to the negotiation table. And this is why we Europeans have decided to provide Ukraine with a loan of 90 billion euros for 2026 and 2027. With this support, we make sure that Ukraine can bolster its defense on the battlefield, strengthen its defense capabilities for a peace agreement, and keep basic services running. Above all, it reaffirms Europe's unwavering commitment to the security, the defense, and the European future of Ukraine. And in parallel, we decided to permanently immobilize the Russian assets, and that we reserve the right to make use of them. This should serve as a stark reminder to Russia and as a message to the world. Europe will always stand with Ukraine until there is a just and lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, I've spoken a lot today about European independence, on partnerships, on prosperity and security. So I would like to conclude with Greenland, an issue which cuts to the heart of all 3 of these imperatives. When it comes to the security of the Arctic region, Europe is fully committed, and we share the objectives of the United States in this regard. For instance, our EU member, Finland, one of the newest NATO members, is selling its first icebreakers to the United States. And this shows that we have the capability right here in the ice, so to speak. It shows that our northern NATO members have Arctic-ready forces right now. And above all, that Arctic security can only be achieved together. And this is why the proposed additional tariffs are a mistake, especially between long-standing allies. The European Union and the United States have agreed to a trade deal last July. And in politics, as in business, a deal is a deal. And when friends shake hands, it must mean something. Ladies and gentlemen, we consider the people of the United States not just our allies, but our friends. And plunging us into a downward spiral would only aid the very adversaries we are both so committed to keeping out of the strategic landscape. So our response will be unflinching, united, and proportional. But beyond this, we have to be strategic about how we approach this issue. And this is why we are working on a package to support Arctic security. First principle, full solidarity with Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark. The sovereignty and integrity of their territory is non-negotiable. Second, we're working on a massive European investment surge in Greenland. We will work with Greenland and Denmark hand in hand to see how we can further support the local economy and infrastructure. Third, we will work with the United States and all partners on wider Arctic security. This is clearly in our shared interest, and we will step up our investment. In particular, I believe we should use our defense spending surge on a European icebreaker capability and other equipment vital to the Arctic security. And fourth, in the same spirit, we need to work with all our regional partners to strengthen our common security. And this is why we will look at how to strengthen our security partnerships with partners such as the UK, Canada, Norway, Iceland, and others. Finally, I believe Europe needs to adjust to a new security architecture and realities that we are now facing. And this is why Europe is preparing its own security strategy, which we plan to publish later this year. And as part of this, we are upgrading our Arctic strategy too. And at the heart of this will be the fundamental principle: it is for sovereign people to decide their own future. Ladies and gentlemen, when I started preparing for this year's address, security in the High North was not the main theme. But in many ways, it feeds into the wider point I started with today. That Europe must speed up its push for independence, from security to economy, from defense to democracy, having the dialogue with our friends and partners, also if necessary with adversaries. The point is that the world has changed permanently and we need to change with it. And therefore, thank you and long live Europe.
2017年，面对逆全球化的思潮，习近平主席在这里深刻作答世界怎么了，我们怎么办的问题，指出让世界经济的大海退回到一个一个孤立的小湖泊、小河流是不可能的，也是不符合历史潮流的。习近平主席的重要讲话拨云见日，被论坛方面誉为世界带来了阳光。2021年，习近平主席提出让多边主义的火炬照亮人类前行之路。2022年，面对疫情之后重建的宏大课题，习近平主席强调，在全球性危机的惊涛骇浪里，各国不是乘坐在190多条小船上，而是乘坐在一条命运已共的大船上。9年来，中国一直认真贯彻落实习近平主席重要讲话精神，践行人类命运共同体的理念，坚定支持多边主义和自由贸易。今天我们重温习近平主席的这些讲话，深感依然适用于当今世界，给人们带来深刻的启示。当前世界百年变局正在加速演进，单边主义、保护主义抬头，叠加地区冲突和地缘政治的影响，全球经济贸易秩序发生新的变化。尤其是去年以来，关税战、贸易战给世界经济带来重大冲击，多边主义和自由贸易面临严峻挑战。面对世界之变、时代之变、格局之变，习近平主席相继提出全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、全球文明倡议，去年又提出全球治理倡议，凝聚起要团结不要分裂，要合作不要对抗的共识和力量，为解决世界面临的共同问题提供了中国的方案。结合当前的形势，我愿意分享几点看法。第一，坚定支持自由贸易，携手推动普惠包容的经济全球化。经济全球化是各国分工合作、优势互补、互利共赢的历史大势，中国和很多国家都受益于此，共同实现了快速发展。反之，关税战、贸易战没有赢家，不仅提高全球的生产和贸易成本，而且导致全球经济碎片化，破坏全球资源的配置。世界贸易组织研究表明，按照最惠国待遇条款进行的全球贸易份额，已经由去年年初的80%降至72%。国际货币基金组织测算，经济碎片化可能导致全球 GDP 损失约7%，这不符合各国的利益。尽管经济全球化并非尽善尽美，也可能会伴随产生一些问题，但不能因此就对经济全球化全盘否定，重新退回到自我封闭的孤岛。正确之道应当也只能是通过对话，共同找到解决问题的思路，引领好经济全球化的走向。中国积极倡导普惠包容的经济全球化，不行筑墙之举，勤做铺路之人。我们将坚定支持贸易投资自由化便利化，继续向世界分享发展机遇，携手共创繁荣发展的美好未来，努力争取让发展红利惠及每一个国家、每一个群体。第二，坚定维护多边主义，推动完善更加公正合理的国际经贸秩序。当前，多边贸易体制面临多年未有的严峻挑战，一些国家的单边做法和贸易协议明显违反世贸组织基本原则和规则， 严重冲击国际经贸秩序。正如习近平主席指出，越是困难时刻，越要秉持和平共处的初心，坚定合作共赢的信心。多边主义是维护国际秩序稳定、促进人类发展进步的人间正道。规则面前，应当人人平等。极少数国家不应当有基于实力的特权。世界不能重新回弱强势的丛林法则，各国都有权维护自身的正当权益。中国加入世贸组织以来，一直严格遵守世贸规则，认真履行承诺，并且主动作出更大贡献。去年郑重宣布，在世贸组织当前和未来谈判中，不寻求新的特殊和差别待遇。中国将继续坚定维护以世贸组织为核心、以规则为基础的多边贸易体制，坚定支持世贸组织、国际货币基金组织等多边机构改革，提升多边贸易体制的权威性、有效性、包容性，提高全球南方国家和发展中国家的代表性。中国乐见各国达成互利互惠的贸易协议，但相关协议应当符合世贸组织的规则，不能损害第三方利益。第三，坚持合作共赢，致力共同做大合作的蛋糕，合力破解发展的难题。当前世界经济增长动能不足，国际货币基金组织预计2026年全球经济增速为 3.1%， 低于疫情之前 3.7% 的历史平均水平。更让人担忧的是，发展公平问题日益突出，可持续发展事业面临严峻挑战。联合国发布报告显示，联合国2030年可持续发展目标中，预计超过2/3无法按期实现。发展的道路上，不应当是你输我赢的零和博弈，而应当是美美与共的共鸣协奏。要共同把发展的蛋糕做大，比相互争夺蛋糕更重要。共同解决合作的问题，比相互指责更有实效。中国一贯重视以自身发展带动贸易伙伴共同繁荣，致力于做大全球经贸蛋糕。我们从不刻意追求贸易顺差，不仅愿意做世界工厂，更愿意做世界市场。但是很多时候是中国想买，对方不愿意卖，贸易受到泛安全化的影响。同时也要看到，当前服务业占全球 GDP 2/3以上，中国长期以来都是服务贸易大额逆差，但是并未因此认为自己就吃亏了。所以中国愿意发挥超大规模市场优势，更大力度的扩大进口，加强产业合作共赢，让各国更好地分享中国机遇。第四，坚持相互尊重、平等协商，善于用对话妥善管控分歧，解决问题。过去1年，中美经贸关系经历了一些波折，在两国元首韩国釜山会晤和4次通话共识的引领下，中美两国经贸团队先后举行了5轮经贸磋商，按照相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢的原则，妥善处理两国经贸领域的一些突出问题，保持了经贸关系总体的稳定。事实再次证明，中美和则两利，斗则俱伤，双方应该也能够相互成就，共同繁荣。这有利于两国，也有利于世界。 中美经贸磋商情况也充分表明，只要相互之间能够平等协商、相向而行，办法总比问题多。坦诚而言，世界各国社会制度不同，发展制度有别，历史文化各异，发展和交流交往过程中，难免会有一些分歧和摩擦，有时其实只是误解。关键是要秉持平等、尊重、互惠的态度，坚持以对话增互信，以磋商解纷争，不能从对抗、对立中找答案，而要在交流协商中谋出路，探索双赢多赢之道。中国是各国的贸易伙伴，而不是对手。中国的发展是对世界经济发展的机遇，而不是威胁。对于国际经贸合作中出现的一些分歧和误解，中国倡导通过平等协商增进互信，弥合分歧，解决问题。女士们、先生们、朋友们，过去5年，中国经济运行稳中有进，改革开放纵深推进，消费市场持续扩大，新质生产力稳步发展，绿色低碳转型步伐加快，经济实现了5.4%左右的平均增速。目前经济总量已经达到140万亿元人民币，对全球经济增长的贡献力稳定在30%左右。过去5年来，中国累计进口货物和服务超过15万亿美元，对外投资累计为东道国纳税3000多亿美元，带动了大量就业，促进了当地经济的发展。中国经济基础稳，规模大，优势多，韧性强，潜能足，发展取得的成绩主要是靠改革、靠开放、靠创新，而不是所谓的政府补贴。中国经济发展虽然也面临一些老问题、新挑战，但总体上是发展中的问题，是转型中的问题，我们正在努力解决，完全有信心，也有能力应对各种风险挑战。去年10月，中国共产党召开了20届四中全会，审议通过了第15个5年规划建议，为中国今后5年的经济社会发展做出了顶层设计和战略擘画。未来5年，中国将更加深入贯彻习近平主席提出的创新、协调、绿色、开放、共享的新发展理念，加快构建以国内大循环为主体、国内国际双循环相互促进的新发展格局，充分激发14亿多人口的超大规模市场的优势，不断推动高质量发展取得新的成效，将以更完善的市场规则、更健全的制度保障，为各国提供更多的中国机遇。中国将积极地扩大内需，愿与全球共享超大规模市场机遇。目前中国已经是全球第2大消费市场，其中汽车、手机、家电等各个细分领域已经成为全球最大的市场。但是人均消费支出与发达经济体相比，仍然还有差距。中国现有的中等收入群体将进一步增长，对高品质生活的多样化需求将不断增加，隐藏着巨大的消费潜力。中国把内需主导列为今年经济工作的首要任务，正在抓紧制定实施城乡居民征收计划，大力提振消费，加快在制造大国的基础上成为消费大国。中国将持续推动投资于物和投资于人紧密结合，积极扩大教育、医疗、养老等领域的投资和消费，不断地激发消费的新增量。中国将继续办好进口博览会等活动， 进一步扩大进口，让全球更多优质商品进入中国市场。欢迎各国企业抓住中国扩大内需的机遇，提供更多更好的商品和服务，以中国消费市场为依托，在激烈的国际竞争中赢得先机。中国将坚定扩大开放，愿意与全球共享高水平的开放机遇。改革开放是中国的基本国策，中国开放的大门只会越开越大。中国将积极扩大自主开放，主动对接国际高标准经贸规则，以服务业为重点，扩大市场准入和开放领域，更大力度地吸引和利用外资。中国将持续打造市场化、法治化、国际化的一流营商环境，对内外资企业一视同仁，把企业的需求清单变成政府的服务清单。外资企业在中国经营遇到的问题可以随时反映，我们将积极研究解决。中国将深化国际产业分工的协作，坚定维护全球产业链、供应链的安全稳定，培育共赢共享的全球大市场。欢迎各国企业继续积极投资中国，共享中国的发展机遇，也希望各国政府为中资企业提供公平、非歧视、透明、可预期的投资环境。中国将加快科技创新，愿意与全球共享创新驱动发展的机遇。当前新一轮科技革命和产业变革正在加速推进，带来新的历史机遇。中国经济高质量发展离不开创新驱动，中国式现代化也必须靠科技现代化做支撑。目前中国的研发人员总量、国际专利申请量等位居世界第一，应用场景十分的丰富，创新的氛围良好。人工智能正在赋能千行百业，中国将继续推动科技创新和产业创新深度融合，加强知识产权保护和运用，激发各类创新主体的活力。科技进步离不开国际合作，科技创新既有机遇，也潜藏着风险。中国愿意同世界各国一道，以开放合作为促进科技创新和世界经济发展赋能，为应对人工智能治理等方面的全球性挑战贡献智慧。中国的创新发展不仅服务自身，也造福世界。欢迎各国企业与中国深化创新合作，共享创新驱动发展的机遇。中国将坚持绿色发展，愿意与全球共享绿色低碳转型机遇。去年9月，习近平主席在联合国气候变化峰会上郑重宣布2035年国家自主贡献，首次提出绝对量的减排目标，体现了中国的坚定决心和最大努力。中国已经建成全球最大的可再生能源体系，最完整的新能源产业链，将全面地实施碳排放总量和强度双控制度，力争2030年之前二氧化碳排放达到峰值，努力争取2060年之前实现碳中和。中国将与各方一道，全面有效地落实联合国气候变化框架公约及其巴黎协定，维护气候多边进程，积极推动全球绿色低碳发展。中国将致力于与各方建设更加紧密的绿色发展伙伴关系，努力弥补绿色产能的缺口，确保优质绿色产品在全球自由流通。欢迎各国企业抓住绿色低碳转型的机遇，加强与中国在绿色基建、绿色能源、绿色矿产、绿色金融等领域的合作，携手打造一个绿色繁荣的未来。女士们、先生们、朋友们，达沃斯的智慧在于对话，世界的前途系于合作。 正如习近平主席所说，冲出迷雾走向光明，最强大的力量是同心合力，最有效的方法是和衷共济。让我们秉持人类命运共同体的理念，发扬对话的精神，深化开放合作，共同推动世界经济这艘巨轮在广阔蓝海上乘风破浪，行稳致远，携手共建美好未来。预祝本次年会圆满成功，谢谢大家。
So, Vice Premier He, I
balances and for European independence. I'm Gideon Rach. For European independence. I'm Gideon Rachman. I'm Chief Foreign Affairs Commentator for the Financial Times, and I'm delighted to have a fantastic panel to discuss this very topic. Just moving from left to right, on my immediate left is the Prime Minister of Belgium, Bart de Wever. Then we have the CEO of ABN AMRO, Marguerite Bérard. Then we have the President of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda. Then we have the co-founder, Chief Executive Officer of Mistral AI, Artur Mensch. And on the far left, we have Andrej Plenković, the Prime Minister of Croatia. So, where do we start? Why don't I start with you, President Nausėda? Before we get to the man who's going to dominate attention tomorrow, Donald Trump, we shouldn't forget there is a major war going on in Europe. You're, right up against it, with Belarus as your neighbor and Russia as your near neighbor. And yet there is talk of a peace plan now. Do you have any real hope that this plan can be made to work for Ukraine?
I am, and probably I will be on the skeptical side of people, because I know Russia, our country knows Russia very well. And as far as Ukrainians talk diplomatic language, and we are now in the process of elaboration of this peace plan, 20 points peace plan, but on the other hand, Russians talk with missiles, probably it's too early to conclude that Russians are ready to take this plan and to start to negotiate. I think they want to buy more time to attack Ukraine and first of all to attack the critical infrastructure of Ukraine, making the life of ordinary people impossible, even in capital, in Kiev. And then maybe at the later stage they will sit down and they will talk about the peace. But I think some issues of this 20 points peace plan, or some elements of them, are not acceptable for Russians, and I think this is about the matter of territorial concessions from the side of Ukraine. I think Russians require the whole region of Donbass, and also the strength of Ukrainian army, 800,000 soldiers on the ground, is also not acceptable for Russians. We will see what will happen, but I would like to move away or to push away the illusion that if the peace deal will be done, I hope that it will be sooner or later, Russia will refuse to have imperialistic ambitions. I don't see any signals that it might happen, because the Kremlin's regime is as it is, and even the change of Kremlin's regime probably will not mean the radical changes in the policy of Russia, because from time to time I hear what the Russian opposition leaders are talking about. Actually, they are presenting the same ideas, and those ideas are, first of all, expansionist policy of Russia. They, like the European Union, they are talking about enlargement, but we are talking about civilized enlargement, and they are talking about enlargement by using the force and by using the guns.
Okay. Well, very sobering. Thank you very much for that introductory thought. Prime Minister de Wever, of course, Europe's under pressure from two sides. Russia, but also we have Donald Trump arriving tomorrow, demanding Greenland part of a European Union country.
I noticed.
Yeah. So the question, people keep asking me in the corridors, do you think Europe will stay united? A lot of people saying, Europe's going to fold in the end. That's what they do. Europe won't be able to push back. How confident are you that Europe can, as von der Leyen said, stay united, proportional, and respond?
It's a very good question, actually. I wonder about this myself. We're under a lot of pressure. We're 27 countries. And if you're under pressure, two things can happen. If you have outside pressure, you can come together or you can explode in any possible direction. And I think Europe is at a crossroads where it has to decide. Until now, we tried to appease the new president in the White House. We were very lenient, also with the tariffs. We were lenient, hoping to get his support for the Ukraine war. We are in a very bad position at the moment. We're dependent on the United States, so we chose to be lenient. But now so many red lines are being crossed that you have the choice between your self-respect. Being a happy vassal is one thing. Being a miserable slave is something else. If you back down now, you're going to lose your dignity. And that's probably the most precious thing you can have in a democracy. It's your dignity. So we should unite, and we should say to Donald Trump, I'm going to meet him tomorrow. The meeting was fixed before the Greenland issue. So
looking forward to it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward. The king will accompany me on the... I'm looking at the queen who's sitting in the front row. Our king will accompany me at the meeting, but it will have a different character than we had planned. It will probably be the message that we have to send. You're crossing red lines here. We either stand together or we will stand divided. And if we are divided, there is the end of an era of 80 years of Atlantism is really drawing to a close. And, you know, as Gramsci said, if the old is dying and the new is not yet born, you live in a time of monsters. Yeah. And it's up to him to decide if he wants to be a monster, yes or no.
Very good. Before I move on to Prime Minister Plenković, I just wanted to ask you about the aftermath of the whole Euroclear argument, which you were absolutely in the centre of. And I think you must have been reasonably happy, if not with the argument, with the outcome. Mm-hmm. But some people will say, well, that whole episode just told you about Europe's problems. Here's Europe, we say we're going to do this big thing, and then we all sit around arguing, and then we do a little thing, and everybody says, oh, look, they can't get it together.
I'm going to try to be a little bit optimistic. Otherwise, it's going to be a very depressing session here. At the end of the day, we decided to aid Ukraine with 90 billion euros. And that was the thing we had to do, keep Ukraine in the fight, because the United States is no longer supporting them. They're on their own. It's not looking good. Was Europe able to say, we're going to do whatever it takes to keep you in the fight? And at the end, we did. The way in which we did it, the discussions we had maybe are not an example of the best governance you can imagine, but at the end of the day, there was a result. But of course, we are in a bad position. We didn't do our homework. We stayed believing in the United West, but the writing was already on the wall when Obama said, I'm the first Pacific president, the burden shift from the United States towards China. We chose to ignore it and to keep enjoying the peace dividend. We didn't rearm, we didn't strengthen ourselves. Now we're in a weak position. But I think, having said that, that we made a choice to support Ukraine. Only we learned a lesson the hard way with the Euroclear and the reparation loan debate that there is no such thing as free money. There's nothing like the Alibaba cave that opens and you can simply take the gold and get away with it. That was an illusion that existed for a few months at the European table, but I think we managed to put an end to it for the moment.
Okay. Prime Minister Plenković, I'm interested in your take. Again, to quote the President of the Commission, she said, Europe's response will be unflinching, united and proportional. There's a European Council meeting on Thursday night. What kinds of things will Croatia be arguing for that Europe should respond to from these twin challenges, Russia and the United States now?
Yes. First of all, thank you for being here again for 10th season in a row as the Prime Minister of Croatia. My first point is regarding what we were discussing in December in Brussels. I think whatever the outcome was, pending option A, option B, using the Russian Central Bank frozen assets or the loan, the good outcome that we have found 90 billion euros to finance Ukraine for 26 and 27, both functioning of the state, the entire I would say blood flow of the financial system, and also helping Ukraine to defend itself. This was the key political objective. How we got to it was basically a technique. I think the outcome which came out was a little bit more secure when it comes to the legal certainty, and therefore Bart has managed to convince the majority of us that his arguments were fine. When it comes to the two pressures, one coming from Russia with the brutal violation of international law and the aggression against Ukraine after other episodes in the part of Europe which was formerly a neighborhood, now it's more into the enlargement basket. I mean here Moldova and Georgia, which do have basically frozen territories. I think that the key aspect is to remain vigorously on the side of the Ukrainians and on the side of freedom, democracy and international law. This is what we stand for. This is why we have supported so strongly Ukraine over the past 4 years. I think many of us will be heading to Kyiv on the 24th of February to extend further support. And I think we should a little bit revisit what we discussed a few days ago, and that is the peace plan. Now, the Greenland has taken us, the entire debate, into a different direction, a bit odd, unexpected, but these are the realities of a changing global order. We are, as we have seen recently, in the situation where the international organizations, international law, global governance, as we knew it, is changing so rapidly that we need to position ourselves. I think the only safe way for the European Union to remain an actor is to try to be as united as possible. Not necessarily all the governments are singing the same tune. And if that is visible from someone who would like to see a little bit more divisions on the EU side, then that will be exactly the weak spot and the weak link which will be emphasized. So I guess that this meeting on Thursday night is supposed to strengthen our position on supporting Denmark, obviously. That is a very logical way to do it, but also maintaining sensible, reasonable, expected, good transatlantic ties with the United States. I mean, for all of us, despite all the, let's say, noise in the communications channel, I mean, United States is an ally and a friend. I don't know anybody among 27 who has altered that position. So we need to talk to each other more, maybe be less abrupt in being faced with fait accompli propositions, but more talking to each other and finding solutions for the global order. This is our position, and this is a line of Croatia that has been very clear for the last 10 years.
Thank you very much. Marguerite, you run a big European bank. And both things, I guess, are important to you. You're European, you're also a banker. How do you navigate these geopolitical waters? I was quite struck that the European Business Roundtable issued a statement saying, okay, it's enough with America, we need to get tough, which is not the normal thing that you expect business people to say. So how do you see it?
You're right. As my accent probably betrays me, I'm French, and at the same time, I live in Amsterdam, running, a Dutch bank, so I would define myself as passionately European. And when I try to think about what are all European values, I would say that, this is about, the rule of law, this is about human dignity, this is about democracy, this is about also reason and truth. And all these values of cooperation have served us well in the past decades, and helped us build a Europe-free wall. Right now, we feel challenges from all fronts. Outside of Europe, with walls, with authoritarian regimes, and also, in fairness, within Europe, with, I would say, added polarization, sometimes the erosion of truth in our internal debate, and sometimes also political instability and fragmentation. And right now, looking at Europe, we sometimes feel, hey, are we a herbivore in a world of carnivores? Because on all fronts, we feel right now under pressure.
Looks a bit like that.
Mm-hmm. It may feel like that. And then the answer is, if we want to defend our values, we need to be strong. And this is not only about, I would say, military or political strength. This is also about economic strength. And this is where, very, humbly as a banker, we feel we can contribute. Because what are banks? The plumbing of the economy. the blood circulating in the economy, making projects possible, financing innovation, financing infrastructure, and taking risk we manage and understand. And this is what we want to do because we want to be, strong European banks for a strong Europe. That sometimes also lead us to I would say, question collectively our risk appetite in Europe. Don't get me wrong. I was, at the time of the financial crisis, actually in the public service working at the Élysée, so I got first-hand experience of what goes wrong when the financial sector goes wrong. But I think we have built a very sound financial sector, and now we need to make sure that sometimes, our collective risk appetite is not preventing us from also financing the needed European transitions, be it, energy, defense, mobility, tech and digital, to name a few. Because unfortunately, being conservative in today's world and status quo is not a very, it's not a risk-off position. It is a very dangerous one.
Well, that leads me naturally to Arthur Mensch, because I think one of the reasons for American super confidence and their slight contempt for Europe, maybe slight is an understatement, is the sense that we have fallen way behind in the industries of the future, particularly technology. And indeed, I remember being at a meeting and you passed by and somebody said, there's our only hope. He's the only guy we've got. I don't want to lay too much on you. But how far behind is Europe and what can we do about it?
Well, I think there are a few reasons to be optimistic on that front. If you look at technology is about inflection points, and whenever you have a replatforming of software because you've invented a new technology, you can expect competition to rise again, and you can expect opportunities to rise. And then the question is Europe ready to use those opportunities to catch up? Because effectively, we lost the battle on cloud, and we created a huge dependency to US digital services in Europe. So that's 80% of digital services being imported from the US to Europe, and that's effectively all that amount of value that is coming back to the US used and reinvested in R&D to build further leverage and further dominance. And so this is true, but yet AI is a way to build different software. It's a different kind of infrastructure that you need to build. You need a lot of energy. You need high density energy sites. Europe has plenty of those. You can rebuild the entire public cloud services based on AI technology, and it's actually much less costly to rebuild thanks to artificial intelligence. So suddenly the unit economics of software have changed. And the good thing about Europe is that we have opportunities. We have, again, energy, high supply of energy. We have talented people that can build software quickly. We actually have manufacturing, financial services, those companies that are worldwide competitors, world-class. And those companies are willing to spend on R&D, willing to transform themselves around artificial intelligence. And what we've seen in the last year, and honestly, I think Donald Trump presidency played a role there, is that a lot of these companies and a lot of European states realize that now may be the time to partner with European technology providers to build value together, to make sure that the value created is reinvested in research and development, to further build leverage and get rid of the dependency that we have created for ourselves. And that dependency, the technological dependency, is probably the biggest vector of power of the United States. And if you talk to J.D. Vance, that's exactly how he staged that. So we do need to build that leverage and to make sure that that we use our strength to not fall into what I think is the biggest risk in the coming years for Europe, which is to become a colony in artificial intelligence. In that we may be in a state, if European technology does not achieve its goals, we may be in a state where 95% of digital services and artificial intelligence is imported from the US. And that means that our entire industry is going to run its processes on top of an infrastructure that can be turned off. If the US decides to. That also means that our defense technology and deterrence is going to rely on US technology that can be turned off, and that means deterrence cease to be anything. And eventually that also means something for democracies. And at Mistral we don't really focus on that, we really focus on the two first points. But on the consumer side, if you end up with two US companies that owns access to information and can influence how people think, that means they can actually influence elections, they can influence the regimes wherever they actually are deployed. And so I think we can build leverage onto three things, so defense, economy, and information sovereignty. We work with businesses, enterprises, and states to make sure that we create leverage on two first. We can do it more. We think Europe could invest more in European technology, procure more European technology, cease to procure US technology, and that would propel us forward. But really, we have reasons to be optimistic, and in a way, we are ceasing to be the frog in the slowly boiling kettle, because we realize that effectively they've built leverage, and they're going to use it. So no, a lot of red lines have been crossed, and it means that actions are being taken, and I think we should continue to take them.
Just kind of quick follow-up. I mean, as you say, you run a major business. You must, in the space you're in, work a lot with Americans. You have to.
I mean, we do. Yeah, we do, and we export to America, and we haven't built our differentiation based on sovereign concerns only. We've built an approach to enterprise software, an approach to creation of value in financial services manufacturing that we actually export to the US.
But as a businessman, you know, with responsibility to the people who invested in you, can you do the things that politically you think need to be done, which is, you know, reduce your risk, reduce your exposure to the United States?
We have, in that we have reduced our dependency to hyperscalers, for instance. That's why we moved toward infrastructure. We decided to invest in creating our own servers, in buying our own GPUs, in operating those, and eventually what we are achieving is that we are now a full stack vertically integrated AI cloud provider. That does reduce our dependency to US services, because effectively when we started, we used US cloud services because there was nothing else to train models on. No, we do depend on goods. The good dependency is not going to disappear anytime soon, but the good dependency is much more balanced, in that the US actually needs European goods, we need US goods. We'll find a way. On digital services, this is not balanced, and this is a very high risk. And so that's why we decided to build that vertically integrated stack, because we heard from the market, from public sector, from defense, that this was a requirement.
Okay. Marguerite, actually, I'd just like to ask you how all of this applies to the financial sector. I mean, because people are saying, I mean, maybe this trade war will be called off and Donald Trump will change his mind, etc. But if it starts, it'll start spilling over perhaps into banking and into the financial markets. In fact, do you think we're already seeing a reaction in the financial markets to the growing uncertainty?
I would say that, you know, there's one thing markets don't like is you know, uncertainty. And certainly, you know, when there is less cooperation, people start to really become fidgety. And I think there's something interesting that we're observing right now. And if you remember what happened last April when you know, the discussions on tariffs were in full swing, you know, what really put some reasons back in the system was the fact that, you know, markets reacted strongly, and basically the, you know, the interest rate on the 10-year, you know, US bond started to you know, go through the roof, huh? And the US, you know, have their weaknesses, and one of these weaknesses is, you know, they have enormous amount of debts they need to finance. So at some point, you know, when markets and money markets become fidgety, this is also having an impact. And if I look right now, and it's quite interesting, despite, you know, 3 cuts by the Fed in you know, short-term interest rates, you see that the 10-year yield bond is not you know, following that pace, huh? Mm-hmm. So right now there is uncertainty, and you see it, you know, spiking. The 10-year right now is at its highest level since September. So markets are sort of bracing for impact right now.
Interesting. President Noceda, I mean, coming back to the Russia challenge, what's your assessment of the state of the Russian economy, and do you think there is more that Europe can do to pile pressure on?
The information we receive, of course, is not very encouraging for the state of Russian economy, and I think Russian economy is just deteriorating and have had a lot of macroeconomic problems, disbalances, and I think this is a matter of time when they will switch into the stage of stagflation, stagnation and high inflation at the same time. But you know that the specific feature of Russia is that the politicians or dictator can ignore the macroeconomic situation just by putting all the burden to the ordinary people and just pretending to invest more into the defense and ignoring all these imbalances, at least for the time being. So it doesn't mean that we shouldn't put additional pressure on Russia in form of sanctions, and European Union will do this, I am pretty sure. And we have to punish also the close ally of Russia, Belarus, which is actually our neighbor, very close neighbor, 600 kilometers common border with Lithuania. And we are just experiencing almost every day a form of attacks. It might be the illegal migration, it might be metal balloons, the drones coming from Ukraine. And this regime is close ally of Putin and should be sanctioned logically too. So this is the reason why all the time I support the idea of imposing the sanctions on Belarus, because this country is a source of instability in the region. What should Europe do? Of course, Europe should take more responsibilities, not only in the field of economy, but also in the field of military forces. And I see that we made quite significant progress in last months. Much should be done in the future because we are still lagging behind by many means. First of all, we are lagging behind if we compare our military capabilities with Russian capabilities. We are obviously lagging behind if we compare the production capacity. The Russians can produce ammunition, military guns and other military equipment, and Europe has not so much time in order to
That's the question I wanted to ask you, is this time question, because I've heard very different assessments. Some, one senior former European leader said to me, the Russian threat is overdone. They've been fighting for 4 years. They haven't taken Kharkiv, which is, 30 miles from their frontier. There's no way they're going to attack Europe. And then there are others like Mark Rutte, the Secretary General, who says, no, this is a very, very dangerous moment. And people in the Baltic states also say, you could take the threat from Russia as quite imminent.
This is not about Baltic states. This time, I think this is not about the Baltic states, because missiles can reach in 5-10 minutes every capital of Europe. This is, by the way, the wording of Mark Rutte too. So we are all affected, because this time Putin wants to challenge the democracy, our rule of law, and all these good things you mentioned. And I think we have to be aware. And why I am talking that after the peace deal, Russia will stay aggressive. You can imagine they produce enormous amounts of guns, ammunition, equipment. And do you think they will leave those goods idle when the peace deal is over? I don't think so, because we know the origin of Russia, we know their ideas, messianism idea, first of all. And I think this is a matter of concern, big concern. And we are able to deal with that matter only together. So this is, for me, the heartbreaking to see the conflict between the United States and Europe, because I'm a strong believer in transatlantic bond.
Yeah.
My country is too.
Yeah, heartbreaking indeed, and also dangerous. And Mr. De Wever, I wanted to ask you about that, because the Prime Minister Plenković said, look, in the end, we all know America's an ally, and this is still our view. But listening to you earlier, you said, talked about the prospect of us becoming unhappy slaves. Do you share that view that we can take it for granted that the US is an ally of Europe?
Unfortunately not. I would like to confirm that they are an ally, but then they have to behave like an ally. And if you talk about the Russian threat, it's not that great if the West is united, but we are not united, and Putin sees this. The economy of Russia is very weak. Their military threat is not very real unless we are divided. But it's exactly what he sees, that we are divided. When we had the last meeting of the Coalition of the Willing in Paris, the American delegation started their opening statement by saying, we're not here to take a side in the conflict. I found this very shocking because I grew up in the 1980s where the West stood for something, for the sovereignty of the people, for democracy, for freedom. The idea that in a conflict between a tyrant and a democracy, the United States will say, no, we're not going to take sides. In a gathering of the Coalition of the Willing pro-Ukraine, of democratic allied countries saying we're coming here together because one of us is threatened by Russian aggression, we have to support them. They said, we're not here to take sides. We're here to make a deal. Putin sees this. This is his strength, is our division. And of course, if he follows the news and says now a NATO country is threatening another NATO country with military invasion, it will not discourage him to continue his war on Ukraine. It will certainly not discourage the Chinese to choose for an imperialistic agenda. And if the Atlantism would really die, I hope not, but if it dies, globalization will die with it. That's very clear. Yeah. And we cannot stay a herbivore in that world. That's the European lesson we have to learn. We have to wake up, we have to rearm, we have to integrate our market, and we have to weaponize our market, and we have to seek new alliances. I don't think we have to annul the alliance we have, but we have to seek new ones. Mercosur was very useful. I have to do it.
Do we have to tilt towards China a bit?
We have to continue engaging China. China is always a mystery. They could go both ways. They could go full imperialistic. But I think China can also be engaged to evolve towards a win-win situation. But of course, then you also need the United Europe to talk to them, to say what is our win. Because for the moment, it is their win and our lose. In 2007, the numbers don't lie. The European economy was 10 times bigger than China. Now we're equal. In 2007, we were equal with the United States. Now they're 50% in front of us. The entire difference is the tech sector. We've become totally dependent on technology that we do not own and do not control. That is not how the Chinese did it. They did it differently. We were a little bit naive, and it's time to wake up. We need our own technological platforms to build the prosperity of tomorrow. If not, Trump can do with us, he can play with us. He can make us slaves because we actually are slaves then. And we will have to take for granted whatever he does. And we've been accustomed to very nice presidents like Obama, and we haven't noticed that the shift in America is not bound to one presidency. It's a structural shift. The face of America has turned to the Pacific. Their backside is turned to the Atlantic. And that will not change after Trump. It's a structural thing. So it's up to us, I think, not to complain about Trump because you say you will get all the attention tomorrow. I can assure you, you already had it today. Yeah. In every conversation, it's Trump, 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 Trump. Okay, that's very nice. And we can complain about Trump, the way he does things, the way he tells things, the humiliation, he lays it on very thick. But that cannot exclude us or that does not exempt you from doing your own homework. And maybe we should focus on that. And then maybe in 5 years, we will say, thank you, Mr. Trump, for waking us up just in time to build a much stronger Europe and a united Europe. It can go either way. Either we unite or either globalization will die and we will be the victim of it.
Yeah. Do you want to say that? I want to come to Prime Minister Plenković in a second, but quick one.
Maybe two remarks on my side. I fully agree with the Prime Minister. One of the striking facts for me, and you know, I went to university in the US. This is a country I deeply feel for. I'm struck by the weakness of US institutions at the moment. It is striking. Huh? We thought that this was, you know, the strongest democracy with you know, strong checks and balances. You know, right now when I'm talking to American CEOs, many of them accept to say things in private that they don't dare saying in public because they are concerned about potential retortions on their companies. And I'm like, oh my God, is this the US we're talking about? So that's one sort of, you know, fact that we have to digest as well in the way we perceive the US right now. And the other one is, and that may seem as a long time ago, but I think we all read, you know, the paper, the US, you know, the national strategy.
Sure.
that was shared. And the terms in which Europe were described, I mean, was described, it's not, you know, it's not a description of an ally or a friend, huh? And so it is.
Yeah. Well,
really
it's a friend that needs intervention because we're apparently facing civilizational erasure and they need to help us out of it. But Prime Minister Plenković, obviously you sit at the different end of Europe from Belgium. From your point of view in Croatia, I think you were the last enlargement, the last most recent member of the EU. Do you think enlargement is still something that the EU should be looking at as a way of strengthening itself?
Absolutely. We are certainly the last member of the European Union, but it was already 13 years ago. We joined NATO in 2009, and that's why for us, you know, when after the Bucharest NATO summit at the time, President Bush came to Croatia and the San Marcos Square in front of the government in parliament, he said, no one will ever take your freedom away. For a country that had occupied territories to 27% at a certain point, which was the biggest percentage Ukraine had in 2022, that was an important message of stability and assurance of peace. That's why for us, keeping the transatlantic relationship is important. It's something that is embedded in our way of thinking how we see democracy and the West. And I'm sure the similar logic also is in Lithuania. What I would like to say here, how does it look when it comes to the enlargement? I think we are at the point where we might change the optics. So far, the optics of the enlargement was every country fulfilling the criteria, whether it's political, economic, rule of law, on its own merits. Now, if the part of the deal for the peace deal in Ukraine will be a faster pace for Ukraine towards the European Union, that may completely alter the approach, and it will be an entirely geopolitical approach to the enlargement, which then opens the space for the countries of Southeast Europe, our neighbors, the Western Balkan countries. And for us, it is strategically important that while strongly supporting Ukrainian efforts, we would like to see that the countries also in our neighborhood, especially Bosnia and Herzegovina, take this chance and be looked at in a more favorable way than it was so far. So this debate will be, I would say, struck by the absorption capacity of the European Union, something we rarely talk about, but these are two elements which are critical. One is how we actually take the decisions, because making decisions at 6, 9, 12, 15, 25, 27 or 28 and now back to 27, it's one thing. Making them at, let's say, 35, 36, it's even a little bit more complex. And then the budgetary implications, because a number of us are still so-called friends of cohesion, meaning that we are on the recipient side when it comes to the distributionary power of the EU budget. That means we pay less as a contribution than we would actually receive in order to get to the level playing field. That is the logic of the European solidarity through cohesion, agriculture, or budgetary policies. So with Ukrainian membership, things will change. The countries.
Do you think you'll become a net contributor?
I don't know. There aren't really that precise calculations yet, but it will certainly have a big impact on everyone, and that is something that will be taken into account. So I think that in parallel with the ongoing negotiations on the next multi-annual financial framework 28-34, we should take a fresh look on what will happen with the enlargement of the Union. I think this is the global moment where the European Union should be stronger, both in terms of industry, in terms of competitiveness, in terms of the AI, and most of all, defense and security. And in that context, enlargement should not be neglected. I think we should fill in the sort of grey holes that are there and that are literally within the body of the European Union, that is the Southeast Europe today. And that's why our policy was always in favor of the enlargement, but I think we need a serious open debate and a fresh look on what is going to happen in the few years ahead of us.
Okay, well, we've had a great discussion. There's about 6 minutes left. I'm sorry, I meant to leave at least 10 for questions, but, you know. Does anybody want to ask a question if there are microphones around? Is there a hand? Do I see a hand? Yeah, in the front row here.
1
second.
Hi, everybody. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, leader of the democratic process of Belarus. My question is, I hear the voices that we need to lift sanctions from Russia or Belarus or engage with the dictators. I really appreciate the policy of Lithuania and President Nausėda and hear your strong position. What are the opinions? You know, I'm really skeptical about this, but will it help?
Okay, perhaps for you.
What's the question?
So the leader of the Belarusian opposition saying she's worried.
There are voices that we should engage with dictators or lift sanctions from Russia or Belarusian regime.
Do you think? Okay, I mean, just to add a nuance to that, some people say, look, the Americans are talking to the Russians. Maybe the Europeans should talk to the Russians as well. What do you think?
Americans are talking with Belarusians.
Yeah,
they are talking with Belarusians, Belarus releases some political prisoners, at the same time throws new prisoners into the prisons. But the question was about our unity regarding this issue too, because there are some discussions about how hard we should approach Belarus, how consistent and decisive issue have to be in front of Belarus, and I think we have to apply the same policies as against Russia, because, as I mentioned, and not only that, Belarus is deploying the Oreshnik systems, Belarus is deploying tactical nuclear weapons, building, or at least there are the plans to build new nuclear reactors additionally by violating all the safety rules and standards. So this is really the matter of concern, especially taking into account that this current regime has consolidated itself. This is a problem not for next 1 or 2 years. It might be the problem for next 10 years.
Prime Minister Davos, I saw you wanted to say something.
Well, negotiate with Putin, I think, is not a very good idea, because, as the Americans said, if you want to speak, speak softly, but carry a big stick. We don't have a big stick. We can only speak softly. And that is, for the moment, that's our problem. With soft speech, you're not going to convince Belarus, you're not going to convince Putin. You're the real elected leader of Belarus. And if you talk about enlargement, this is our power. It's Europe wants to be, people want to join the European Union. Yes. Nobody wants to join China. Nobody, no neighbor of the United States says, we want to join the United States. Nobody wants to. They want to join the European Union just because we have respect. We have the rule of law. We do speak softly. But it is an important debate, because the enlargement will, of course, test the absorption of the United States of Europe, I wanted to say that. But
give it a couple of years.
Just at the moment where we need deep integration, to get the big stick, the enlargement debate is contradictory to that. Maybe we should do both, create Europes at different speeds, because I do want to enlarge, and I do hope that one day we can have you join as the real leader of Belarus in the European family and speak softly amongst ourselves. Would be great.
Actually, I'll just take it, and then I'll come to you. There's a question over there, just one more.
Sorry, I take the floor from the Prime Minister. My name is Michael Murray, and I represent, frankly speaking, Ukraine. We are Vice President for MHP company. We are the biggest producer of poultry in Europe. First of all, from Ukraine...
Keep it short, because we've only got 2 minutes.
From Ukrainians, we would like to thank you for all these words of support and for your clear standing for Ukraine, for independence, and for your clear understanding what is the good and what is bad. And this is very important. I will be very short, because I wanted to ask about the question about our integration, boosting integration to you, and it's very great that you mentioned it first. But one point I would like to mention in this that maybe, what do you think? Maybe Europe needs more clarity, more strategy regarding how you will perceive, how you see Ukrainian potential to strengthen strategic autonomy of...
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you off there, though you won't get an answer. Prime Minister Plenković, why don't you answer that, because you wanted to add to some of the other stuff.
If I may just relate a little bit to what
Madam
Tikhanovskaya said, because she mentioned the issue of the sanctions. I think we need to be very clear on what Kremlin is doing. The dialogue between the United States and Russia on Ukraine is the way to, first of all, restore the relations between Moscow and Washington. Secondly, to be in the position to get gradually rid of various restrictive measures or sanctions regime, whether it's European, American, or somebody else's, or UK's. And third, seek the full rehabilitation at the international scene. These are the three steps which are crystal clear. Everything that has been happening over the last few months in the context of negotiations is going into that direction. And what we have seen, despite all the packages of sanctions, which did have an impact on Russian economy, and I'm sure everything is even probably more complicated than Gitana suggested, we didn't see the reflection on the political line, nor the political context, nor the strengthening of the opposition, no weakening of the regime, no change of the course. This is the specificity that we are dealing in. That's where the problem is. That's why the United States are, in this context with the new second Trump administration, in the position to talk, because they talk actually differently than what the rest of us talk in the context of the European Union. They have given themselves a maneuvering space. When it comes to the question of Ukraine, Ukraine actually has a lot to give to Europe when it comes to security and defense. Basically, Ukrainian military today is the only one that has been in such a test of war and defense that nobody else has done that on such a large scale. We are a small country. We had a problem 30 years ago, but it's almost uncomparable to what Ukraine has endured, suffered, and actually resisted so strongly in order to diminish the percentage of the currently occupied territories and illegally annexed from 27 to 19.5, which I suggested to President Zelensky, never give a drop of an ink to something that may be giving away territories de jure.
Yeah, very shortly.
I'm afraid I think we're out of time and they're going to throw us out of the room, but just 2 sentences and then I'll wrap it up.
I am in favor of setting a very clear date of the membership for Ukraine and European Union, not as a legally binding, but as a political ambition. And I represent this idea in all the European Council meetings, and I hope that there will be more colleagues supporting this idea. This would be a great contribution to the strategic autonomy you mentioned too.
Okay, that's a very good thought, a concrete proposal on which to end this session. So thank you very much to the panel and thanks to the audience.
Subordinate Europe.
Ça arrive, je pense. T'as vu, on est très coordonnés. Quand on m'a dit, j'ai que les trucs dans les mains, je les ai. Ah ouais. Si toi tu mets la tête, j'ai fait après ça va bien. Bien coordonné. Comme Steve Jobs et Mark Zuckerberg. Au moins, c'est plus t'as un plan, parce que là, tu commences à ouais, puis après, ça se voit aussi. Ouais. Simple. Écoute, j'ai déjà vu que la session ce soir de Saïd, il y avait 18h20 ou 18h. J'ai l'impression que l'agenda est en train de glisser.
Alors moi, elle m'a déjà dit à 18h20 hier.
Ouais, ok.
Enfin, même avant-hier, quand on a passé mon badge, elle m'a dit...
Oui, mais ça avait tout à l'heure, ça a déjà eu.
Ah bah voilà.
Monsieur le Président, bonjour. Comment allez-vous? Ça va? Est-ce que le président américain...
Je ne vais pas faire une interview en marchant sur des choses sérieuses.
Est-ce que le président américain le point de non-retour a été atteint avec Donald Trump?
Merci à tous.
Does Europe need a stronger response to America?
Merci.
Hey, hey, hey.
Vous avez besoin d'aller à l'intérieur? Non. Non, ah, vous restez... Ah, bah, tant mieux.
I'm going to get started. Welcome, everybody. Mr. President, welcome. I've been visiting France for more than 50 years. I know I don't look it, but truly so. And over that time, I've been passionate about visiting France, understanding it, learning about it, learning from it. But mostly I've been passionate about the debates we have related to the French economy, and importantly, the French's future of France. What's striking to me about these debates, the debates have actually changed. And the debates have changed over the last decade. Today, I think there's a broad agreement around one single idea, that economic growth matters. Economic growth, as it broadens, reduces polarization. I think that sounds obvious now about the need for economic growth, but not so long ago. It was still an open question whether competitiveness would truly sit at the center of France's economic vision. I think that question has been answered, and President Emmanuel Macron has been the key man driving that shift and answering that question. In fact, you could make an argument that no French leader has led his country at a more pivotal time since World War II. From the onset, President Macron has argued that France must strengthen itself. It must strengthen its defense. It must renew itself in its capacity to innovate, but also importantly, and maybe more importantly today than ever before, and remain engaged in the world. That perspective has defined his presidency and is one that is helping to shape the conversation, the needed conversation about Europe's future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you very much, Larry, for your words. Your Majesties, distinguished heads of state and governments, President Lagarde, ministers, ambassadors, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be here, and it's great to be here, as the Financial Times would say. And it's a time of peace, stability, and predictability. So let's try to address the key challenge of this world in a few minutes' time. But it's clear that we are reaching a time of instability, of imbalances, both from the security and defense point of view and the economic point of view. Look at the situation where we are. I mean, a shift towards autocracy against democracy, more violence, more than 60 wars in 2024, an absolute record, even if I understood a few of them were fixed. And conflict has become normalized, hybrid, expanding into new domains, space, digital, information, cyber, trade, and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules, where international law is trampled underfoot, and where the only law that seems to matter is that of the strongest, and imperial ambitions are resurfacing. Obviously, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which will enter into its 4th year next month, and conflicts continue in the Middle East and across Africa. This is as well a shift towards a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And when we look at the situation, it's clearly a very concerning time, because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty. And competition from China, where massive excess capacities or distortive practices threaten to overwhelm entire industrial and commercial sectors. Export control has become more dangerous new tools, destabilizing global trade and the international system. And the answer, in order to fix this issue, is more cooperation and building new approaches. And it's clearly building more economic sovereignty and strategic autonomy, especially for the Europeans, which is for me the core answer. In this context, I want to exclude two approaches. The first approach would be to, I would say, to passively accept the law of the strongest, leading to vassalization and bloc politics. I think accepting a sort of new colonial approach doesn't make sense. And all the head of state and government and business leaders, which would be too complacent with such an approach, will take a huge responsibility. The second would be to adopt a purely moral posture, limiting ourselves to commentary. That path would condemn us to marginalization and powerlessness. Faced with the brutalization of the world, France and Europe must defend an effective multilateralism because it serves our interests and those of all who refuse to submit to the rule of force. And for me, the two answers are, on one side, more sovereignty and more autonomy for the Europeans. On the other side, an efficient multilateralism to deliver results through cooperation. Obviously, France and Europe are attached to national sovereignty and independence, to the United Nations and to its charter. And it's not an old-fashioned way to live multilateralism. It's just not to totally forget what we learned from the Second World War and remain committed to cooperation. And this is also because of those principles that we have decided to join the mutual exercise in Greenland without threatening anyone, but just supporting an ally and another European country, Denmark. Facing this order and this new situation, this year France holds the G7 presidency with a clear ambition to restore the G7 as a forum for frank dialogue among major economies and for collective and cooperative solutions. Trade wars, protectionist escalation, races towards overproduction will only produce losers. This is why addressing global economic imbalances is our key priority. And if we look at the situation, the current imbalances are due to some key phenomena, and we all have to deliver our own agenda. This includes American overconsumption, Chinese underconsumption and overinvestment, and European underinvestment and lack of competitiveness. And these imbalances are also reflected in development gaps, by the way, and we can no longer settle for aid that neither delivers sufficient result nor enables countries to escape poverty. So our objective through the G7 is to demonstrate that the world's major powers are still capable of reaching a shared diagnosis of the global economy and committing to concrete actions. Cooperating is not about blaming others. It is about assuming one's share of responsibility and contributing to solutions. So the objective of this G7 will be to build this framework of cooperation in order to fix the roots of these imbalances and restore efficient convergence and cooperation through multilateral frameworks. And the other objective is as well to build bridges and more cooperations with the emerging countries, the BRICS and the G20, because the fragmentation of this world would not make sense. Here, this point is for, I would say, the global agenda and how see our G7 agenda. On the other side, we have the European answer. And for me, Europe clearly has to fix its key issues: the lack of growth, the lack of GDP per capita growth, and the three pillars of our strategy in order to deliver more sovereignty, more efficiency and more growth would be based on protection, simplification and investment. Because the diagnosis is well known, European competitiveness still lags behind that of the US, and in the current global order, facing precisely the Chinese approach, we have to react. So first, protection. Protection doesn't mean protectionism. But today's Europeans are too naive. This is the unique market open to everybody without checking level playing field. Nobody can access the Chinese market as people are accessing the European market for sure. But even if you take the US and a lot of other countries, the level of protection does exist for investment and trade. And the Europeans are the only one not to protect their own companies and their own markets when the other countries doesn't respect level playing field. This is why we have to be much more realistic if we want to protect our chemical industry, our industry, from the automotive sectors to a lot of others, because they are being literally killed by the lack of respect of a normal framework and level playing field. Europe has very strong tools now, and we have to use them when we are not respected and when the rules of the game are not respected, by the way. The anti-coercion mechanism is a powerful instrument, and we should not hesitate to deploy it in today's tough environment. We must also advance the principle of European preference. There is a North American preference in your market. There is no European preference today. We are progressively creating it, and in the latest documents and decisions taken by the decisions, we do have the first examples of that, but this is extremely good. And we are currently aligning closely with Germany to deliver an ambitious and simple framework. And this is a decisive project, and I count on the European Commission to present a proposal as well by early 2026 with the highest possible level of ambition in order to deliver, I would say, across the different sectors, the principle of European preference. This is a necessity. We must act on imports as well regarding this protection issue. And in the context of escalating trade tensions and Asian overcapacities, Europe must strengthen its trade defense instruments, including mirror measures to enforce regulatory standards, and we must improve the quality and added value of foreign direct investments, targeting projects with strong export potential. And this is core for the rebalancing with China. China is welcome, but what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe in some key sectors to contribute to our growth, to transfer some technologies, and not just to export towards Europe some devices or products which sometimes don't have the same standards or are much more subsidized as the one being produced in Europe. It's not being protectionist, it's just restoring this level playing field and protecting our industry. So from safeguard clauses to mirror clauses to European preferences and incentives for more FDIs, this strategy is absolutely key. And in parallel, protecting our economies will also require a resilient strategy on both imports and exports to de-risk supply chains, particularly for raw materials, rare earths, semiconductors, chips, and to diversify our trade partners. The second pillar of the European economy and the European strategy should be simplification. And when I speak about simplification, we started with CSRD, CSDDD, And we have to do much more on different sectors, and we did it during the past few weeks on automotive, and we have to do it on chemical, digital, AI, banking, and so on. And the core of this simplification is sometimes to get rid of some recent regulations when they desynchronize in a certain way the European Union in comparison with the rest of the world. But we have as well to accelerate the deepening of the single market. On all these sectors, the 450 million inhabitants and consumers market should be the domestic market of all the EU companies. It's not yet the case as long as you have complexities. In doing so, we must ensure respect technological neutrality and non-discrimination within the European Union. This is another pillar, another point of simplification. Neutral approach in terms of technology and non-discrimination. We discriminate during such a long time between the different sources of energies. It's counterproductive for the Europeans themselves. Companies have a role to play, and we must act, and you must act. And clearly, you must help identify and concretely help us to simplify where it is needed. But for me, this agenda of simplification is not a matter of discussion, but just implementation, speed and scale. The third pillar of the European strategy for more competitiveness and more autonomy is based on investment and innovation. We have to invest much more. If there is a GDP per capita so different between the US and Europe, 65% to 70% of the explanation is due to the difference in terms of innovation. And the US was much more innovative because of public and private investment. So in our budget for the months to come, because we will negotiate during the years, this year in Europe, we have to invest much more money in the critical sectors where the innovation will be made. AI, quantum, green tech, but as well defense and security. The size of our common budget is not the right one. We have to invest much more money in order to be much more credible and accelerate this innovation agenda. But at the same time, if you look at the situation, we don't have sufficient private investment. And this is one of the main differences. We do have the savings as the Europeans, much more than the US, by the way. But this saving is overinvested in bonds and sometimes in equities, but outside Europe. So this is why the top priority should be securitization program. It is prepared, we have to accelerate the implementation. And second, capital market union. Precisely in order to have more integration and simplification, but to have an efficient capital market union in order to invest much more money and use our savings to be invested on innovation and equity in Europe. This agenda for me is our top priority, both the global and the European one. And it is to be implemented in the months to come, because everything is about acceleration. And France is committed to deliver this agenda. We work very closely with our key partner. And at the same time, our objective for France is to stabilize our results and our macro approach, and to remain the highly attractive country we are. We've been the most attractive country of Europe during the past 6 years, and to consolidate our deep structural reforms and our key advantage. And on top of the business framework we have, I want here to insist on the fact that we have a competitive, stable, low-carbon electricity supply. We exported last year 90 terawatt-hours of electricity, and a low-carbon one, based on our nuclear model. We have world-class innovation and research capabilities, and we will improve them. And we have one of the most vivid and active ecosystem in AI, quantum computing, energy transition, etc., and a lot of the startups and unicorns and large caps of these sectors are with me in my delegation today. And on top of that, let me insist, and I will stop here, on the fact that we have a high-quality infrastructure and large market with strong purchasing power. And we have a place where rule of law and predictability is still the rule of the game. And my guess is that it is largely underpriced by the market. And beyond what you can do in terms of investment, what you can do in terms of strong ambitions, having a place like Europe, which sometimes is too slow, for sure, and needs to be reformed, for sure, but which is predictable, loyal, and where you know that the rule of the game is just the rule of law, it's a good place. And I think this is a good place for today and for tomorrow. So we will be committed during 2026 to try to deliver this global agenda in order to fix global imbalances through more cooperations. And we will do our best in order to have a stronger Europe, much stronger, and more autonomous, based on the pillars I just mentioned, and based as well, and we can revert in the dialogue, but on more investment and commitments on defense and security, because we have to invest much more and invest much more. Because we do believe, and here in the epicenter of this continent, we do believe that we need more growth, we need more stability in this world, but we do prefer respect to bullies, we do prefer science to plotism, and we do prefer rule of law to brutality. You're welcome in Europe, and you are more than welcome to France.
What I'd really like to ask you is, how's your last few days been? But importantly, though, you framed out an economic direction for France and for Europe. If you had to prioritize to transform France and Europe as fast as possible, you close saying, yes, we are slow, yes, but what can we do right now to really accelerate it, to broaden the economies across Europe, that we have more participants? Is there any one silver bullet that you could do to really accelerate that type of growth?
I don't think there is one silver bullet, but I think on the very short run, given the situation in some critical sectors, I think the European preference is a necessity because we are desynchronized with the others. And the second one is clearly a big bunch of simplifications. The 28th regime, which is being prepared by the Commission, and the deepening of the single market is key. And this is why I insisted on capital market union. I think if we deliver European preference and capital market union, here are two game changers.
Well, you know, I've been talking about the capital market union in Europe as one of the major hindrances compared to the U.S. And so, yes, but I do believe, as we witnessed starting last year, we're starting to see it accelerate this year, you're starting to see more international flows coming back to Europe. And so that is beginning, and so I do believe that will accelerate. But in terms of priorities, if you had to tell the Commission, what should they be more swift in terms of transforming Europe faster, so it can compete with the U.S., compete with Europe, and exceed China and Europe, China and the U.S.?
Look, I think this is the discussion we have clearly with the Commission. We'll have an informal summit in February focused on this topic. Everything was largely drafted by both Letta and Draghi's reports and is well known. I think the difference is that Draghi was before China surpluses vis-à-vis Europe. I mean, we should not underestimate the fact that 2025, for the very first time,
$1 trillion.
Yeah, China has such a surplus vis-à-vis the rest of the world, 1/3 vis-à-vis the US, 1/3 Europe, 1/3 the rest of the world.
But it was $1 trillion. It was bigger than any other time.
Yeah, and for the first time, the deficit between Germany and China was a trade deficit for Germany. And this is a game changer for Europe. So this is why, clearly for me, we have to fix this issue. And second, it's about the tariffs. So if I have to tell you what could change the game and our approach for all of us in the year to come, for me it would be a bunch of simplification with all this omnibus package for the Commission, sector by sector, European preference, capital market union, and dismantling of the tariff between US and Europe. Because in such a context, what doesn't make sense is to have tariffs between allies.
Right.
We have to fix the war in Ukraine. We have to help the Ukrainians to resist and find a sustainable peace. We have to fix prosperity in democracies. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have tariffs and be divided, and even to threaten now with additional tariffs. We can use it. I mean, the crazy thing is that we can be put in a situation to use the anti-coercion mechanism for the very first time vis-à-vis the US if they put additional tariffs. Can you imagine that? This is crazy. This is, I mean, I do regret that. But this is a consequence of just unpredictability and useless aggressivity. So what we have to do is to remain very calm, all of us. We have such an agenda with so many opportunities and so many challenges. So let's be focused on peace in Europe. Everybody should be focused to help the Ukrainians to have a sustainable peace. Level playing field and fixing the issues and these imbalances with China, because it's an issue for the Europeans and the Americans. And third, let's be focused on more competitiveness in Europe and this big acceleration, full stop.
Throughout the sessions today, and I think during the week, AI is going to be the dominant conversation. And the question is, how does AI develop in Europe? I know there was one conversation already being held on that. What is your vision of AI for France specifically?
Look, we are a strong believer, and 1 year ago we organized this AI summit in Paris, and we are one of the most vibrant ecosystems in Europe. We're really
not in a recession, so 6.9%, calendar year 2025, 5.4%. I have called for getting that number down to 3% by the end of President Trump's term, and I think we're on the way.
So you've been using that tariff money to pay down the deficit then?
It feeds into the general account, and it's been a big part of it. And you know, again, last year, the U.S. 10-year bond was down about 40 basis points. I believe France was up about 40 or 50. Germany was up 50 or 60. U.S. bond market had its best performing year since 2020. And again, back to your point that after liberation,
scientists, mathematicians, and so on, and we are increasing our training programs and our capacities, and we have several hubs being identified, and we have a critical ecosystem with LLM champions, but as well we have startup on AI and quantum, I don't forget them, which are extremely present in all those different fields. One of the best evidence of the attractiveness and this vibrant ecosystem is that Jan LeCun when he decided to leave Meta and set up his own company, established it in France, right, a few weeks ago, which is for me a good evidence.
Big win.
A big win, and we will do our best to help him to work. This is a global company, but incorporated in France and established in France with these talents. So we have all these assets. But what is important for me now is to invest, to help all the startups and the companies in this sector to do much more and to increase. But to do my best in order to make sure that their domestic market is the EU market and not just the French one. Right. And when we speak about strengthening the single market, this is this point. And this is a game changer, because it means your domestic market is not just 68 million inhabitants, but 450 million. It's super important.
And it's important for Europe to have that unified grid, which it does not have yet.
Exactly.
So, for the remaining time, is there any one message that you really want to push over the course of your remaining term that really will resonate, not just resonate for France, but resonate for the world?
Look, I really believe that we are in these very challenging times, and you mentioned some of these challenges in your speech. I did in mind, and unhappily, we were even not totally complete. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, we see the level of investment in this world, in the current environment, and the ongoing revolution. This level of investment has no comparison with what happened during the past years, not to say decades. So my main message would be, let's not be shy. Let's not be divided. Let's not accept a global order which will be decided by those who claim to have I would say, the bigger voice or the bigger stick or the bigger one. I don't know. But let's focus on just common interests and common challenges. We know what we have to fix: growth, peace, climate. And we should not forget climate in this current agenda. We want peace, we want growth, we want climate. And investment, innovation, everything should be dedicated to fix these three issues. And in order to fix these three issues, let's focus on the key investments, the key innovation, but our ability to cooperate as well. And let's be clear, Davos was founded for restoring a global discussion, having a global discussion between business leaders, but as well governments and so on. A global discussion is a discussion where everybody is respected and where you provide an improvement and a way forward for every place and every people in this world. This is the only way to make it sustainable. And I think this is the right way to do. And even if this is less present in the global debate today, we should focus much more on this approach. More cooperation, and let's focus on our key challenge to deliver peace, prosperity, and decarbonization of our economies for our fellow citizens. This is our duty. As business leaders, as head of states and governments, and we have everything in order to deliver this agenda. Just let's be coordinated. Let's not waste time with crazy ideas. Let's not open Pandora box or new topics. And it's not a time for new imperialism or new colonialism. This is a time of cooperation in order to fix these three global challenges for our fellow citizens. Full stop.
We ran out of time. I want to thank the President of the Republic of France, Emmanuel Macron, for his wisdom, but most importantly, for your humanity and your leadership.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The G7 And because of that, Mexico came to the table, Canada came to the table, China, who exports or the precursor drugs, have all come to the table, and we're seeing a substantial drop in protecting the American people. On October 8th, the Chinese government announced rare earth export controls on the entire world, not just the U.S., and because of that, Mexico came to the table, Canada came to the table, China, who exports or the precursor drugs, have all come to the table, and we're seeing a substantial drop in protecting the American people. On October 8th, the Chinese government announced rare earth export controls on the entire world, not just the U.S., and which would have caused an industrial meltdown. President threatened 100% tariffs on China if they did this. My Chinese counterpart, who's been a very good interlocutor, had gone quiet for a couple of days. Chinese immediately came to the table, and they rolled the export controls out a year. And President Trump insisted that I negotiate on behalf of the whole world. So, in terms of the U.S. leading, this is what U.S. leadership looks like. He was able to use IEEPA tariffs to negotiate for the entire industrial world. So I think it's very important here.
I'm glad you mentioned China. I'm going to come back to China, but while we're here, what is the latest timetable on the much anticipated bilateral trade deal with China?
I had a meeting with my Chinese counterpart here in Davos last night, Vice Premier Hu Lifeng. He told me that just this week they have completed their soybean purchases, and we're looking forward to next year's 25 million tons. I suggested maybe he'd want to buy a little more, because President Trump always brings that up with Party Chair Xi when they speak, and they've done everything that they said they're going to do.
Are they having rare earth magnets flow, or are they putting restrictions on that? Because there were reports last year that the Chinese were saying, we will send the rare earths, but we're not sending them to any companies that are tied to the defense sector and the U.S. military.
They are flowing as expected. We are in a fulfillment rate that's in the 90s, which I think is quite satisfactory.
So they didn't stop, even if it's a defense company? Because I believe they tried to do that with Japan as well.
Well, Japan and China have gotten in a skirmish over some remarks that the Japanese Prime Minister made. So the U.S. is immune from that.
Okay, let's talk macro. The U.S. economy seems to have been doing much better than many expected. We had a 4.3% read in GDP last quarter. How would you assess the United States economy?
I think that it is very strong and likely accelerating. And Maria, just to be clear, that 4.3% GDP was private sector GDP. So, or actually after the fiscal contraction. So the real number was 4.7. The government contracted by 0.4, so that got us to 0.3. So that is pure private sector GDP. And President Trump's economic policy, tax deals, trade deals, and deregulation, the deregulation, which I think is probably the most powerful part, is really just starting to kick in now. So we have the tax deal, one big beautiful bill, done on July 4th, which no one said could be done. And it contains the full expensing for U.S. corporates on equipment, for factories, for ag structures. On the other side, for working Americans, the president's signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, interest deductibility, auto loans if you buy an American car. So we're seeing this wonderful balance between industrial America and Main Street America. I am also the IRS commissioner, and we did not change the withholding guidance. So we're going to see, as commissioner, I can see there are going to be very substantial tax refunds coming to working Americans in the first quarter. They'll change their withholding. They'll get a bump up in real incomes. Because of the expensing, we're seeing 12, 14% CapEx growth in the U.S., and historically, you have never seen a CapEx boom without seeing employment follow.
Yeah, you've got a CapEx boom and a productivity boom as well. 4.7% is much better than so many people expected last year. Are you expecting the economy to, at one point, hit 5% as well?
Well, the Atlanta Fed GDP number, which is a very noisy number, is now reading 5.3 because remember, the fourth quarter GDP included the Schumer shutdown. So some of that will be pushed into the first quarter. So I'm expecting that we could be well north of 3, and we'll have inflation coming down. As you said, productivity is very high, and we have measured inflation and observed inflation. And with the observed inflation, I think we can see that prices are already down, and that will trickle into the CPI and the PCE, which the Fed looks at.
Well, it's a good point because there is still a perception that prices are still high.
Well, prices are high. The Biden administration was a wipeout for working Americans. That the price level increased by 21, 22, 23%. But our friend Jason Trennard, the strategist, has something called the Common Man Index, and that is what do working Americans buy? So basket of groceries, insurance, rent, car payments, and that was up in the mid-30s. So very difficult, other than with energy. The president, through Drill Baby Drill, has gotten gasoline prices down. We're below $2 in many states. National average is below 3, even if you throw in the outlier of California. And so that we can get down. And we are working every day to get things down. And affordability is two pieces. Affordability is price level, but it's real incomes. Real incomes have gone up every month since President Trump took office. And as I said, I think we're going to see a big year for real incomes this year.
Wow. And you said in terms of the tax refunds, are we talking about thousands of dollars that people will be getting as a result?
We could see, for working families, for each wage earner, we could see up to $1,000 per wage earner.
Okay. You said that prices are still coming down, but they're still elevated. The president announced many things, a litany of things, just in the last 100 days. And I want you to walk through some of these things and tell us why they're important, because he put a ban on large institutional investors purchasing single-family homes. He asked for $200 billion purchases of mortgage-backed securities, and he put on a proposal for a 10% cap on credit card interest rates. We know credit card interest rates are always soaring, up to 28, 30% in some cases. That's going to cut into earnings of the bank, certainly. And he also teased something about 401ks, that you would be able to tap into your 401k to then buy a home. Walk us through these things. Why are these so key, in your view, to growth and to reining in prices?
Well, here, why don't we start from the beginning? So.
The first thing was the ban on large institutional investors purchasing single-family homes and the purchase of mortgage-backed securities.
Yep. So the ban on institutional investors in single-family homes, for those of you who are not American, in the U.S., pre-Great Financial Crisis, institutional investors did not participate in the single-family market. So post the financial crisis, institutional investors hoovered up single-family homes. They continue to do it, and there's an unfair tax arbitrage there. You and I have a mortgage. We can deduct the mortgage amount. Institutional investors can deduct the borrowing amount, but they can also expense any repairs and depreciation. So we think that it is a good idea to have them out of the market. We are going to give guidance at some point to see what is a mom and pop that someone, maybe your parents for their retirement, have bought 5, 10, 12 homes. So we don't want to push the mom and pops out. We just want to push everyone else out. And what's important here, you will hear some misinformation that says, well, institutional investors are 1, 2, 3%. That is true. Having been in markets for 35 or 40 years, markets are made on the margin, and institutional investors are much higher in boomtown markets like Charlotte, like Atlanta, like Huntsville, Alabama. So they've done that. In terms of having Fannie and Freddie buy MBS, the mortgages are two parts. It is the 10-year bond yield, and it is the spread between mortgages and the 10-year yield. So the purpose of that is to narrow the spread.
Okay. The cap on credit card rates is expected to cut into bank earnings between 5 and 18%. Your reaction?
We've done a lot this year. Bank stocks are at a new high. That through my position on FSOC, the Financial Stability Oversight Council, and the three bank regulators, the Federal Reserve, the OCC, the FDIC, we have done a lot to deregulate banks. Their earnings are way up. More importantly, it has increased their lending capacity. Oliver Wyman's numbers, not mine, estimates that there's $2.5 trillion of extra lending capacity. The other thing that has been a focus of this administration and a focus of mine is small and community banks, because what happened after the great financial crisis, all the regulations from Dodd-Frank, we had too big to fail. But then with small banks, you were too small to succeed. This regulatory morass, we have lost more than 50% of the small and community banks. And they power small business lending, real estate lending, and ag lending. So we are trying to bring that back.
Yeah, it's a great point, because farmers really need the lending of these small community banks. Look, Secretary, I want to get your take overall on your thoughts on what you've done so far, because the president back last year, right after the inauguration, I sat down with the president and I asked him what he wants the economy to look like in 4 years when he's done. And he was very clear. He said he wants private enterprise to rule the day. 1 year later, you've taken a 10% stake in Intel. You've taken a stake in MP. Now, I know that these are national security issues. And the other day, the president told the defense contractors, don't pay dividends, don't buy back any of your stock. You need to be fulfilling what the country needs in terms of producing a weapon. So what do you want to say to people who say, look, here is a so-called capitalist president and a Treasury Secretary, and yet it's not private enterprise running things. The president is telling the defense contractors what to do, and you've taken stakes in these companies.
A couple of things, Maria. I think the only good thing that came from COVID was it was a test run for what would happen if our supply chains were ever broken due to a kinetic war. So we saw that there are 5, 6, 7 key industries that we have to reshore. So everything you just said, rare earth magnets, we've got to get out from under China's grasp. The semiconductors, I would say that the single biggest threat to the world economy, the single biggest point of single failure, is that 97% of the high-end chips are made in Taiwan. If that island were blockaded, that capacity were destroyed, it would be an economic apocalypse. So we are reshoring the semiconductor industry to the U.S. With the defense contractors are no different than the systemically important banks. They exist, like the systemically important banks exist because of the backstop from the Fed, because of the regulations. And these defense contractors have let down the American people. They have let down the American people. They are 5, 6, 7 years behind on fulfillment of their contracts, and they exist because of the U.S. Department of War. So I do not think it is unreasonable to tell them that until further notice, you need to build more factories and buy back less stock. And by the way, Maria, these CEOs making $30, $50 million a year for failing the American people. So I don't see any discrepancy there. And it's, as you said, everything on your list is national defense. And so once they get to some normalized level of backlog, I don't know whether it's 2 years, 3 years, then we can talk about removing those restrictions.
So what you're saying is you want private enterprise to lead the day, but when it comes to national security, the government will be a shareholder.
And again, a lot of this isn't private. You know, we have seen what happens when the free markets get kind of perverted, because what happens with critical minerals, that several companies have tried to stand up critical minerals facilities in the U.S., and the Chinese come, lower price, undercut them, and then they're bankrupt. So we are going to put in a system, price floor, price ceilings, and when you talk about multilateralism and the U.S. leading, I just hosted at Treasury last Monday the G7++, so G7 plus Australia, plus India, plus Mexico, plus South Korea, and we are working at warp speed to create a critical minerals block where we can mine, process, and refine critical minerals, and China won't have this sword over our heads.
So how long do you think it will be until the United States is, in fact, independent in terms of the refinement of these minerals, independent in terms of oil, et cetera? I mean, I know that the U.S. is the largest producer anyway, but do you expect this year, next year, what's your timetable in terms of the U.S. not relying on China for these things?
Well, obviously for energy, we are independent. We're an energy superpower, and I would say 18 to 24 months. I went down about 2 months ago to my home state of South Carolina, and in South Carolina, for the first time in 25 years, there's a producer there who made rare earth magnets. So they are starting to come off. The supply chain, they believe that within 2 years, they can fulfill most of the rare earth magnet needs for the U.S. And then we also want to help our allies because the supply chain is important.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want to say about sanctions, something else you've been working on, of course? What are you planning there in terms of Iran and the impact there? Do sanctions actually work? And the same question with regard to 500% secondary sanctions or tariffs on countries who purchase energy products from Russia.
Okay, so two things there. There are Treasury sanctions. And if you look at a speech that I gave at the Economic Club of New York last March, I said that I believe the Iranian currency was on the verge of collapse, that if I were an Iranian citizen, I would take my money out. President Trump ordered Treasury and our OFAC division, Office of Foreign Asset Control, to put maximum pressure on Iran, and it's worked. Because in December, their economy collapsed. We saw a major bank go under. The central bank has started to print money. There is a dollar shortage. They are not able to get imports, and this is why the people took to the street. So this is economic statecraft, no shots fired, and things are moving in a very positive way here. On the 500% tariffs on the buyers of Russian oil, that is a proposal that Senator Graham has in front of the Senate, and we will see whether that passes. We don't believe that President Trump needs that authority, that he can do it under IEEPA, but the Senate wants to give him that authority. And just to be clear, that we have Europe buying Russian oil still 4 years later, they are financing the war against themselves. India started buying Russian oil after the conflict began, but President Trump put a 25% tariff on them, and India has geared down and has stopped buying Russian oil. And then 3, China is a very large buyer of Russian oil, as they are of Iranian oil, as they were of Venezuelan oil. But guess what, Maria? No more Venezuelan oil for them.
So would you treat China the same as the others in terms of buying Russian oil with regard to tariffs and sanctions?
Well, we'll see what happens with this Senate bill and with the Iranian oil. That'll be up to President Trump.
Secretary, what do you want to say about artificial intelligence and the idea that AI efficiencies will likely kill jobs? A lot of people are worried about jobs. Do we have a plan in the U.S. government right now in terms of job creation in the face of AI efficiency killing jobs?
Well, Maria, we are seeing the record factory groundbreakings. That's why President Trump wants to bring back these precision jobs to the U.S. And historically, every productivity boom has led to job growth. Now, can there be some toing and froing in terms of people changing professions? I can't remember what the number it is. Maybe you know it. 50, 60% of the professions today didn't exist 30 years ago.
Well, it's a big number. It's technology.
It's a big number, but it's something we're very cognizant of. We haven't seen it in the numbers yet. I think that it could be very different than what we saw with the China shock. The China shock was a blue-collar phenomenon. My guess is the AI shock might be a white-collar phenomenon. We'll see.
Secretary, as we wrap up here, a moment ago, you said, look, you've been dealing with markets for a long time, your entire career. What do you think of markets today? I mean, the market has been rallying on the president's policy. Today, of course, we're seeing a sell-off. But do you think the markets are getting it right in terms of rallying on the president's policies going into this Davos meeting?
I try not to the extent I had success in the markets, it was not making short-term predictions. But I can tell you what has been very heartening for me. I don't have time to follow the markets as closely, but to the extent last year before, everyone said, oh, this is just Mag 7 stocks, it's not healthy. We've seen a big broadening out in the market. The Russell index of smaller cap stocks has outperformed. The S&P equal weight has outperformed. And I actually think that speaks to the economic recovery. We're seeing it across all sectors. Our friend Ed Hyman at ISI does these corporate surveys. Corporate surveys are the highest that they've been since June 22. And I think you're starting to see it in all sectors of the market. And the market follows the economy. And again, I just think that we have the best place in the world. Come, build your factory. You have tax certainty, you have regulatory certainty, and you have energy certainty.
And of course, deregulation. And that was one point that I wanted to make before we wrap up here, that Mario Draghi wrote a report 2 years ago about regulation in Europe and the fact that the largest market cap company in Europe is Novo Nordisk because of Ozempic, about $400 billion or so. And we just saw NVIDIA in the United States hit $5 trillion.
Well, clearly, Maria, the innovation, the change, and the ability to adapt is in the U.S. The U.S. is the innovation capital of the world. I don't think anything's going to change that. I was just asked in another meeting by some business leaders, what advice would you give to Europe? And I said I would operationalize the Draghi report because the EU was supposed to cut down on red tape, but it is logarithmically increased it. When I talk to tech executives, they will tell me it is easier doing business in China than the EU.
Wow.
That's not a great stat. I had a European businessman come to see me the other day. He said, Secretary Bessent, it took me 3 days to get an appointment with the White House and with you. It took me 90 days to get an appointment with Ursula von der Leyen, and we are one of the largest employers in Europe. So there's just a different mindset here, and I think the mindset has got to change. It's got to change to a growth mentality, and that's President Trump's invitation is we are growing, we're deregulating, and come and join us. The U.S. is going to host the G20 meeting next year, and on the finance track, we have identified the greatest financial risk as a lack of growth, because post-COVID, every government balance sheet has ballooned, and we have this gigantic government debt. There are two ways you can either cut your way out of it through austerity, no voter wants that, or you can grow your way out of it. So we are inviting the world, come grow with us, prosper with us, and we can all do it together.
Secretary, thank you very much.
Good.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, thank you so much.
Thanks, Maria.
enemy
to be with Woods, the Dean of the Blavatnik School of Government at the University of Oxford. So good to see you. We were already having a robust conversation backstage, so I hope we can keep that going. Thanks again for your time. Y el presidente del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, the president of the Inter-American Development Bank, Ian Goldfen. Thank you, sir. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Gracias a ustedes.
If you hear me switching from Spanish to English, I won't do Spanglish, I promise that. It's just because most of the people here in our audience come from Latin America, so we'll do a little Spanish, a little English. I'll just introduce the subject. Our panel today is called Rebuilding Trust in Latin America, and it really has a double meaning. Internally, it means rebuilding confidence in democracy through legitimacy, through security and stability, but also, I think, through the state's capacity to bring back trust in its performance, in its results. Externally, I think it has to do with credibility, credibility that allows us to build strategic partnerships, long-term sustainable investment in the region, and a constructive role in a very turbulent geopolitical moment. So if you don't mind, we were saying backstage, it's impossible to ignore the moment. As a journalist, I promise I won't stay in the moment. There's so much to talk about, but we do have to address what's happening in Venezuela, in the region. Presidente Noboa, if you don't mind, we could start there. There seems to be a false, I don't want to call it a debate, but a false choice between stability and security and giving up principles and autonomy in order to secure that. How do you see that equation and the role the U.S. has now promised to play in the hemisphere, in what it calls its hemisphere?
Well, thank you. It's an interesting subject, definitely. But when we were talking about autonomy, it's autonomy of the people. In the case of Venezuela, the people of Venezuela chose a president, and the results were not respected by a regime, by a dictatorship. So the whole concept of autonomy is broken there, because it's not autonomy. They're just the people have been held hostage by a regime that decided that they were not going to leave. So personally, I think we can always dream for a better way to do things, but the result is that the people of Venezuela now see hope, now see a light at the end of the tunnel. There's 500,000 Venezuelans in Ecuador, a lot of them that left with nothing, and they had to, relearn life. And I see most of them, if not all of them, happy with this result. So that goes back to the concept of autonomy. They want a better future. The people of Venezuela want a free country, a democracy. And if this is the way that they can obtain it, then I'll be rooting for it.
President Mulino, Panama sits at the crossroads diplomatically, geographically, economically of everything that happens in our hemisphere, in our region. How do you see the U.S. intervention in Venezuela and what has happened since the detention and removal of Nicolás Maduro in that country?
Well, it's a very complex question. As most of you may know, my country suffered an invasion because of another dictator, Manuel Noriega, in '89. Everything was ready to finalize a big and deep political crisis into such a movement. Those days, Panama used to have internally military troops of the United States. We were in the last phase of the implementation of the Panama Canal Treaty. They left on the 31st of December of '99, 10 years after that. But that situation, as in Venezuela, was provoked by one single person and his entourage. They, as the president said, they forgot about democracy, human rights, all kinds of possibilities to live under democratic rules in general. But Panama has a long-standing relationship with Venezuela. We are not neighbors, as my friend, the president of Ecuador, but we suffer the consequences through the immigration crisis that passed through Panama. And roughly speaking, in the last year of my government, when I assumed the government, I went to the area in the Colombian-Panama border.
The Darien Gap?
The Darien Gap, yes, known as Darien Gap. There were 5 entrances, illegal entrances, of course. We shot 4 and left 1. And I said, in 1 year I finished this, and I did it in 10 months. With a lot of courage and determination, no waiver. Today we have 0 immigrants. But Venezuela were the 94% of those immigrants, good and bad, no? Because, as I said in that moment, that particular place within our territory, but bordered with Colombia, was as a concentration camp of the 21st century. That dramatic was it, very dramatic. And you find them, most of them, the majority, 93, 94% were Venezuela. The other were Colombian, Colombia, Venezuela, Chinese.
Caribbean countries also.
No,
Haiti,
no.
Cuba.
Well, Haiti, yes. Haiti, yes. They entrance, as far as I know, through Ecuador, but I might be wrong.
And immigration will be a key topic of our discussion today.
Oh, yes, no, immigration, it's impossible to run a country in terms of stability if you have a migratory crisis. We have in Panama, I should say, around 100,000 Venezuelans investing, working, that simply came to Panama back in 2006, 2007, imagining what was coming on.
Yeah.
And they work perfectly, and they are completely integrated to the Panamanian society. But the other ones, poor people, especially poor people with kids, experience maybe the most dramatic nightmare they had in mind. And they went up. The final destination was U.S., of course. I don't know how many of them crossed the line or how many of them were returned. The thing is that we have now the same situation on the opposite direction, but with very much less Venezuelan. Still, the 90% of the people coming north-south are Venezuelan, but we are dealing with 200-something per month. And we immediately take them, move to the Atlantic side of Panama in the border of Colombia, and move them to Colombia by boat or by plane through a process that we have of immigration return for foreigners.
And we will address this immigration crisis and the effect it's had in the region and, of course, in the relationship with the United States more in depth. But I want to ask Neri Woods about how Latin Americans should interpret this moment, especially in an increasingly contested global order.
Yeah, so, well, as Dean of a School of Government, I see leaders from 65 or so different countries in the school each year. And sometimes they debate who's got the worst leader. And Zimbabwe will say, well, ours, and Venezuela will say, well, ours, etc., right? And it poses the question, if another country has a bad leader, why not remove them? Well, who to remove them? And for 100 years, there's been norms about not removing other countries' leaders. We don't have time to go into those norms, but I just do want to pick up on something the President just said, which is the record of one country removing another country's leader simply because they can is not great. In Panama, in Haiti, in Iraq, let's not forget the US said we're coming to liberate you, in Libya, that it's not enough simply to make one leader disappear. The world keeps imagining that nothing could be worse than the leader that they've got, and then finding to their horror that things can actually get worse, which is why a principle of not doing this has long been with us, because it's not about getting rid of the one person. It's about what do you do with the institutions? What do you do with the people? What do you do with their aspirations afterwards? Do you go as an occupying force and spend 10 years trying to rebuild? Do you bring the whole of the international community together to make them a sort of annexed territory of a global community? It's really difficult. And there are other options to going in and capturing a leader and removing them. There are other ways that an international community can support people to end up with a government that is their choice. And so I think when it comes to Venezuela and Latin America, we need to think, well, what happened to those other means of supporting Venezuelans to ensure that the person they elected to be president would be elected? And what's the difference between saying this is a judicial exfiltration, we're just taking this person to put them on trial in the United States, and saying we are now governing Venezuela. We are now in charge of Venezuela. You know, big responsibility. We'll see how that goes.
And Venezuelan resources as well. I see a theme emerging in our discussion, Ian, and it's not exclusive to the rooms of the World Economic Forum. I think it's part of what we've seen in the last few weeks in this conversation about the region. A necessary response to a regional disorder, this intervention, or something that undermines sovereignty, multilateralism, and long-term trust, which is the essential concept of our conversation. How do you see it?
Well, we are in the business of trying to improve the lives of people in the region. That's our region. We do it in moments where we believe that the market cannot do it by itself, so that we have some additionality. And in the moments of change, moments where we see that there are conditions for a sustainable recovery, we do intervene, use the resources to do so. And yes, that's part of regaining trust, because I think multilateral institutions have the ability to bring trust to types of economic intervention. But you need the conditions to do so. And some of them are more practical conditions. So for example, in the case of Venezuela, you need to have legitimate by our boards to engage. We need to have approval. We have 48 members of our board, so we need approval of the members. We need to be in relationship, economic relationship, which we don't have at this point with Venezuela for other reasons. But there are other conditions which are you need to intervene when you believe that there is a possibility of sustainable recovery, when the investment can look at the long term and believe it's a moment to enter and to have investments for the future. And that's what we're looking. In the meantime, we are an institution, the IDB. We have been following Venezuela for decades, and we continue to do so, even these years. So, for example, the data most used are the data that we provide by our proprietary service, social and macroeconomic, and we have been following Venezuela in the best way we can, and we're preparing ourselves for when and if the conditions arise.
Do you know something? Let me ask just one thing.
Absolutely.
We have regional institutions in Latin America. OAS mainly.
Yes.
Some others in the United Nations. But the problem is that when you go to exercise your right as a country to the OAS, for example, they are very weak, to say the least. They are very weak, and they do nothing. They do nothing. We suffered that in Panama. We exercised all the possibilities to get out of the crisis. Venezuela, I don't know how much they did, but the problem is when you discuss in the OAS and try to adopt a resolution condemning, not saying more than condemning, immediately 1, 2, 3 countries exercise the lack of consensus, which is the opposite side of a veto, right? No, I am not in the consensus. I am vetoing the resolution. So the inefficiency of our organizations in the region, that doesn't resolve a crisis.
I think it's a crisis that extends beyond the region to global multilateral institutions. I was saying at the beginning that there's two components to democracy, right? The legitimacy, elections, and all the values and principles of a liberal democracy, but then there's performance and results. And at the heart of that, President Noboa, is security. You've had that experience in Ecuador. How's that trade-off between acting fast, acting decisively, and making sure that you're preserving the democratic norms?
Well, it's always difficult when you're at war, and we're at war. We're at war against narco-terrorism. If you add up the amount of fighters, say from the 3 largest, they're not gangs anymore, they are transnational narco-terrorist groups. We are today above 60,000 armed men and women. And it's very difficult to fight this in a traditional way, almost impossible. Also because throughout time, these criminal organizations have adapted to our system. In the case of Ecuador, we have a constitution that gives a lot of guarantees to citizens. So they adapt. They know exactly what to do. They know exactly how to get caught. They know how to present an habeas corpus. They know how to play the game. So by using all the democratic, let's say, ways, rules, they know how to play them better. That's the reality. We're fighting a war that is not only on the street. It's a war that is in courts, is a war that is in the media, is a war that is in social media also. It's a complete war against evil and narco-terrorism. That's why the only indicator that we see now, and that I tell my team that we should see, is the poverty index. Not GDP growth, not anything else. So we see the poverty index. Why? Because in a ways we're taking people out of poverty, out of the hands of these narco-terrorist groups, and we're giving them a chance to live a regular life. Ecuador right now, poverty index is at 21.4. It's the lowest poverty index rate in the history of the country. And for me, it's the only number that matters. But there's a fine line between protecting people and protecting the rights of people. Protecting the rights of the majority of people or protecting the rights of the minority that wants to destabilize. It's a question that we ask ourselves every single day, that we have to fight every day to keep that balance. If we break that balance, then we would not be any better than Maduro.
Mm-hmm. And Nair Woods, this situation where emergency measures seem more permanent, not just in Ecuador, but in other parts of the hemisphere, this erosion of trust in the capacity of the state to intervene in a way that really moves the needle and makes a difference in people's lives. Do you think that's the primary failure of democracy in Latin America?
Yeah, I think we're living in a moment where leaders across the world are making choices between policies of coercion and policies of co-option and accommodation. Mm. And coercion is tempting. It's tempting in the face of some of the atrocities that narco-terrorists deploy. It's tempting when you think you're up against evil forces. But the problem for any society is that if you make enemies of the people within your society, where does that take you? What is the future? Do you simply try to extinguish a whole group of people? Or are you actually trying to build a society that in the end can live together? And we've seen this all over. You know, under colonial rule, you saw Britain trying to do it by coercion in Kenya, in India, etc. You saw it in Northern Ireland for years, a terrible civil war, because each side felt that they were fighting evil on the other. And we've seen it in Colombia, in Latin America. We've seen 3 different approaches to internal, some would say, terrorism, to internal groups that pose a security threat and risk both to the state and to other citizens. But my observation, looking right across the world, is that each of the situations that's been resolved has ended up having to be resolved through dialogue. Dialogue doesn't mean embracing narco-terrorists, but it does mean thinking about how you deal with adversaries without making them into perpetual enemies. Mm. It does mean look at the experience of other countries in finding a way to build to a future together. Because in the end, a society that is in a perpetual civil war is never going to be secure for anybody, not for its citizens, not for its government, not for its international investors. And so, in Northern Ireland, it endured decades before people came together and had the courage to create a process for actually talking through what it would take to live side by side and not live in fear of terror every day.
Let me change the tone a little bit before we go to our audience for questions, because Latin America seems to be back at the center of global geopolitics, and it's not because of its internal challenges, which we've already covered some of them, but because the world increasingly needs or depends on the region for its resources, migration control, and policy alignment. So, Ian, in terms of the opportunity there, a world that is more dependent of Latin American resources, of Latin American stability, political alignment. What does that mean for the region, for the region's future?
Well, it is definitely we are seeing more attention to the hemisphere, to the region, and this is a double sword because at the same time there is a lot of challenges and geopolitical issues that come to the forum, but there's also opportunities. And our challenge together is to use these challenges and enhance the opportunities. You mentioned critical minerals. Mm-hmm. Definitely, if the world is looking for safe supply chains, to diversify them, and the region is responsible for at least 1/3 of the minerals of the world, this is the place where we can embrace and be part of the global economy in a constructive way. And the way to do it is, of course, bringing value, bringing investment, bringing processing, try to bring more job creation with this opportunity. There are other opportunities, energy supply, also very important coming from the region. Security, we are part of which this discussion of security is very important. This is about organized crime. It is not about just one country. It's not about only Ecuador, Panama. It is across the region. One thing that surprised me the most when I got to the job was that the development bank will do security. Mm-hmm. We cannot hire police or military, but we created the Alliance for Security because every other president in the region, independent of the political side, will tell us, for development, we need to deal with security. So the Alliance is against the organized crime, is about organizing ourselves, is about exchanging information. For example, one result of the Alliance is exchanging criminal records that we didn't have. When one criminal crossed the border, we didn't exchange it. So now we are doing it. Or we're using technology to use Brazilian, for example, looking at illegal mining in the Amazon and do it in the rest. Things like that, we need to start using intelligence. Why is it a regional opportunity? Because part of the organized crime and the narco traffic is part of the region, and it's an opportunity for us to embrace it and to try to do it in a constructive way through dealing with social, as the President Obama mentioned, dealing with the institution, giving them the support where the state can be present, and finally, dealing with the legal transfer of money that we can try to work on.
Ian was mentioning, President Molino, the political spectrum, the ideological spectrum in Latin America, how it has shifted from a more leftist governments in Latin America to a mix of conservative and leftist governments. How do you see that in terms of the global cooperation that it's needed in the hemisphere, given everything that we're seeing in the world right now?
I think that the financial institutions are working better than years ago.
We have to make
better this year than highlights of our annual meeting is the discussion with you on the state of the world and the state of the Middle East.
Thank you.
So is the state of the world better this year than last year, or is it like worse than last year and better than next year?
Well, if I put it maybe in a better way, I think it's more complicated. Look, I think the whole world is going through a pivotal moment right now, and we have seen the pace of the changes that we've been going through is really accelerating in an unprecedented way. And it's a moment where we need really to have to be more cool-headed and to think about what's going on and trying to figure out a way how to navigate this turmoil in a way that makes us stronger, more resilient, and also wiser in the way how we address our problems and our conflicts. If we look at, how the world was working since World War II, there was a world order, there was a system that's been working for decades. In the past couple of decades, there has been like drastic change in this world order
in many events, in many occasions, that those checks and balances that we used to have, they are not there anymore. And these changes been happening to us like throughout these years, but we were not noticing it because of the time difference between them, and they are not really at a very fast pace. But the last couple of years, I mean, and this year, we have seen there is an acceleration of that. So everyone is noticing that there is something is happening. But this is the system that's been needs a lot of reforms that we didn't look at for the past 2 decades.
If you look at the Middle East and the Gulf region, you could have had almost a full-fledged war with Iran that did not escalate. You have a new president in Syria. You have a new government in Lebanon. You have an unsolved challenge in Yemen, and you also have the situation in Gaza. What would you say is the biggest worries for you in the Middle East this coming year, and where are you most optimistic? With the exception, of course, the economy in Qatar is going really, really well. So we'll come back to that.
Well, thank you very much. Look, I mean, there are a lot of good things that happened last year that, you know, has been more positive to our region than negative, and I cannot deny that. As you mentioned, Syria, we have a president. In Lebanon, we have a new government. And, you know, there is, let's say, the war in Gaza almost stopped, but there are still, like, you know, we are still, unfortunately, see the killing continuing. But it's in a better place than it used to be. But it doesn't mean that, you know, the situation is already stable in the region or, you know, moving toward stabilization. It's until now there is a lot of uncertainty on what's going on, and what's worrying me really is you know, the growing tension that's happening within this region, whether it's, you know, the remedies of Gaza war or what's happening with Iran and you know, any other fronts in the region can at any moment can explode if we don't address it, and you know, think carefully about how can we look at our regional security architecture and come as a region together and, you know, start rebuilding the confidence among each other. Look, every country in our region needs to protect itself. I mean, and they have the right to protect itself because, you know, they don't reach to that conclusion unless they feel threatened. And there is something that triggers, you know, this sense of insecurity. I think we need to address those root causes, and the moment has come for the region to come together and to think about how can we reshape our security architecture. At least we ensure that we are not representing a threat for each other.
So we know that President Trump will, on Thursday, launch the Board of Peace, the second phase of the Gaza stabilization. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, look, you know, reaching the ceasefire deal itself was a great breakthrough that we had, of course. You know,
and congratulations to Qatar under your leadership, Egypt, and the U.S.
Oh, thank you very much. Regarding that, I believe that what we have been through has taught us a lot of lessons, and I believe that the Board of Peace is presenting a path, and President Trump has proposed this path to move forward. Now, you know, the first stage of the deal being implemented doesn't mean that the deal is done. We have a lot of work to be done right now, and I think that all the countries who are joining this Board of Peace needs, you know, to work hard and to make sure that this Board of Peace is functioning in a way that serves the purpose and become a stabilizing factor.
And Qatar is on the board?
Yes, we were invited to that board, of course. We are happy to be a contributor to peace and stability in our region. Now, there are a lot of challenges in the implementation, but we have no alternative paths to seek right now. I think that the most important thing right now is to ensure that Gaza is stabilized. We ensure that the withdrawal of the Israeli forces happening as soon as possible, and ensure that the people can get their life back as soon as possible. That should be the key focus for the Board of Peace.
Well, I just read that half of Gaza is still controlled by the Israelis and half of Hamas. Is that an accurate assessment or wrong?
It is actually. I think it's even more than half still under the control of the Israeli forces. There was an agreement, you know, which defined a yellow line at that time for the first stage of the withdrawal. Unfortunately, this yellow line wasn't respected as it used to be in the map. More than 50% is already set as a parameters for the Israeli forces, and unfortunately beyond this parameter is creating a lot of tension points where it triggers from time to time live fire, killing of the people, and basically these events that's happening every day, the killing is just continuing. We have a ceasefire, yes, but it's not really like a complete ceasefire where everything is peaceful. We are still facing those challenges, and we need to make sure that the Israeli forces go back, and commit to the withdrawal in order to diffuse those tension points.
The humanitarian situation, is it better or the same?
No, it's still. If you compare it to last year, it's maybe better, but it's still like it needs a lot of intervention. Still, a lot of humanitarian aid is not allowed to enter, because of dual-use materials and other restrictions. And we need to have unrestricted access for humanitarian aid for the people. Shelters are still missed there, and they need a lot. But we are working together very closely with our colleagues in the United States, Egypt, and Turkey in order to ensure that there is a mechanism that supports the technocratic government that's been just established for Gaza in order to enable them to help the people and to deliver a better life for the people.
So maybe then go a little bit east. What do you think is the most likely scenario for Iran in a year's time?
Well, I cannot predict scenarios about countries. I think that what I just mentioned to you is very important. The region is going through a lot of tensions, and of course we cannot exclude what's happening in Iran and with Iran and from these tensions in the region. And I believe that with all this turmoil around us, we need to be more cool-headed and resort to wisdom. And I think that there are a lot of ways to find solutions that can address the problems and address the issues and provide us with the security assurances that brings us and the Iranian people prosperity in the future. And that's what we are aiming for. We always believe that there is a room for diplomacy, and that's been our approach in the state of Qatar, and we will always keep advocating for peaceful resolution. We need to understand that any escalation will have consequences. This being tried in Iraq 20 years ago and didn't work. I mean, until now, Iraq and the region is bearing the consequences of that.
And the Americans would probably argue that that's what they have learned from Iraq and Venezuela.
Well, look, I think, you know, I don't speak on behalf of the U.S., but we are in a continuous dialogue with them, and I believe the U.S. administration has been always engaging positively when it comes to attempts for finding a diplomatic solutions. And I believe, you know, President Trump, he's a man of a deal, and he's the one who has helped us to put the whole deal together for Gaza and to get us through the finish line. And I think on the situation of Iran is not, it's not really difficult. It needs, you know, like a multiple approach to address, of course, the nuclear issue and then the regional security issue. This is something that needs to be discussed among the region itself.
But, you know, Iran is also more vulnerable than it used to be in the sense that when Hezbollah was stronger in Lebanon, Hamas also in Gaza, and Assad was in charge in Damascus, they had also more leverage. But they still do have leverage in the sense that they do have hundreds of thousands of ballistic missiles. So what I read in the newspapers, at least, was that, you know, the whole Gulf, Saudi, UAE, and Qatar was arguing with Americans not to attack Iran due to the uprisings and also the killings that happened in the streets. Is that correct?
No, we didn't, actually. It's, we are engaging with the Americans with the Iranians. We don't want to see a military escalation in our region. We didn't argue with the American anything, actually. What we offer as a partner, as an ally for the United States is the honest advice about what's going on. And our honest advice that the best way forward is to find a diplomatic solution for the nuclear problem. We don't want to end up in a region that has a nuclear race, and we have seen how the world is shaking right now. I believe that there is an opportunity, and it is the right moment for us as a region to come together and to, you know, make sure that we understand each other's grievances, we understand each other's concerns. We make sure that everyone feels safe and feel protected. That includes the Iranians, that includes the Palestinians and the Israelis, everyone in the region.
To move to another topic, but still in the region, we will have the Syrian president in Davos for the first time ever in the history. There are things happening there, so let's see, you know, how that is unfolding. But on Syria, I think Qatar has been clear that this is progress. I think also Saudi Arabia has been of the same view. If you look at where Syria stand now and the perspectives, are you how do you see the opportunities for the president to bring the country together, deal with different groups, the support, or are you worried that this also not will work out?
Well, first of all, I think that, you know, Syria has went already through a very difficult 15 years. You know, 15 years of such turmoil and conflicts will always have its, you know, its consequences. And we know that it's not easy to come to a country after a civil war and to start rebuild the institutions, rebuild the state, rebuild the systems. It's a difficult job, and the Syrian government needs help, and they've been asking for for this help. All of us, we are trying to help them to reach to that stage. Now, there will be a lot of challenges, we know, but at the end of the day, Syria, the beauty of Syria is this diversity, this social fabric of Syria that has been there for centuries, not something new. And I believe that everyone in Syria wants to see, one Syria, stable Syria, wants to ensure that they are treated equally and their rights are protected, and it's their right. And I believe that our contribution as a region or as an international community to Syria is to help them to build their state, to build their institutions, to build this inclusive system that includes everybody. But you cannot have it, you cannot build a state without building proper institutional system that includes everybody.
And is that being done now? You see that architecture being constructed?
We see that there are some progress. We see that it has a lot of challenges down the road, but we have to make sure that also we are providing them with the right help for this.
If you go a little bit east again, you have Iraq, and a country that can produce millions of barrels of oil per day. Why is it still so poor?
Well, Iraq is not poor, first of all. I think Iraq is already rich. It's, unfortunately, as I mentioned, this is the result of a military action, and that's the consequences that the region has paid. And basically, if we look back in the history, like there are turning points for our region that happened to us. That my generation, when we grew up, Iraq-Iran war, then Iraq invasion in Kuwait, and then like all the events, building up in our region. But we believe that the turning moment for us in that region was Iraq invasion to Kuwait. That has been like the turning point for the entire region, which put the entire region in a path of turmoil. Unfortunately, we couldn't until now rescue it. And unfortunately, when you talk about Iraq today, that has all these resources and it's rich. But yet people think about it or look at it from the outside. They still think that it's a poor country because there are a lot of people are still not enjoying this wealth of the country, which we believe is one of the results of polarization and division within the community because of the war, and that's what we want Syria hopefully to avoid.
And for Syria, unfortunately, they don't have the same natural resources related to oil and gas as Iraq. But you're so right. I think there is a lot of resources. Of course, there's still humanitarian situations in Iraq, but I think there is also a lot of corruption in the country.
That's corruption. Unfortunately, is a plague that's eating a lot of government. Unfortunately.
Yemen. Do you want to talk about that?
Well, look, Yemen, our policy has been very clear from the beginning. We support the legitimacy there in Yemen. We support, the right of the Yemenis to decide on their own future. And I believe that what has been achieved already many years ago in the national dialogue was a good model for the Yemenis that everyone has embraced. Unfortunately, it wasn't implemented, and it led us to a situation where there are, some groups feeling that separation is the solution, and others, they don't see it this way. I believe, at the end of the day, it's the call and the decision of the Yemeni people, but as a policy for the state of Qatar, we remain supporting the legitimacy. We would like to see Yemen staying united, and we would like to see the outcomes of the national dialogue that all the Yemenis agreed to be implemented, and to see if this will satisfy the needs of the Yemeni people or not.
So Qatar has done a lot in peace and reconciliation. Do you think there is any way in Yemen to also mainstream the Houthis and get them part of a plan for a future that is inclusive and stable?
Well, our perspective that you cannot exclude any part of any society, that Houthis or others, they are all part of this Yemeni social fabric, and they need to find a solution how they can coexist together. That's why I go back to the outcome of the national dialogue, which actually addressed most of the concerns of each and every group in Yemen. I think that that is key for the stability of Yemen and for the future. And everyone can play a positive role. And stable Yemen means stable GCC, stable Gulf, stable Arabian Peninsula. And stable Arabian Peninsula, it means also a stable region. And that's, I always, reiterate the importance of this is the right moment for all of us to come together and to start talking very openly and, candidly about our security concerns, and try to put together a security architecture where we feel really protected and safeguarded.
We started the discussion, Prime Minister, with the geopolitics. And the geopolitics do look more complicated now than it did in Davos last year. We maybe didn't think that was possible, but I think that's a reality. But what is surprising is that, IMF came out with their growth numbers yesterday or the day before, and now it's 3.3% economic growth expected this year. So the economy is very, very resilient, and trade is growing, but, what is fueling this is also the investments in the artificial intelligence. So how do you explain this? Why, the global economy is so resilient and has already kind of adapted to the new realities of geopolitics? It's like water. It finds its way.
It's not okay. It adapts eventually, but it's not right now. It's not about the adaptation. It's more about what the effects of this geopolitical turmoil didn't reach yet. Those economic numbers that you are seeing until now. And I believe that any geopolitical complication globally that we are seeing today, we are going to see the effects and the consequences in maybe not today, but in a year or two time. Yes, there is a big growth that's happening in the technology and artificial intelligence that's driving this global growth. But if you are going to look at across sectors, there are areas which have been affected because of this geopolitical situation.
And for Qatar, we know you so well as the foreign minister, and you have been through different phases as foreign minister. Has not been the easiest job, but you've done it so well that the Emir also made you prime minister. So you're also in charge of the economy. And, when we have the privilege to visit Doha and Qatar, we see so much development and investments. How do you find your path now? Because UAE has its path, and Saudi Arabia has its path. Where do you see Qatar differentiating itself, and where will we see the economic growth coming in the years to come? I was at the meeting earlier today where Finance Minister Jadaan of Saudi Arabia said that now 56% of their economy is not based on oil, and that has happened in a decade under the leadership of the Crown Prince.
Well, actually, look, I think that if you look at Qatar economy, there is a rapid growth that we see year on year. Now, we have registered the growth this year around 2.9%, and we are expecting this growth to accelerate because of the expansion of the LNG, which will make our diversification job very more challenging because of the increase in the gas production.
But it's still a good thing.
It is. It is.
Also for the world, I guess.
It is actually. I think it's an outstanding thing, and I believe that if you look at Qatar, Qatar is uniquely positioned when it comes to the energy and the supply of LNG, which will remain a base load. That all this revolution that you see in the AI and in technology will require to power, their data centers and to power this compute that they will need. So Qatar is at the center of this progress and development that's happening. Second, our diversification agenda has been moving in the right direction. We are more than 60% now non-hydrocarbon GDP, and we are looking forward to grow it further. We see the numbers in foreign direct investments increasing in a very good progress. We see the inflation below 1% and managed with all this growth that's ongoing. We believe that energy is our strength, is our power. We believe that diversification is our resilience, and we believe that technology is the future. Packaging all those together, I think Qatar have, a great path forward. And I believe that what we are going to see in the next few years, you will see Qatar has been already very well known in establishing multinational companies and global brands like Qatar Airways or QNB or, we have around 44 global brands that Qatar has invested in and established. And what we are looking for is really to double down on our national champions and expand this number. So hopefully this year, we will have some good news about some platforms to encourage this national champions to be more globally, to be more global players.
Really impressive. I would have loved to continue the conversation, but we also have limited time. It's always a great pleasure, Sheikh Mohammed, Prime Minister of Qatar, to both have you in Davos, but also to listen to your insights. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
the world, in the United States, Britain.
I'm just going to run down the list. These are all people who are familiar to you, but nevertheless, it's a great pleasure, even on my part, to welcome everyone. Howard Lutnick, America's Commerce Secretary, Rachel Reeves, UK Treasury Minister, Sean Banya of Canada, Brian Moynihan of Bank of America, and Janet Trunkali of EY. So we have an extraordinary blend of powerhouse expertise in economic policy and private sector representation as well. I mean, I'm going to start with the public policy issues that are on everyone's minds right now that bear directly on the issue of sovereignty and interdependence. And I'm going to turn, with your permission, to Secretary Lutnick to give us maybe an insight, an explanation. I think a lot of people are looking at Davos to see and to try and better understand the mindset of the Trump administration. Speaking to you earlier on, it's the first time I've had the privilege of meeting you. I've seen you on TV a lot. In person, the impression is even more overwhelming. Of, on the one hand, kind of extraordinarily ebullient, dynamic.
That was in a nice way, Howard.
Dynamic. These are good words. These are all good. I'm coming to a different tone in a second. But, like, initially, it's this just extraordinary ebullience. Dynamism. You're saying you've sealed deals for $1.5 trillion in jobs and investment into the United States.
Yes.
And then you said, and this is where the tone shifts, you got to understand, I'm the hammer. These were your words. I'm the hammer. Because the people I'm dealing with know that unless they deliver the kind of investments I'm looking for, I'm coming with 100% tariffs. And that duality, I think, between the dynamism, the constructiveness, the forcefulness of the American state, which was, after all, also something many of us saw in the Biden administration, and this element of threat, is what many of us are actually trying to come to terms with. Because this is, to say the least, unfamiliar. And when it moves from the zone of economic policy to the question that is directly under the subtitle of our talk today, which is sovereignty, and we're talking about the territory of Greenland, and it's coupled so directly to tariffs, it's a fundamental shock to the system. You can read it off the faces and the rhetoric of every single European politician and business person I've spoken to while we've been here, and we're also getting reactions from around the world in similar tones. So I really wanted to ask you to help us understand, not in a sense, well, what your motivations are, because I get it, like you want Greenland, it makes sense. You're proud Americans, you're advocates of President Trump's policy. What I struggle more with is how you imagine others react to this. I mean, if you put yourself in the position of your Danish counterpart, who's a proud Dane and a loyal executor of the Danish government's position, how do you envision this going, how does this go down?
Well, I think you should start at a much higher level. Okay? We are in Davos at the World Economic Forum. And the Trump administration and myself, we are here to make a very clear point. Globalization has failed the West and the United States of America. It's a failed policy. It is what the WEF has stood for, which is export, offshore, far shore, find the cheapest labor in the world, and the world is a better place for it. The fact is, it has left America behind. It has left the American workers behind. And what we are here to say is that America First is a different model, one that we encourage other countries to consider, which is that our workers come first. We can have policies that impact our workers. Sovereignty is your borders. You're entitled to have borders. You shouldn't offshore your medicine. You shouldn't offshore your semiconductors. You shouldn't offshore your entire industrial base and have it be hollowed out beneath you. You should not be dependent for that which is fundamental to your sovereignty on any other nation. And if you're going to be dependent on someone, it darn well better be your best allies. Okay? And so that is a different way of thinking. It is completely different than the WEF. I viewed the WEF as not a flagpole in the middle, but in fact, they are the flag. Whichever way the wind blew, so it blew. You should have solar, you should have wind. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't make a battery. So if they go 2030, they are deciding to be subservient to China, who makes the batteries. Why would you do that? Why would the United States of America, which has oil and natural gas, try to convert to all electricity? China does not have oil and natural gas. Electricity and electric cars make perfect sense to them. That is practical and logical. So the point I want to make, and I want people to think about, is that America First is the job of our government to take care of our workers, to make sure their lives are better for it. And then don't be America alone, right? But be America first. And I would suggest that policy is something for other countries to deeply consider, to take care of their own, and then we will work out wonderful relationships between us. But I want to point out, when America shines, the world shines. Close your eyes and think of a world without America in it. It becomes pretty dark, pretty darn quickly. When America shines, right? And everyone said, oh, you're going to do all these tariffs, you're going to destroy the world. The world's stock markets are up. Which ones of them? All of them.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
No. It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere is vital for the United States of America. Our national security people are on it, and they care about it, and I'm going to leave it to them to address with our allies, with our friends, and with everyone how they work it out. But the Western Hemisphere matters to the United States of America, and the United States of America, as I've just articulated, really, really matters to the world. When America shines, the world shines, because they all need to make sure America is strong and powerful to take care of them, God forbid. And so I think America and the Western Hemisphere are vital to America, and I'm going to leave that to my national security people to address.
Right. The rest of us, I think, are finding it harder to make that kind of separation clearly. And I would be curious to know how the representatives of the UK and Canada might want to think about these issues. Do you see them as starkly divided, as Secretary Lucknick would like us to have them? Does this logic of what's good for America is good for the world convince in this extraordinarily strong, extremely eloquent expression that we've just heard?
You go first. Thank you. Thanks, Francois-Philippe.
We're friends.
So I'm very struck by and taken by the idea of putting your own country first and considering your own security and resilience. I think it's about 3 years ago now that I gave a speech where I coined the term securonomics, which is all about building security and resilience in your economy. And the days when it didn't matter where things were made and who made them were in the past. And that's become increasingly clear since the pandemic, when we were over-reliant on PPE and medicines from abroad. And then again when Russia invaded Ukraine because of what happened to oil and gas prices. I guess for an economy like the UK, the way in which we will pursue our national interest is going to be different from the way in which the US pursues theirs. You are a much bigger economy, and we can't do everything on our own, nor should we try to, because we'd end up doing nothing well. But we do have real strengths in the UK, in our defence sector, in life sciences, in business and financial services. But we do rely on our allies as well, and even a country as big and as strong as America also relies on its allies. And I guess the sort of area where I think that we do need to sort of continue that dialogue between countries that share each other's values is how we can work together in our mutual interests to advance our values in a very unstable and uncertain world. And you know, if you say, could you picture the world without the US and what would the world be like? Yeah, the world would be a lot poorer and it would be a lot scarier. But you've also got a lot of allies around the world. In the United States, Britain, I hope, I believe, is your strongest ally. It always has been.
Do a deal with us, and we love you. We do. We do.
Thank you very much. Feeling is mutual, but we do need to think about where the threats are and who our friends are. And I think that's probably more stark for smaller economies. But even for the US, when you think about, I was in the States, as you know, last week for a meeting of G7 plus a few other finance ministers to talk around critical minerals. Now, you do have some reserves of critical minerals, but not everything you need. 90% of your critical minerals at the moment come from the US, from China. You need to wean yourself off those. Sure. Yeah, but you won't be able to do that without the help of Canada and Australia and other countries. And so for all of your strengths, we do also need to think how we can preserve some of the things that the US has benefited from in the NATO alliance and the Western alliance, not because it is the benevolent or the right thing to do, but because I profoundly believe it is in your country's national interest. The other thing I just wanted to say, Adam, in terms of sort of building security and resilience, but for my country, it's about our industrial strategy, where we're really focusing on these sectors where we are really good. We're not going to be a semiconductor superpower in the UK. That's not realistic.
So it seems like biotech.
Yeah, life sciences, biotech, financial services, which is obviously absolutely crucial for financing things like the exploration for critical minerals and the extraction of those critical minerals. We've got real strength with the London Metal Exchange in London, for example. But we have some reserves of lithium and tungsten. We're not going to be a big global supplier of critical minerals. So we have strengths. Defence is another one. And our trade strategy is also around our security and resilience, where we are trying, and this is different from the US approach, I absolutely acknowledge that, we are trying to reduce barriers to trade. You know, we've done trade deals this year with you, with India, with Korea, and we're also reducing trade barriers with the EU. There's more that we want to do together between the UK and Canada. We regard it in our national interest to reduce the cost of living for people in Britain, but also providing more opportunities for businesses in the UK to then export around the world. And, you know, energy security is important to us as well. We do have some reserves of North Sea oil and gas, and they will be important for many decades to come. But we are a net importer of oil and gas. We do have, because of the shallow waters in our seas, big opportunities around wind technology. We don't have what you have in the US, and so we've got to find our own way to boost our energy security. And we strongly believe that renewables is a really important part of that mix, as is nuclear. There hasn't been sufficient investment in nuclear for a long time. We've signed off Sizewell C, big nuclear reactor, as well as small modular reactors in North Wales. So, you know, that security for us is around energy security, our security through our industrial strategy and our trade strategy as well. So I think a lot of shared analysis of what the problem is. The solution is going to be different in every country, but what I would urge Howard and others in the administration just to think of is how your allies can also help you achieve your objectives, which I think are in your national interest, as well as helping all of the Western world to thrive.
Can I bring in Mr.
Sure. Well, listen, it's a real pleasure to be with Howard and obviously Rachel and colleagues. I like the way Howard started. You know, it's the worker first and how we rebuild industrialization. And you're right. You know, you've been looking at that. And I think today, and I chaired 10 meetings of the finance minister of the G7, perhaps last year, with Rachel and Scott and others to try to figure out, you know, the way forward. And one thing, and goes back to Howard, I think that the world see a better, clearer nexus between food security, energy security, economic security, and national security. I can tell you as finance minister, I've never talked as much about national security as we did before, for some of the reason that ours was mentioning. You know, we've become too reliant and less resilient. So how do we build resilience in the system, I think has been a significant thing. And nostalgia is never a good strategy. You know, I keep saying we're entering the second quarter of the 21st century. And the next 25 years and beyond is not going to be like the last 25. So you cannot look at the past to try to chart the future. And I'd say the 3S, which I call the speed, scope, and scale of change, is quite unprecedented. You know, some would say you have to go back to 1945, the fall of the Berlin Wall. It's everything. It's geoeconomic, geopolitics, supply chain. It's AI, it's quantum. It's a lot of things at the same time. And when you realize that, as we've done, is how do we, between partners, allies, and friends? You look at Canada. I mean, geography has made us partners, allies, and friends. We've been blessed by geography. We share the continent. We've been trading with each other. We've been exchanging. Actually, we're one of the biggest customers of the United States. We buy more from the U.S. than China, Japan, and the U.K. combined. So 2/3 of the United States of Canada is their first export market. So we've built that integration. But what Howard was making a point, and Rachel, is that within that, we also need to build more resilience in the system. You know, we had to do, for us, you know, do a step change. How we're going to be, you know, a major supplier in terms of critical minerals, in terms of energy, the things that will matter for the future. And what we need now is scope and scale. Because I think what we're facing now is a rupture point where we need to change the future together. And I would say when I look at Canada, you know, we're still a big magnet for talent. I mean, like the United Kingdom, Rachel and I were in Downing Street recently and looking at the talent piece. And if you can attract the right people, you're going to have the right economy and you're going to have the right strategy, the right prosperity. The second thing I would say, you need strong industries. And I think that was the point of Howard. You need to make cars, you need to make ships, you need to make planes. You need to have that industrial base that is going to ensure your resiliency, whatever happened in this new world. And I'd say in terms of critical minerals, it's true with our G7 colleagues. We said we cannot let uncertainty become the new certainty. So how do we, you know, make sure that we improve the resilience in the system? And we've seen what other actors have been trying to do on critical minerals. So we need to learn from that. And we've said, let's have an initiative to make sure we'd be more resilient. And for us, it's about how can we be the best possible partners to our friend allies so that no one has a choke point when it comes to that. Yeah. The fourth thing I would say is around energy. I think that we have been for decades providing energy, but I think now we're stepping up in a big way. And I think it's a good thing because you want, at the point of Howard in the United States, they want partners to be resilient. They want partners to be, you know, they're fighting for their own peace and for their workers, and I like it because we're all doing that, but we all need to do a bit more. And at the end, I would say when you're Canada, you know, we have free trade with all the G7 colleagues. So I think we're in a unique position to work in a very concrete way to build the resilience in the system that I think going back to the worker, the point of Howard, we're all going to be benefit if we're more resilient, if we're more coordinated in what we're doing, and realizing that each ally and partner can bring something to the table. Yeah. And that's what we're trying to build. If you're looking at the next quarter, that's really the wake-up call, I think, that we all receive and that we need to act upon.
Can I turn to our representatives from the private sector? Brian, ahead of time, we were talking about how, from your point of view, you think it's critical for countries to think about attracting foreign business. You were giving me a very interesting analysis of the way in which you thought that countries like Canada or the UK might be well advised to play this game of attracting foreign capital. We've heard the policy side. And then, Janet, I'd love to turn to you to get your global perspective on this.
So I think one thing Howard didn't mention also is the U.S. final demand is huge. And so the success of a company coming to the U.S. and doing something is there's going to be a big final demand met. And the U.S. consumer in the first couple of weeks of January spent 7% more than they spent last January. We've raised our estimates for U.S. economy from 2.6% GDP to 2.8%. We're bullish, and we think that's net, Howard. So you got to, but with a 5 or 6% growth, frankly, which is a lot of activity. So we're bullish on that. But what I was saying earlier is that the tricky thing to figure out, and I've had discussions with Rachel and her colleagues over the years, is how you're the best place. If you're England and she pointed out the financial services is a major industry for them. You have to think about how you're the best place for firms like ours to operate, who are not running retail banks and not running, so that they can go to the whole world out of that. And so we have New York, we have London, and then how do we go to the whole world? And the trick for a government is to figure out, I got to protect my people, I got to protect my tax base. What I don't need to do is get myself so involved to where I start to become more and more difficult. So if you take the environmental rules that have been beaten after the last 5 or 6 years. I've had some interesting meetings here where we keep telling these aren't going to work, these aren't going to work in the EU, CRDD and all this stuff. You know, our point was not, you just make it unable to work. And even the capital rules in Basel III, which sound like we're codifying the word, the application of them created misery across the world. And so the idea, I think, when a country thinks about it, what our colleagues said here about protecting it, but it's how do you have the balance between being the best place for multinationals to come do business in our country, at the same time protecting our citizens and thing. And it's not by saying all the rules apply to the UK multinational that apply to the US multinational. You got to sit there and say, how do I tailor this thing to make it work? Which is a bit what Howard's saying. They're going to bring fabs here. We're not saying you have to become a U.S. company to do it. They're building, you know, this major fab. You talk about one up in Syracuse and et cetera. It's a foreign company, but they got to put it here so if the whatever hit the fan, you could cut it off and still own the means of production. That's because of that thing. There's other things you don't have to be quite so ardent about, for lack of a better term. So how does a country balance that sovereignty with that? Data is becoming a real problem. You know, people want to say, if the data's in my country, it's okay. And you're saying, you know what? That just means you've taken all this worldwide system, which you want us to give you all these reports, information, and you started slicing it pieces. There's no value to the customer in that. There's no value to your companies in that. You think there's incremental value, but let us explain, what do you really want? We can get it to you if you need it. But if you make us run separate systems, you've added cost to your people, because, by the way, the rest of the people just run a common system. So it's data, it's information, employee practices, and all those things. And how do you become the best, and how do you think about that while protecting your citizens from big bad banks, or protecting your citizens from taxpayer degradation, things like that?
That's truly fascinating. Janet, do you want to give us your...
So first, I'll just start with, we're a global organization, 400,000 people. We operate in about 150 countries and territories. And so, globalization for us has been there for a long time. And, you have to work, with how do you deal with local rules and regulations. It's no different than the financial services industry. Politics, economies, demographics, all different. And you've got to decide, what do you need to do to operate locally and then continue to be a well-connected global organization. And I think that's where companies, need more help than ever before. And so I think globalization is not going away. It's just becoming more complex. So we look at the landscape and, the geo-strategy of companies has been elevated like we've never seen before in the last 2 years to be a board-level conversation. 94% of our, CEOs that we survey are really investing significant money, to really games, and scenario plan, not one or two, but 6 or 7 different scenarios because of the complexities that we're talking about here today. And resiliency you talked about, that's what's so important for these organizations. And just being here last year, where there was, uncertainty, compared to this year, I think last year we saw a lot of companies kind of wait and see and, we'll take some time to see, how we pivot. I think now, our most sophisticated clients, they can't wait. So they're going to have to make some bets. They're going to have to make some investments. Some will work out, some won't. But, that paralysis is no longer an option, and they're going to have to move forward.
Can I double down on that and ask both of you from the private sector whether you are seeing already, just expanding on the point you've just made, where is this tipping point coming? Like, when is the private sector, globally or in the US, where are you seeing the flows shift? Because I'm a policy wonk kind of person. I'm always talking up the story. The politicians have a stake in also, in some sense, talking up the story because you need programs. The visions of the Trump administration are astonishingly bold. And then what I'm always kind of with my economist hat on, I'm wondering, is this really happening? Like, is the shift in the flow really happening?
Just think about the ability to get a deal done. The ability to get a transaction done. The honest advice in, say, 2024 or something like that would have been to somebody offering up a $5 billion plus acquisition. Think twice, because this may never get approved. And what are you going to do to your company while you wait? Okay. That's completely changed. So last year, 25, was the second highest investment banking year of deals getting done. Absent the pandemic recovery year where every debt financing went crazy. So, and next year we think it's bigger. That means that you're unleashing the competitive forces of acquisitions and all the deployments and investments. So the capital markets are open, the financing's there. And so I think if we can keep enough certainty, to your point about that, it just keep the rules clear enough. Well, these colleagues have to wrestle with. National security is not, unless you're in the business of providing national security, is not something we all depend on, but not something we're going to add a lot of value to. But on the other hand, it creates economic activity we have to help finance. Okay, but the world's ready to go in a lot of ways, and so deals can get done and things like that. And what I encourage people is to move on the permitting side, move on the approval side, move on the deregulation side. There's a lot of fuel going in the tank right now on deregulation stuff that's still barely coming in the system across the UK and here and other places.
So in our pre-chat, you were saying de-emphasize the headline tariff wars thing. Focus on the nuts and bolts, the non-tariff barriers, the things which enable stuff to get done.
These rules, which they're straightening out, hopefully, on environmental disclosure, require you to do things like, and we're just saying there's an ISSB that comes with set standards. We're happy to agree with those, and those were developed with business. The firms, the major firms developing, so business can do this, but if you do a lot more than this because you like X or Y. You are just adding barriers to us being able to operate with the facility to help your people get financing and access to capital.
Janet, this corresponds to your experience.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at, again, financial services regulation of our profession. We've got different standards for different companies listing different places. That's not helpful, right? We've got to get alignment and better consensus, again, to bring, more businesses to market and the like.
You want to come back in?
Well, I would say it's not a time to wait. It's a time to double down. I mean, listen, what we need, we were talking just a minute, critical minerals. What we need is speed and scale. This is not a time. But what has happened in the world, I think, is forced us as government to be more efficient. I mean, a lot of what we were saying is how we bring efficiency in our own system. For us, we put a major project office, reducing the time of permitting, matching the offer and demand, looking at long-term offtake with the number of private sector. I think there's a big role in the United States has been leading in many ways in trying to show us in a way the interaction that you can have. And honestly, when, there's things that you see in the public, but you'd be surprised at the amount of discussion and, the background what we're trying to think to achieve. Because if you look at the real challenges in the world today and the advancement of technology, quantum and AI altogether, cyber, I come back to critical minerals because it's essential. The microchip, everything we need. I would say what has happened has made us also more efficient. I can speak for Canada. We have done things in the recent past that, were long-standing that we needed to do. And Rachel and I, we've been sharing, and Howard has been obviously a lot as well in the United States. So I would say from our side, it has made us more efficient because I don't think that you'll see change is obviously part of history, but I don't think the speed and scope and scale of change will relax. I think you will see that for quite some time. So better adapt to that, be efficient, and like you said, these investments that are waiting, I think we've passed the time of waiting now. It's the time to act to make sure we can, meet the moment.
I'd love to go out to the audience for some questions. The fate of these panels is that we have too little time, too many great speakers, but I'd really like to open it up. I see 3 hands here. I'll start here with Peter Goodman, I think, at the time.
Yeah, hey, Peter Goodman with the New York Times. Mr. Secretary, I'm wondering where the safeguarding of credibility in the institutions of American governance fits into your vision for America First, and specifically, where do you stand on the importance of Fed independence, and what are we to make of the fact that we've actually seen manufacturing jobs decline over the last year?
I'm going to collect a few, so I'm going to go, I think there was let's see, another gentleman here, and then I'll go to there. We'll try and do 2 rounds.
Thank you. I was going to ask about central bank independence, but not just the Fed, actually, more generally. But actually, I'll pivot to something else. So deregulation, which we've certainly seen in the US, also in the UK. How do you see those as tailwinds? We definitely see tailwinds in the US from a financial services perspective. How do you see it in other markets? Also, probably hear from the Chancellor.
Lady at the front here in the grey. We'll just do the front row for our starter round.
Hi, Mehreen Khan from the Times. Chancellor, you said that it's very important to
understand who our friends are and what the threats are. Is China a friend to the UK or is it a threat to the UK? The Prime Minister will be making a visit to China in the next couple of weeks, the first in many years. And Commerce Secretary, would you like to see the UK government taking a position on China that's much more in line with your administration's?
Well, that's a great round of questions. Secretary Lutnick, we've not heard from you in a while.
Clearly, I'd like the UK, who was our great friend and ally, to be aligned with us. Right? That's clear. With respect to interest rates in America, there's been a classic policy that when the U.S. economy does well, raise rates and put brakes on it. When the U.S. economy is doing poorly, cut rates and add gas to it. But basically define mediocrity one way or the other. And President Trump thinks quite differently. We have the best credit in the world. Why are we paying a higher rate than all the other credits of the world? It makes no sense. Our rates are too high. It's just binary. Our rates should be much lower so that our economy can finally flourish. I think we're going to grow more than 5% GDP this quarter, and that's for the $30 trillion U.S. economy. And if rates were lower, you would see us hit 6%. What is holding us back is ourselves, okay? We are going to align our economy and our industrial policy with growth and success, and we hope to export that. I hope the UK follows our energy policy, follows our digital policy, so that our great tech companies can invest in the UK, can invest in Canada, can invest in Europe. But they can't if they have the Digital Services Act, the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, the digital this, the digital that. Europe has taxed our companies with fines and regulatory attacks more than they've earned in taxes on their own technology companies. Instead of saying, come and build and grow and build data centers here, they tax the heck out of them with fines and regulations that harm them. It's illogical. There's a reason the United States has $18 trillion of economic power coming in. You just watch. I couldn't say 5%, and I couldn't say, I think 6% if we cut interest rates is in the cards, unless that $18 trillion comes to America to build. And let me give you a hint. It's coming, and it's coming fast.
But I asked you about the principle of independence. Who gets to decide whether rates should be higher or lower? Whether you're right, should it be independent, or should you and the president get to decide that?
Well, thank you for putting me in it. It has nothing to do with me, but thank you. The President of the United States gets to pick the members of the Board of Governors. He will pick the governors that he thinks are the best, and therefore the outcome will be set by the governors. That is set. The President has clearly set what he thinks the right answer is, which is lower rates based on our credit, not based on some other nonsense. But he will pick the governors, and the outcomes will be set by the Fed governors.
That I find illuminating in the sense that it's the sheer drama of your vision of potential American growth that helps us better understand the stakes in the struggle over the Fed. I think that is actually, for me, quite an illuminating answer. It segues very well with the AI discourse as well, about the urgency of the current moment and the coincidence of the AI boom with the first year of the Trump presidency. As a historian, I think we'll look back on as a hugely powerful moment. We had a bunch of really other interesting questions. Maybe, Chancellor Reeves, you would like to pick up the question from Maureen Khan?
Yes, first of all, I'll say something about central banks, though. In the UK, with this government, we very much believe in the independence of central banks and, indeed, respect for wider economic institutions. It's only 3 and a bit years ago that a previous Conservative Prime Minister and Chancellor spent months undermining the Bank of England, didn't allow the independent forecaster to do a budget forecast, combined with a load of unaffordable tax policy, sent interest rates soaring in the UK, inflation was unleashed and pensions were put in peril. And so we very much believe that even though, of course, we would like interest rates to be lower, we have to get inflation down to get interest rates lower, which is why we're taking £150 off of energy bills for all UK households from April this year, freezing rail fares, freezing prescription charges to bring down inflation, which is currently at 3.2%. Bank of England think it will be back at target by late spring, early summer, and that will enable the Bank of England. So not taking shortcuts, but enable the bank to cut interest rates. On Antonio's question, I was laughing a little bit when people were talking about deregulation. Antonio and I, when I became Chancellor, would message each other regularly about development, I think in Horsham, was it, in Sussex, where you had some microscopic snails that, as a result, were stopping any houses being built. You know, in our regulatory system, we cared more about microscopic snails than we did about young families and first-time buyers getting on the housing ladder. Well, Antonio, I think you can confirm that has changed now. You are building those houses because we've changed the rules and regulations. We're letting people build stuff in Britain again, whether that is energy infrastructure, transport infrastructure, housing for our people, you name it, the data centres. And, you know, Ruth Porat, who's here this week, and others at Google and all of your big US companies are building data centres in Britain because we're making it easier for them to do so. And we don't have the regulation that some other countries have, which makes it easier to do business in Britain. But we absolutely recognise that challenge from business to make it easier to get stuff done. Planning and regulation are being torn up in the UK because we want to make it easier to do business. And finally, on Maureen's point about China, the trade intensity between the UK and China is lower than between the US and China, lower than Germany and China, lower than France and China. We don't want to be an outlier, but we are a bit of an outlier today, and we've missed out on opportunities for British businesses to sell into US markets. Brian and Bank of America do business in China. We want to help British businesses as well to be able to export to those fast-growing markets. That's in our national interest, but we also need to make sure that we use that relationship to challenge where necessary in a whole range of areas, including on areas such as dumping and the lack of respect for some rights of activists like Jimmy Lai, which we raise regularly with the Chinese. But you've got to be in the room to be able to have those conversations. You're not always going to be able to agree, but if you refuse to engage, then you're unable to have those difficult conversations too.
If I may, I'll go to another round of questions. We've got people queuing up in the audience. The gentleman here, smiling at me with a tie, woman here in the checked top, and then gent here in the middle. Oh, have we got over here? We'll do 4. Okay, where you go?
Joel Hills from ITV News. A question for Mr. Lutnick, if I can, from the UK, Mr. Lutnick. It is said that President Trump rather likes and admires shows of strength. What will happen if Europe does decide to respond with tariffs?
This lady here in the red checked top.
I was actually going to ask exactly the same one about retaliatory tariffs, so I'll ask a different one. Isn't there likely to become a point at which financial markets, this is also one for the Trade Secretary, isn't there likely to come a point at which financial markets start to become concerned, as they did a couple of years ago in the UK, about the credibility of institutions, about whether the US is a reliable place to go to do business, whether they can trust the rule of law, whether there's so much uncertainty about the sort of trade environment and so on that it becomes a riskier place to invest?
I'm going to take 2 more because this is going so well. Here we go. Gentleman here with the tie. There we go. And then over here, Ravi.
Right. I'm David Rhodes from Sky News in the UK. And my question is actually for EY and Bank of America. Secretary Lutnick, you said that globalization had failed the West and failed the United States. And you said it's left America behind. So I'd be interested to know some of the ways that the Bank of America and EY have been left behind in this set of circumstances that you're describing.
Ravi.
Hi there, Ravi from Foreign Policy Magazine. Secretary Lutnick,
I thought your first answer was illuminating about what America First is, and you framed it partly as an expression of sovereignty. And I guess my question to you is, what about the sovereignty of other nations? And this is linked to your role, because the threats on Greenland are no longer hypothetical. You're already proposing economic warfare against 8 European countries. So how does this add up? Does sovereignty matter or not?
So I'll try to start on this side, which is when we launched our tariff regime on April 2nd, the world was aflutter with all of these kind of comments. But since then, if you check at the end of 2025, you will see all of the key indicators are up. The UK stock market's up, Europe's stock market is up, Japan is up, Korea is up. They are all up because, as it turns out, there is much more stability in a strong America and a natural and long-term relationship between two countries. I think with respect to the tariff policy, the president uses tariff policy to make sure people are talking and paying attention and not just acting. You have seen him use tariff policy again and again to have outcomes that are reasonable and appropriate. So the fact that he doesn't want things to be done without discussion and without consideration is a way for him to say, hey, you know, you need to talk to us. If you're our great ally, you need to talk to us. Do I think the trade deals that we've set with Europe, with the UK, are they durable? I absolutely do. I do not see a model where Europe would decide, I want to blow up the tariff I have on automobiles or on pharmaceuticals or on semiconductors. I'd like to just go back to the way it was in April. I just don't see that happening. What I see happening is diplomacy and talking and at the table rather than action, which is something I think the president cares about and is important to the president. And I said, I will leave that to my national security people. But the president is clear-minded and clear of thought. He feels, and he's talked about this for 30 years, he has felt that the industrial policy of the United States allowed it to be hollowed out, and that would be true of Britain, and that would be true of Europe, that all of this has moved to Asia, right, where they make everything and we just buy it. And that has got to end. We need to produce things in America. We need to produce things, and we encourage the UK to do the same, right? And you agree. It's not as if we disagree. So that's the history, and sovereignty for America says we need to have our own steel. We need to have aluminum. We can have it with great allies, but we cannot have it where we rely on other people that maybe, like we've seen in critical minerals, and make no mistake about it, the critical mineral issue was with us a year ago. Everybody was sleeping through it. Donald Trump ripped the Band-Aid off, and the whole world said, oh my God. And that is the intuition and power of Donald Trump's presidency, is that he's teaching the world what is wrong. And now the world is working together with respect to critical minerals to fix it, right? But there are all sorts of things that need to be fixed, one of which is a modification of industrial policy, that the United States of America should be a place where you build things, and I would encourage the UK to do the same. Granted, it can't be everything to everyone, but there are a lot of things. Same for Canada, same for all our allies.
And what happens if Europe retaliates with tariffs of its own, Mr. Lutnick?
Well, then we'll be back to a tit for tat, which is how we began, and it will end in a very positive conversation between Donald Trump and Ursula von der Leyen, which is what happened last time. So you can start with a kerfluffle, but in the end, right, the United States and Europe are great allies. The United States and the UK are great allies. These are great allies, right? We are great allies with Canada. We are great allies. It doesn't mean you don't have an argument. It doesn't mean you don't disagree. But it doesn't change the fundamentals of the United States knows who our allies are. And if we're going to have a kerfluffle, so be it. But we know where it's going to end. It's going to end in a reasonable manner that, in our view, prior to Donald Trump taking the helm of the United States of America, the world was taking the piss out of us, right? And we were exporting the power of our economy to the rest of the world. In 1 year of change, I've just said my expectation is GDP of the United States of America is over 5% in the first quarter of 2026. That's just my opinion. But so far, in the first quarter, if you saw what I said I thought the United States would grow 4%, and the whole world said, you got to be kidding me. 4.3% in the third quarter. You're going to see plus 5% from the United States of America, the $30 trillion economy, winning. And that's good for the world.
We're out of time, but I still want to give the final word to our representatives from the private sector, because I thought this question that you asked was really quite a fundamental one. Does the Secretary's counter-narrative to the story of globalization, which he quite rightly associates and quite fairly associates with WEF, does that ring true for you? Or do you see elements that you can agree with, even if perhaps the overall story doesn't work?
He went through the pieces, the national security pieces, manufacturing job content as a percentage of all content, even though we're a very services-oriented economy. It's not that America hasn't done fine. It's a question of, do we have the pieces today that we need to be successful on the dimensions of defense, national security, dominance of what the next big arc is, which is AI and technology implementation, and the power to build that, and the power to know you have it. Rachel mentioned something earlier which did pick up, which was the supply chain precision and efficiency. We all learned a lesson in COVID. When you woke up and you didn't have personal protective equipment. The idea that all the masks for surgeons to conduct business in every hospital in the world were coming from like 2 places. And that's not a sensible way. Was it 10 cents cheaper, 15 cents cheaper, $1 cheaper? So I think the question is really job content, which is the workers. I grew up in a small town in Ohio, and so I've seen that happen. It's job content. It's also what you need to make sure you really have ownership of, and then the other stuff. This shirt you can be more flexible on, and that's the history of the Northeast having the shirt-making industry, the Southeast having a shirt-making industry, and then offshore. But the designers and the thinking about it, making it a wearable, you want that on your shore. And I think it's, but our country's been successful. There's no question. The question is, can we be successful in the next big arc? That's the question, and that's what Howard's trying to articulate. I think. I would never put words in the hammer's mouth. But I think that's what he's trying to say.
Can I give you the last word?
No, and honestly, from my perspective, I look at what our clients are coming to us on, and they want, greater collaboration across the globe on things that matter them and to impact them. And they want us to have a stronger voice to help bring that type of collaboration, to our clients to make it easier for them to do business. Brian said it earlier.
Larry Fink asked us in his opening address to kind of raise the tone of the conversation here and to be willing to engage in, if necessary, quite forthright argument. And I think our panel has squarely met that challenge. I'd like to thank everyone here for contributing, and thank you very much for the fantastic questions.
Sheila Oliver. We have a lot to talk about. I'm going to very briefly introduce the very distinguished panel of guests. Immediately to my left, the Managing Director of Investment of the International Monetary Fund, Saudi Arabia, and last but certainly not least, Brad Smith, the President and Vice Chair of Microsoft, Khalid Al-Faleh, India, the Minister of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and last but certainly not least, Ashwini Vaishnaw, the Minister for Economic, Electronics, something really smart to say, technology towards the end, try to make eye contact, we'll see what happens. So I want to start off interests with responsibilities. We're going to try to get to a couple of questions at the end. Sort of the geography, really smart to say, geopolitics, towards the end, try to make eye contact right now. I mean, you think it's all about Greenland at Davos this year, but actually there's another Davos going on, which is very fast-moving, involves an incredible amount of investment. It's one of the reasons why you just upgraded the economic outlook this year. But actually, there's another Davos going on, which is very fast-moving, involves an incredible amount of around the world. It's one of the reasons why you just upgraded the economic outlook.
When we look around the world and we see what is injecting resilience and strength in the world economy
with AI.
Definitely AI is. When we look around the world and we see what is injecting resilience and strength in the world economy over the last decades, the state moving out of the economy, letting private business do its part. Advancement and those two things work extremely well over the last decades. We created the state index moving out of the economy, how well letting private business do its part for AI. And those two things work extremely well. So we created the index of preparedness to see how well those different countries make it happen for AI. Those who watch it happen, I would put them and those in three categories. Saying, what the heck is happening? Make it happen. And actually, on a serious note, watch it. We look at four things. We look at physical infrastructure. What the heck is happening? At labor and skills, capabilities. On a serious note, look at diffusion. Four things. AI may be happening, but if it is not changing the economy, it's not so relevant. And then we look at regulation and ethics. And then we look at diffusion countries. AI may be happening, but if it is not changing the economy, it's not so relevant. A very small group. And then we look at regulation and ethics. Now, in the current environment, probably countries. Would be interesting to recognize that the United States, at the top, Denmark, a very small Singapore of countries are the top three. Now, in the current environment, probably China would be interesting to recognize that the United States, but China is so big and Singapore can't get that top three in this ranking. And of course, not surprisingly, we have very emerging market capabilities, but China is so big that you can't get that high in this ranking. Actually, India would be one of them. Not surprisingly, we have many emerging market economies with comparative in the higher spectrum. Saudi Arabia would be one of low-income countries, and would be one of them because number of mid-sized that India is making that are way in the higher spectrum, and they're behind on all low-income countries, and a very big number of mid-sized middle-income countries is already experiencing behind the arrival and they're behind AI. On all but four. I do worry about the world as a accordion of opportunities is already experiencing that are much more present AI in some places than in others. I do worry about the impact on labor market. Accordion of opportunities. It is quite dramatic. Much more present. We calculate some places on than average, in others. And then we look at the impact on labor market touched by AI. It is quite dramatic. Or we calculate or that on average, quite significantly, 40% of jobs without touched by AI for either enhanced in advanced economies. This is 60% or changed quite in low-income countries. 20 without implications 26% for better pay. Again, accordion of in impact. Advanced economies. Now, this is my main message here is in low-income countries. 20 this is a tsunami 26% hitting the labor market. Accordion of impact. And even in now, the best my main message here is the following. I don't think we are prepared. This is enough. A tsunami. And if you allow me to add hitting the labor market.
It's just going to take away from your
And
time
even
later,
in the
Christina,
best,
but
I know you. You are like an accountant. And if you allow me to add one point, and I'll give you, 2 minutes from the next one. Oh, I know.
So what I want to say is that
you are like an
very
accountant.
interesting.
We said,
How much are actually jobs changing?
And I'll give you,
Really?
2 minutes from the
And
next
what we
found out that in advanced
so
economies,
what I want to say is that we did something very interesting.
We said,
You read advertisements,
how much are actually
and 1 in 10 would have a new skill
Really?
that didn't exist
And what we
before.
found out that
at least
in
one new
advanced
skill,
economies,
maybe 2, maybe 3,
United
maybe
States,
4,
for example,
and that
you
these
read
guys
advertisements
would get
and
1
better
in
pay.
10 would
So
have
what
a
is
new
the
skill
impact?
that
The
didn't
impact
exist
is they have
before.
more money in their
at
pockets.
least 1 new skill.
They
maybe
go
2,
to
maybe
restaurants
3, maybe
more,
4, to movies more.
And then these guys
so demand
would
for
get better
low-skilled
pay.
labor
So what
in
is the impact?
services
The impact
goes
is
up.
they have more money in
And
their
in
pockets.
fact,
They go to restaurants more.
These poor guys in the middle, in the
so
jobs that
demand
are
for low-skilled labor in services goes up.
And in fact,
impulse
who is squeezed
more.
These poor guys in the middle,
the other
in the jobs that are
really, really
not
affected,
enhanced, young people who go for their first job.
So impulse
power is
more.
changing
I owe you 1 million. The other category of people really, really
panels,
affected.
I'm taking this off as well.
Young
So
people who go
many
for their
many
first job.
issues of both power distribution inside countries, which I hope we'll get to, but
I owe
first
you
around the world. And those 3 categories that you remind everybody at the beginning, many issues you watch it being made, or you have no idea what's being made. Which I hope the countries in those categories don't necessarily always align very well. Categories, first category, remind everybody at the beginning, very little cooperation. You watch it being made, but you have no idea what's being made. The countries in those categories don't necessarily always align very well. And as we're seeing this week, U.S. and China, concerns about the nature of the transatlantic relationship, virtually none on this issue. AI technology, very important. Brad, talk us through the implications of this. A lot of movement.
Well, certainly,
and as
you
we're
see
seeing
the
this
US and
week,
China
a lot of concerns about the nature of like the transatlantic
One is the
relationship,
leading
how
edge
that
of
plays out in
innovation,
AI technology.
who
Very
is
important.
making
Brad,
the best
talk us
chips,
through
who is producing the
implications of
best models. Well, certainly, the second you see the U.S. and China competing on 2 very important levels. One is the leading edge of innovation country, and the companies from each country are working to spread their technology around the world. But the second aspect of competition is really diffusion or adoption. A more global economy, each country and the companies from each country are working to spread their technology around the world. Have a conversation on a week like this about an island like Greenland. Of course, it's a national security topic. Just how important it needs to be considered, I think, in the context of these economic ties. Have a conversation when it comes to this about an island like Greenland. People in Europe often look at the United States and say, "Well, we need this or we need that," but they forget. I think in the context of these economic ties. They have Nokia. When it comes to AI, they have Siemens. I think people in Europe often look at the United States and say, "Well, we need this or we need that," but they forget. And if you look at the ties across the Atlantic, they have Nokia. It's easy for Americans to forget that 70% of foreign investment into the United States comes from the rest of NATO. Already, 40% of American ties across the Atlantic go to the rest of NATO. It's easy for Americans to forget that 70% of foreign investment into the United States comes from the rest of NATO.
If you think about the changes that AI is having on the geopolitical environment, Brad, would you say that AI is doing more to bring countries together, is doing more to force countries apart? If you think about the changes that AI is having on the geopolitical environment, Brad, would you say that
I would probably say on average
is doing more to bring countries
but it is going to become more important every year. And when you look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, when you look at India, I think you see the future. I would probably say on average you see the role that AI is playing there already, and you see the role that will play. When you look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, when you look at India, I think their economies in new ways with the rest of the world. And you see the role that AI is playing there already, and you see the role that will play.
Fastest growing major economy in the world.
Both growing their economies,
an AI player, but clearly in the second
with the rest of the world.
That Kristalina is talking about. Incredible talent base. Have to think about alignments with the United States or China to a degree. But how much do you have to think about that? An AI player, but clearly in the second, how much can you chart your own course irrespective have to think about the alignments with the United States or China to a degree, but how much do you have to think about that as a country like India? How much can you chart your own course irrespective of what the Americans and Chinese are doing?
The chip layer, the infra layer, and the energy layer.
And the reason for that is all the there are 5 layers making very good progress in all the 5 layers. The application layer, on the application model layer, we will probably be the infra layer and the supplier of services to the world. We are working on all the 5 layers. Go to an enterprise, making very good progress in all the 5 understand the working of the application layer and provide that service using AI applications. Biggest supplier of services to the world. Be the biggest factor. Go to an enterprise, understand the business of enterprise, or successful understand the working of that enterprise. Because that's where ROI service using AI applications. ROI doesn't come from that's going to creating a very large factor of 95% of the work can happen or successful deployment models which are AI, 20 billion because or 50 that's where ROI comes from. We are creating a bouquet of such models, creating a very large model. We already have 95% of the work can happen which are now being deployed models which are 20 billion or 50 billion to increase the productivity. We are creating a bouquet of such models to increase the effective use of technology. We already have a bouquet of such focus is very much which are now being deployed, making sure that AI diffusion happens to increase the productivity. And I don't know what the IMF criteria has been, to increase the effective use of Stanford places India focus is very much on in making sure that AI diffusion happens in a very preparedness and I don't know what the IMF criteria has been. Actually, on AI talented places, India is third. I don't think in terms of AI classification in the second book is right. AI preparedness actually in terms of AI talent. So all the 3 actually on AI talent it is India, number 2 in an environment. So I don't think your classification in the second book is right. It's actually in the first.
Again, this was a conversation that didn't even exist at the World Economic Forum 5 years ago. And you now have radically different capabilities AI in different countries around the world. India has become a geopolitical player in its own right in the last 10 years. 5 years ago. Didn't even want to play geopolitics. You now have radically different capabilities. How does AI different countries around the world that India has become a geopolitical player in its own right in the last 10 years on the global stage? Didn't even want to play geopolitics before Modi came in.
If you look at
how does AI play into
AI shaping
that
geopolitics
capacity around the world,
what can
into what India wants to be on
a
the
very
global
large
stage.
model, let's say, without taking any names. If you look at switch off that model, way AI is shaping geopolitics. What will happen to a country like India? We have what can a country which has a very large model, which can be used any names for 95% of the work that we require to do. What will happen to a country like India? Does creating a large bouquet of models give you a geopolitical which can be used power? I don't think for 95% of the causing that we certain conditions where the people who are creating those large models does creating a large model give you a geopolitical they might go bankrupt in the coming years. It might actually be causing we have to understand the economics of creating those large models. Might go bust in the coming years. Fifth industrial revolution. You never know. They might go bankrupt in the economics of the fifth industrial revolution. The situation is the economics of this fifth industrial revolution is going to come from a new ROI is going to come from revolution. Deploying we must the lowest economics of the fifth industrial revolution to get the highest economics of this fifth industrial revolution. If you have a 50 billion parameter model, you can deploy it using one GPU. Deploying the lowest if you have a 30 billion parameter model to get which the highest possible return. Good for 80% of your work. If you have a 50 billion parameter model, a GPU. You can deploy it using one GPU. Geopolitical thing in that. And if you have a 30 billion parameter number of CPUs working, which is in the entire world, good for and 80% are coming with custom silicon. You don't even require a GPU. Amazing number of companies and countries where you wouldn't require to be dependent on any particular country in the entire world. So that and people are coming with custom silicon edge from that you are probably hinting amazing number of companies and countries.
Given that, I mean,
where you wouldn't require to be dependent on any particular country.
Was just talking
the so-called geopolitical
a lot of people
that you are probably
that have been raising a lot of money in the United States. Given that, with models that he thinks aren't going to be as effective as India's model, was just talking about now a lot of people. You're the one that's thinking that have been raising a lot of money in the United States, enormous amounts of assets, with models that he thinks aren't going to be as effective both in Saudi Arabia and all over the world. Whatever bucket they're in. As you're thinking about the most revolutionary set of technologies out there, you're the one that's thinking about deploying. What are you looking enormous amounts of assets that's going to make you for your convinced, both in Saudi Arabia and all over the world. This is a loser. As you're thinking about the most revolutionary set of technologies out there, are doing very different things. What are you looking for?
First,
that's going to make you
I think everybody agrees that AI
this is a winner, this is a loser, as these
truly
different countries and different companies
transformation
are doing very different things.
This century and first, of our time. I think everybody agrees. However, like transformation as a general purpose technology is truly commoditized. The transformation of this century, any one company or anyone country. The race is however, like transformation before, to build the infrastructure quickly be commoditized. It is, and it's not going to be held. I think the any one company or AI's country. The race is on. Everybody wants accessible. So the word to build fusion is not just within economies that have to compete. But I believe, I think it has to be done of AI's power from our perspective as an energy-producing nation. The diffusion not just within economies that have to compete, Saudi Arabia produced. It has for 9 decades has enabled globally from our perspective as an energy human development nation, countries like India, the diffusion China, of hydrocarbon energy, Europe, that Saudi Arabia where that energy for 9 decades has enabled economies tremendous and people's tremendous. The internet did the same thing. Like India, there were a few China, Microsoft was one of them. Europe, that had where that, but ultimately it's transformed from economies across the world, including emerging economies. The internet did the same thing. We are manufacturing. There were a few companies, Microsoft was one of them, data centers that had the lead, but ultimately it's coming from. So we believe across the world, including emerging economies, is very important. We are manufacturing. We don't know who's going to be ahead for data centers today in Saudi Arabia. It's clear U.S. companies. So we believe that optionality is very important. We don't know race. We don't know who's going to be ahead 4 or 5 years from now. The essence it's clear U.S. companies that have strategy towards AI. It's a huge technology boost for diversification. Vision are ahead today, but launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Saudi Arabia almost 10 years ago was strategy underpinned by diversification using new economy boost for diversification. So the energy transition launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince almost 10 years ago traditional resource under hydrocarbon diversification, actually a pillar of our diversification. New economy. So we're going the energy transition, 50% renewables, to be competing with our traditional resource. Hydrocarbon energy is actually a pillar that is diversification. A global commodity that will be 50% that we work with. And just like India, we know this is not that renewable. About infrastructure, data center, will power, and the energy that is going to be competitive advantage that we believe Saudi Arabia that we will work with. And just like India, we know this is not across the technology stack, infrastructure, data center, and the energy competitive advantage and in connectivity. Saudi Arabia, again, because we believe that this is going to be across global technology stack and applications, just as important as building the data LLMs and in connectivity. We need to be connected, and we are because we believe Europe, Asia, that this is going to be India, China, Japan. So just as we want that data, building that the data hub AI power is building to be, we need to be connected, and we are connected to Europe, Asia, countries like India, China, Japan.
Now, as we think about AI as having dual-use capabilities, as the United States government is leaning more into industrial policy with other countries around the world, now, as we think about AI as having dual-use capabilities, as the United States government is leaning more into industrial policy with other countries around the world, pressure in the as the Chinese make also have from an investment perspective into the investments that they make and that they accept.
You know, quite frankly, we have invested across
any geopolitical pressure in the decisions that you make
in Saudi Arabia with companies from East and West. U.S. is, you know, quite frankly, huge today because of their technology lead, as I mentioned. And we also had invested with Chinese companies in Saudi Arabia with companies from East and West. Digital U.S. technologies, we've invested with Japanese because of their technology lead, as I mentioned. We've also had across the technology sector in China. And digital technologies, we've invested with Japanese companies, Korean companies, across the technology sectors that we invest in. So optionality is very important. It's something we have now, and we protect because we believe that we
in Davos
are
in 2026.
Of our own destiny.
It's obviously a momentous occasion this year.
If that's the
possibly the most watched Davos of
you brought up
the last couple of decades.
Also, inside countries,
it is a moment of great
that are not
geopolitical tension, great
You're already seeing improvements
interest
in economic numbers from productivity and AI.
In a few hours' time, we have Emmanuel Macron has just left or is about to leave.
There are indeed
and
jobs
those things may or may not be related. But the session
we also see
holding today is on a topic of utmost importance to Europe, to the world, and I would argue also to the United States of America. We're going to be talking about Ukraine and the path to peace in Ukraine. Coming into this
way
week,
we measure at the
many
IMF,
of us in the media were expecting some sort of announcement on a peace deal, some sort of announcement on cessation of hostilities in Ukraine. However, the more we get closer to the arrival of Donald Trump, the less likely that appears, and the more we hear about Greenland instead of Ukraine. So it's a really fascinating moment. I want to welcome everybody who's watching on the live stream, everybody in the room. I think we're going to have a fascinating discussion. A really a top-notch panel that we have here today. I'll introduce them now, and then we will get into some of this discussion shortly. So on my left here, first of all, Kirilo Budanov is the head of the President's Office of Ukraine. Thank you for joining us, sir. Next to him is the Foreign Minister of Finland, Elina Valtonen. Thank you very much for joining us. Next to her, Anita Anand, Foreign Minister Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada. Thank you for joining us as well. And last but not least, the Senator for the great state of North Carolina, Tom Tillis.
Translation and interpretation.
Thank you for coming, sir.
We got from
so I'd like to start with you, Mr. Budanov.
Are replaced
obviously,
by AI.
This is an incredibly important fraught moment for your country.
We are actually just able to do much more high-quality research.
What is
in other words,
the most likely outcome? And when, if at all, can we see genuine moves towards peace in your country?
You go in communities where AI is not present. And there, how do people prepare for it? There is nothing happening now. And actually, we did something. I'm not going to vouch 100% this is correct, but we did a review to see countries where there is demand for AI skills, whether this demand is matched with supply of AI skills. And we found a very interesting picture. In some countries, demand is very high, supply is low. Some actually we have developed countries. In some countries, supply is very high. You have tons of skilled people, but the economy is not absorbing that supply. And the sad story is the countries where there is neither demand nor supply. And that risk of this massive divergence is at the country level then mirrors within a country.
So Brad, Kristalina, with this evocative accordion analogy, which is affecting not only countries but also populations, you've been on the front lines of this in the United States. You see now suddenly this raise in opposition to data centers. People saying, oh, we're unhappy, we don't think the water, it's electricity, we're not going to see the jobs. And a lot of people expect that given the shift in skills that are necessary, given the transition, that you're going to see that America's ripe for another wave of populism.
If there's any country apart from Ukraine that understands, I guess, Russia and Russia's history of aggression, I would argue
the big issue of the United States is you just mentioned, Ian, it really is around communities with data centers.
Meetings in recent weeks
it's coming at a time when the number one political issue, the number one economic issue
in Ukraine and where we're headed.
The impact of inflation.
So
people see these large construction projects. They know that those jobs actually are good jobs, skilled labor jobs, not just people doing construction work, but it's skilled electricians, skilled pipe fitters.
But the only thing I have to correct is that,
also
yes,
know
we
that
do have, unfortunately, quite some experience with Russia and Russian aggression over the course of the past, not only decades, but years,
what they're really asking is,
hundreds of years.
What does this mean
I still don't understand Russia, and I certainly don't sympathize with the imperialistic ambitions of that country that's
going to be impacted.
Apparently still
who's really going
ongoing.
to get these jobs?
Now,
is it going to be my family and my neighbors, or is it going to be somebody who moves into town
a peace
from somewhere else?
It needs to be just.
Really legitimate questions.
It needs to be genuine.
And I think it's incumbent on all of us in the industry in the United States to address them head on
the side of Russia
and offer the kinds of assurances that people need, that we will invest in electricity so that people's electricity rates don't increase, that will replenish more water in these communities than we use, that will work today, tomorrow to decide that whether it's skilled labor or IT jobs or other ongoing jobs,
now collectively,
so that local residents can fill them.
We increase the pressure
I think as data centers spread, inevitably, people in other parts of the world will ask the same question. If people benefit, it would be us. And I think people have a right.
Also, long into the future, they would have any strategic benefits.
You would say that today a much bigger issue for the tech companies in AI is response to these concerns about data centers and affordability than concerns about job loss or job
final ruble
right now.
On the war
in terms
of
the politics for 2026,
we can't allow that to happen.
I mean,
and
the world is sort of a quilt,
as the free world, we need to stay the course and keep on supporting
when you look
Ukraine.
At the construction of data centers.
Ramp up the
in
pressure
the US,
on Russia.
Local communities blocked $98 billion of private sector investment in just the third quarter of last year. You come to Europe and governments want to spend taxpayer dollars
and I think the decisions made last summer
construction.
In The Hague were
you look
exactly
at the Middle East, and there's obviously a major economic strategy of creating an export
for many years since
token exports or
we have
exports, if
taken
you will,
our defense and deterrence
out of,
very
say,
seriously.
Saudi Arabia,
always.
the UAE, and the like.
Thank you, Minister.
China probably has an ability to go faster in some ways when it comes to bringing electricity online and getting infrastructure built.
Canada is a member of NATO.
Go to Africa.
Canada is one of the closest neighbors to the United States.
We need more electricity and we need more data centers.
How involved do you think NATO is at this point in the negotiations, in the
technology?
plans
India already
to
an incredible job with
this conflict, or is it really just in the hands of the President of the United States?
Public services to people, and you're improving growth, and you're improving their per capita income
first of all,
without
thank you
actually
for
blowing
me.
out the budget.
Hello, everyone.
What can
and
AI do?
Obviously,
how are you deploying AI
I'm very
to
happy
further
that we're having
that
a panel
message?
about
how
Ukraine
fast are we
to
going
discuss
to see? Where are we going to see?
Ukraine. Because,
Absolutely.
as you
Every
suggested, the attention is being diverted away from the potential ceasefire that has been on the table.
In a very systematic way.
And I want to underline this.
What is the biggest constraint?
That
the biggest
there
constraint
should
is
be
availability
nothing
of GPUs.
about Ukraine without Ukraine.
To solve that constraint,
this
we decided to have a public-private partnership
important
in which
as we consider the 20-point peace plan, as we discuss the security guarantees and the efforts of the coalition of the willing. The fundamental principle of territorial integrity and sovereignty of states is what Canada believes
in which the common compute facility is
be the driver
enabled by the government
of
and
the
subsidized by the government,
and
so
the
that
outcome.
Entire population, all the
Again,
students,
nothing about
researchers,
Ukraine
startups,
without Ukraine.
they all get access to it.
And Canada
and the cost is
has a
one-third of the
distinct
cost
relationship
in most of the
with
countries.
Ukraine.
That is first. Second,
not
having
just
a set
as
of
a
free,
NATO member,
a bouquet of
not as the neighbor of
which basically
the United States,
most of your needs.
but a distinct relationship
Third,
with
sure
Ukraine.
We
have, outside of Russia, the largest population of Ukrainians outside of Ukraine. We have
making sure that the
put
IT industry,
the largest per
which is a very significant
capita
industry
amount
in our country,
of support, financial support towards Ukraine, military, economic, financial, infrastructure-related support at $22.5 billion for a country of 40 million, for a country of 40 million people. We are co-leading the effort to bring Ukrainian children home.
So that's
and have spearheaded that vis-a-vis 20,000 Ukrainian children will be holding
inside the country. Last time I asked you to look outside on winners and losers.
In the fall in
the crazy thing about Saudi Arabia is that
to ensure that we're bringing countries.
Right? I mean, 10 years ago you go to Saudi Arabia, and I mean, diversification. They talked to you about petrochem. And today, like, the economy is suddenly truly becoming diverse. It's healthcare and it's tourism. 10 years ago, you barely had women in the workplace. And today, like, it's an astonishing
in the short and the long term
in every part of society.
To ensure that the sovereignty and longevity of Ukraine
AI is kind of
sustained.
hitting your economy almost from scratch as a diversified,
I was the Minister of National Defense at the time of the further illegal invasion by Russia of Ukraine.
How are you deploying AI with people who are looking
from that perspective
at the world today?
The incursions into the Donbass and the fall of Ukrainian soldiers unjustifiably. How can we now? The question is, how can we, in the coalition of the willing, in the sense of NATO allies, continue the work that we need to do, which is support Ukraine, ensure those security guarantees are in place, and ensure that Ukraine has the future that its people deserve.
Thank you. I'm going to press you gently.
And started building the policy,
it's
the
very
regulation,
admirable, and I understand Canada's position, but in the end, isn't it true that this decision to end this war will not be made in Ottawa, it won't be made in Brussels, it will be made by the President of the United States? How and effectively when this war
we talked about diffusion and access to compute,
if one really adheres to the principle of territorial integrity and state sovereignty, those very principles upon which the international legal order is based, then one must admit that unless Ukraine is at the table, that the resolution would not be just.
I think that is an excellent point, and I think that is what we are facing right now, is perhaps a lack of respect for those exact principles that you're discussing. Senator, I'd like to turn to you. I notice you're wearing a pin. Could you tell us about the pin that you're wearing?
Well, as importantly, I'm wearing colors of Ukraine.
That's true.
And that's intentional. It wasn't accidental. I brought this from the United States for this purpose. I was in Denmark before I arrived here for 2 days.
Co-invested by the
and I guess
you're on Greenland.
I'm sorry,
you didn't go to New
not yet.
Way beyond the need of Saudi Arabia and the Middle East.
To really indicate that
we think
I and a number of other members have made it very clear that the way that we're going about projecting power in the Arctic is costly, divisive, and unnecessary. We'll have a different panel discussion about that. But with respect to Ukraine, I completely agree with the minister. I've said from the beginning that there can be no resolution in Ukraine without Ukraine at the table, and actually without Ukraine's criteria for their freedom, for their territorial integrity. Those are all decisions that have to be made by the president, his advisors, and the Ukrainian people. The United States may be able to play a facilitating role, but I think that other NATO members and other European members should also have a say in that, because let's face it, we're talking about European security. We're talking about the security of a country that has a 1,340-mile or 40-kilometer border now. Thank you, Vladimir Putin, for letting us add Sweden and Finland to the mix. Look, Vladimir Putin is a murderer. He's a liar on his best day. And what we're seeing in Ukraine are his worst days. I was in Bucha, I was in Kyiv and Bucha last year after the Munich Security Conference. You can't trust him. We have to have, beyond Ukraine and the United States, we also have to have eyes on it from NATO allies, particularly those in the area, to make sure that we have a lasting and fair peace. But I think we have to look at everything that Vladimir Putin says and run it through a truth filter, because he simply can't be trusted. So this agreement has to be very specific, and there have to be consequences for violating it.
Can I ask you very directly, do you think that all the noise around Greenland, the threats of tariffs, I know we're going to talk about in other settings, but do you believe that all of this talk about Greenland is to distract from the fact that there was hopefully going to be a deal announced this week, and now there isn't?
Well, I can never get in the minds of people advising the president, but it certainly hasn't distracted Congress. I think you'll see an appropriations measure in place that will demonstrate financial support for Ukraine that will move through the Senate and the Congress in the coming weeks.
And
in the United States, this president forces us all to be able to walk and chew gum. We can't just be focused focused on one issue.
What does this
and I think in this case, we have to continue to focus on the real threat. There's no threat
in the history
Greenland,
of infrastructure.
which is why, I think
is the world so divided
it's something that we need to de-escalate, something that we need to advise the president on a peaceful, more unifying path to achieving his goals, which
railroads in places like India and across Africa. They were
but here the focus is on Ukraine. I think the American people still continue to support Ukraine, and this is an election year. Those who veer too far away may have electoral consequences to deal with, frankly.
And that's what I love about the fact that you're on that panel, because you're not running for election this year.
Yeah, but as I told the minister, if you check my record in the first administration, I was equally outspoken. Here's the point. This is where it's very important.
They're on the right track.
I support the majority of President Trump's policies. I'll give you a good example in Greenland. I support the what?
So as we
being able to project power in the Arctic. My goodness, anyone in NATO should understand that as a priority. We have Russia and China
the governance environment.
Actually in military exercises in the Arctic for the first time.
Which is,
large-scale military
international governance.
So clearly,
trying to figure out how you're going to build this infrastructure.
Greenland makes a lot of geographic sense.
In this environment,
but you're talking about a territory that has offered for $1 one of their military bases. At the height of our relationship with Greenland and Denmark, we had 17 military operations there. We have one today. So for anyone to suggest that in order for us to be present in Greenland and project power, that it requires some financial transaction, which incidentally, as a fiscal conservative, would be more costly than we need to achieve the president's aim. And I think over time, hopefully we will get the president to recognize that and have the policy that's commensurate with that.
Well, the first thing I would say is look back
I suppose the argument is that in a world where China, with Russia as a somewhat client state,
than it is, frankly, to invest in data centers.
If the United States does not own that territory, that they could get very severe and serious pushback from a Europe that is wavering between the United States and a very, very powerful China. Anyway, that's
but again, if I can just briefly,
a part of his way in as well. You can do that through universities. That's where you start to get people who can then build the local applications.
Justifiable frustration with some of our brothers and sisters in NATO who came far short of their investment in our mutual defense over the last 20 years.
Or regulation.
I've been the Republican leader of the Senate NATO Observer Group for 20 years.
You would say this will make me materially more interested in investing.
$2 trillion with a T
governance
has not been spent to achieve the minimum that our colleagues should have in NATO. Can you imagine what deterrent effect there would have been if every member of NATO had actually invested the $2 trillion over 20 years? What would that have done for modernization? What would that have done for the industrial base?
It's important for us.
So I think a part of the president's frustration,
build our own
and no one can doubt that everyone paying up to the minimum now and now achieving 5% limits, anyone credit anyone other than Donald Trump's not been following current events. Every past president in this century attempted to do it, and they didn't. So I think he's frustrated by that. But that frustration should not transcend into the current policy posture with respect to Greenland. I think we have to de-escalate it, but I hope that this is an important lesson learned by those of us who care about NATO and believe it's the most consequential and important treaty in the history of man. Let's make sure that we don't drift again, or we put ourselves in the same sort of vulnerable position that we find ourselves today.
Could I just emphasize the importance of focusing on Ukraine, which is what this panel is about?
I want to say, I know that you, the way you think about regulation,
heard from someone from the president's office
in India, are not just thinking about the laws that you're creating, but also how you use the technology to actually create
about the importance
of security guarantees
and the importance of Ukraine deciding its own sovereign future. And I think
it's very important to have a techno-legal approach to regulation.
To ensure that we are supporting Ukraine
and believe that
as it enters
you have to create
yet another year. We're almost 4 years on since the further illegal invasion.
For example, bias as
and we need to seek a resolution, and we need to ensure that Ukraine's at the table in that process. So the real question, if this is truly a panel about Ukraine, the real question is how we can support
mitigate bias,
this process.
which help in
I agree with
detecting
you.
deepfakes,
We don't
which
hold
make sure
the
that
levers
unlearning can be
to
done
ensure
properly
that a
before you
ceasefire
deploy
occurs ourselves. But
model
that
in an
doesn't mean
enterprise.
that
So those
we
kind of technologies
withdraw.
Thank you. So I'm going
and do
to try
nothing.
to take one question to begin.
In fact,
please
what it means
recognize
is
yourself.
we search
if you can be quick,
for
I'll try to get to two. We'll see where we get.
So I've been asked to stand up,
by
so
which we can assist
I'm Pranjal Sharma. I'm a columnist
that the rule of law
from India, and I focus on the intersection of tech and
territorial
policy.
integrity,
The key word to use
the
is
geographical
weaponization.
boundaries of Ukraine.
We've seen weaponization of digital
intact.
platforms and AI.
I agree completely.
We saw a case in
I'd
India
like to
where a
turn
company's
to, Mr.
digital footprint was switched off within seconds.
bring
We saw
folks
two
back, as you
justices
rightly
of the International Court of Justice
say we
faced
should.
the same. So my question to all of you is,
Would it be
how
fair to
critical
say
is
that
this threat
today
of
Russia
weaponization
is winning
of digital platforms, including AI, and is that therefore driving this piece of tech and AI sovereignty beyond just the data sets and controlling data?
Well, you know, every technology is both a tool and a weapon. There's a book with that title. I think unfortunately, just as there's almost an infinite number of ways to turn AI into a tool, it can also be turned into a weapon. I would highlight two issues that I think are really paramount today. One is the use of AI to increase cyber threats. And that just is a classic case of where you need a united response from both the tech sector and governments working together. So in part, we're using AI as a cyber shield, if you will. But then the other issue, and the one you're really pointing to, is in a world where people are so dependent on technology, when governments, when countries are run on technology, is there a risk that technology gets turned off? And I think we have to continue to advance the kind of international dialogue so we have agreements between countries that will take that off the table, if you will, that will not make that part of a trade debate. If people want to apply tariffs, well, you're increasing the prices, but the goods are still available. And I think we need the kinds of steps as we've been pursuing, say, with a country like India, for example, to provide assurance of supply. And I think this also really naturally involves more local control, local laws, local suppliers, local partnerships, all of these things have become part of a complex web. They're just indispensable for how this technology is used in the future.
Urgency of lack of international engagement on that last one right now, scale of 1 to 10.
Glass is half full, it's half empty, it's a 5, Ian. There's so much more that could be done.
Ці непорозуміння, які є між країнами, які весь цей час нам допомагали, акумулюємо зусилля, мобілізуємо.
The New Delhi Hub. I'm a 22-year-old entrepreneur. My question is for Mr. Smith as well. And what would be the correct analogy for the example you used about railroads and power plants in context of AI? And do you think the solution to fix that is to put universities and centers at the forefront rather than companies doing the job?
Follow-on question, which is that
the thing that I would highlight
what is that do you think that
I would suggest in the seventh wave
will be
of technology driving
with some territorial concessions,
to railroads,
a
to
cessation
electricity,
of
to the telephones, to
and a
highways for
that
cars,
Ukraine in the foreseeable future will not
now we
join
have
NATO,
AI,
or do you think that will be a holding position for Russia to
unlike, say, airports
Vladimir
and
Putin and his administration
like the first four, the private sector is investing globally. That is good news because that is helping to spread infrastructure around the world. But there are key shortages we need to address. Probably the most important in most countries is for people, what Kristalina was saying. India actually is providing much of the IQ that is creating IP for the world. But if you look at Africa, for every one data scientist, there's 14 data scientists in Europe. That is a shortage that governments and universities can help meet. I would also say then we need more capital to be deployed where the market is not building these data centers. Development banks, development assistance can play a role, but governments can help stimulate demand. When the public sector adopts AI, when countries consolidate demand by putting together, say, regional agreements to enable a data center to serve 6 countries and not one, that will stimulate more investment. We need to get the investment moving. And I think governments are best served when they survey the market, look for the market failures, and fill in the gaps.
Last quick question, young woman in the front.
Далі пішов Донбас, там тематика НАТО використовувалась трошки поверхнево. І далі наступив вже, але використовувалась. І далі наступив вже етап широкомасштабного вторгнення 22-го року.
Yes, education is very important, but the people are leaving universities and they need the entry-level jobs. I don't know if any of you have some thoughts on this question of, yes, we get education, but then how can the youth actually get these entry-level jobs and what solutions can we actually bring for this?
Логікою Російської Федерації, тобто признання України, що за логікою Російської Федерації несе ідеологічну, навіть можна сказати, і екзистенційну загрозу для існування Російської Федерації. Тому чи буде Росія наполягати на тому, щоб Україна не стала членом НАТО, точно буде наполягати. Що з цього вийде? Давайте подивимося. Будь-який перемовний процес, він взагалі-то любить тишу, але частково ви все одно будете всі це бачити.
Mr. Voltonen, I want to ask you your analysis on Vladimir Putin. I know you're going to tell me who knows, and you can't understand the Russian perspective, but what do you think his ultimate goal is? Is it genuinely the reconstitution of the great Russian Empire, the Soviet Empire? Do you think that if he achieves at least some of his aims in Ukraine, that the Baltics could be threatened? Next.
Business. Well, I guess he has been quite outspoken about his goals. He published his writing, was it back in 21? And that certainly not only was about re-establishing the Soviet Empire, but certainly also limiting also the posture of NATO and all this. But I have to say, because Russians typically use this narrative of NATO being a threat to them, which obviously is completely bollocks. If you
technical term,
yes, if you now think about when Finland and Sweden joined NATO,
and actually we strongly advocate for this issue of skills.
There hasn't been less troops behind the Finnish border to Russia in the past 3 years than basically for decades. If NATO was such a massive threat,
I'm glad we ended with that. It's a good note.
Why have the troops in Ukraine? Why not bring them back to the border? So, of course, that is simply a narrative that Russia has been pushing to justify this and that they operate, which is fully against the UN Charter. To the previous discussion, I actually do agree both with Senator Tillis and Minister Anand in this. Well, yes, we need a just peace for Ukraine, but at the same time, we need to be fortifying NATO. And that is because I'm not seeing the threat of Russia going away with any peace deal, especially if it's not a good peace deal. The Russian threat probably will be there for, I don't know, for the foreseeable future, and it will be affecting the entire transatlantic alliance. We do see the Russian threat, certainly from the Arctic. They are active in Africa, and of course they are active where, they have the possibility and the interest to do so. But together, if we invest decisively into our defense and deterrence, then certainly there's nothing that can keep us from winning. And also, finally, on the question whether Russia was winning on Ukraine, certainly no. I mean, if you were winning, you wouldn't be abducting children or having people freezing their apartments when it's -15 outside. They're certainly not winning, and I think Ukrainians have all the rights, not just to assume that they will have the freedom that they have been fighting for, but that will come. I'm more than certain about it.
I've been having some interesting discussions here in Davos last couple of days, and one of the arguments I've heard is that NATO is done, NATO is over, and that we are seeing the just dissolution of this, as you say, very important treaty that has lasted since, for a long time. And that we're seeing the birth of something new, maybe call it a board of peace, call it what you like. But how much do you think that argument rings true to any of you on the panel? So.
Well, Canada's a founding member of NATO, and maybe I'll just start, and I'm sure others have valuable things to say. I will admit there is no doubt that NATO is facing challenges now as it seeks to ensure that there's unity in NATO, as well as the concept of collective defense and deterrence is actually effective in practice. That doesn't mean that NATO dissolves. It means that NATO rises to the challenge to meet the moment. And I have been continuously pressing the point that NATO, as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, needs to not only have a focus on the eastern flank of Europe, but also on the northern and western flanks, because as we all agree, the threat from Russia in the Arctic and beyond is undeniable. And if NATO is going to meet this moment, it needs also to develop the strategy to do so. And that's what my conversations with the Nordic Five and Mark Rutte, the Secretary General, have been about. What is the strategy to meet the moment? NATO needs that strategy.
Feel free to weigh in on this topic of NATO defunct or not. I'm going to throw another question in there, and I'm going to address it to you, Mr. Budanov. How important, from your perspective, is the role of China? Because if you listen to the US administration, but if you also look at the facts, I've talked to the heads of several Western intelligence agencies who say that if China was not supporting Russia today with technological, military, logistical support, Russia would not have been able to continue to fight up until this point. So how important, from your perspective, and others can weigh in, is the role of China in this conflict?
Дякую вам за це питання. Питання ваше, знаєте, воно більше філософське, насправді. Ну, як зараз, в 26-му році, відповісти на питання, так, а як би все відбувалося, якщо б Китаю там не було? Чи якби його роль була абсолютно інакша? Я думаю, ви з цим твердженням погодитесь. Значить, тепер стосовно, скажімо так, реальної ролі Китаю у всьому цьому процесі. Я буду приводити просто, мабуть, перелік прикладів, і кожен нехай робить з цього свій висновок. Якщо пригадати перший період широкомасштабного вторгнення після 22-го року, у світовій пресі дуже багато, в період весни, літа 22-го року, було статей, різних там відеозаписів, колонок авторських про те, як з Китаю в Росію, інколи навіть військовими бортами доправляли тисячами пральні машинки, різні там комп'ютери і так далі, так далі, так далі. Це все відбувалося, вибачте, через те, що різко з'явилась критична необхідність у різного роду контролерах, мікросхемах і так далі, які, до речі, напряму в перші дні війни Китай не продавав. Це теж просто є факт. Далі Китай зрозумів, як всім цим користуватись, а Росія, оскільки як агресор виявилася під ще більшими обмеженнями, ніж була, почала шукати шляхи виходу з цієї ситуації. Цілком очевидно, що вона через бізнес-канали при, скажімо так, мовчазній згоді зверху знайшла надійного партнера для того, щоб мати надійні канали постачання. Перш за все електроніки, компонентів електроніки. Потім пішли верстати, потім пішли різні матеріали, з яких робляться ті чи інші елементи озброєнь і так далі, і так далі. Тобто ця кооперація посилювалася. Росія за це платила величезні кошти, набагато більше, ніж будь-яка країна за такі товари до того платила, але в них не було, в принципі, іншого варіанту. Далі Китай почав користуватися цією